The bone-chilling sea breeze mingling with the acrid stench of sulfur and rust invaded his nostrils. Luo Chen's consciousness was forcibly dragged back to reality from a haze of chaos. He snapped his eyes open only to see not a familiar ceiling but a grey oppressive sky that suffocated the soul. Beneath him was hard icy rock digging painfully into his back. This is not Earth. The thought exploded in his mind like a thunderbolt. He struggled to sit up, looking around, and his heart sank instantly. Everywhere were crumbling walls and broken pillars, charred beams and shattered stones painted an apocalyptic scene. In the distance a tattered flag fluttered weakly in the wind with a scratched seagull emblem barely visible. A naval base in ruins. And further beyond the boundless roaring azure sea where waves crashed against reefs with ear-splitting thunder. This is the new world of One Piece. A realm that only existed in comics in his past life, an ultimate sea teeming with powerhouses and monsters. Are you kidding me? Luo Chen's lips felt dry and a primal fear like icy seawater submerged him. Here an ordinary unarmed person was less than an ant. A mere remnant of Conqueror's Haki or a flip by a large sea king could reduce him to dust. Just as he was suffocating in despair and helplessness, a mechanical icy voice echoed directly in his mind. Host soul stability detected. Mental fluctuations meet activation conditions. The master-teacher system is now officially activated. The voice was abrupt yet like a lightning bolt tearing through darkness. Luo Chen froze, then was overwhelmed by ecstasy. A golden finger. The standard issue for time travelers. His breath quickened in his heart, which had been icy cold, now pounded with unprecedented hope. This system aims to cultivate a master teacher capable of reshaping the world. The host will gain personal power and system permissions by teaching, guiding, and inspiring others. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. The host's strength comes from the strength of his students. A newbie gift pack has been issued. Host, please check it. A translucent virtual screen unfolded before Luo Chen's retina, filled with sleek tech-like simplicity. At the center of the screen a delicate gift box icon rotated slowly. Without hesitation Luo Chen touched the gift box with his mind. Congratulations, host. Newbie gift reward: obtain Haki visualization glasses prototype. The next second a pair of sleek black tactical glasses materialized in his hand, the lenses reflecting a faint blue gleam in the dim light. Haki visualization glasses prototype system made capable of converting abstract Haki energy into visible visual signals. Note: the prototype can only vaguely sense Haki remnants and flow with low precision. Luo Chen immediately put on the glasses. The world changed abruptly. In his field of vision above the surrounding ruins, strands of faint reddish mist-like energy drifted. Some of these auras were violent, some resilient. Though extremely thin, they still exuded a heart-pounding pressure. This was the residue of Haki. So this is what so-called presence looks like under the system's analysis. A main quest has been released: Rise to Fame. Quest objective: board any Yonko's main ship and become an indispensable core member. Quest reward system permission upgrade: unlock junior mentor panel and enable teaching return function. Quest hint: an excellent teacher first needs a broad enough podium. Board a Yonko ship. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. This was no simple goal, it was the pinnacle of the millions of pirates on this sea. But in an instant his expression shifted from shock to unwavering determination. High risk meant high reward. He was now like a penniless gambler and the system gave him the only chip to enter the game. He had to gamble and he could only gamble. The question was which Yonko to choose. Red-haired Shanks. His crew were mostly old comrades, an elite group where outsiders struggled to enter the core. Moreover, he was unpredictable, finding him was like searching for a needle in the ocean. Kaido of the Beasts. That was a maniacal group that worshipped absolute power. A powerless ordinary person walking in would only end up as a test target for some officer's Kanabo. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. A family-style pirate crew bound by blood, an outsider would always be an outsider. And that madwoman's soul fruit and hunger pangs were ticking time bombs. After eliminating all wrong options, the answer was clear. The Whitebeard Pirates. The strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. The man who regarded all his crew as family, the king of the sea with unparalleled spirit and magnanimity. A glint of wisdom and scheming shone in Luo Chen's eyes. What do I have? It is an omniscient perspective from my past life on the next 20 years of this world, my greatest advantage. What do I like? The family-like atmosphere and the creed of loyalty in the Whitebeard Pirates. This is the home I long for. What do I need? A platform strong enough and inclusive enough to use my knowledge, complete the system's tasks, change the tragedies that should happen, and eventually gain the power to protect myself and influence the world. Target: the Whitebeard Pirates. Luo Chen set his first and most critical goal in his mind. He wouldn't rush in like a hothead yelling, "Let me aboard," that would be suicide. He needed a perfect script, a carefully designed encounter. He wanted the Whitebeard Pirates to invite him aboard. A gust of wind whipped up sand and dust, slapping Luo Chen's face. The environment of the new world seemed to mock his audacity. The vast sea was fraught with danger and powerful enemies emerged endlessly. You, an ordinary person without strength, on what basis? Just by relying on the stories in your head. Don't be naive. In the new world, if knowledge cannot be turned into power, it is worthless. The whistling wind seemed to issue a merciless warning. But Luo Chen simply pushed the tactical glasses up his nose, a confident smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Knowledge itself is the most powerful force. You just don't know how to use it yet. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and began methodically exploring the deserted island. Compared to the fear of the unknown, he was now more focused on immediate action. He needed water, food, and most importantly a ship to get him off this island. Wearing the Haki visualization glasses, his efficiency was far beyond ordinary people. He could easily avoid the areas with the densest Haki residue, the most dangerous places where unexploded ordnance or unstable structures might be. Soon, on the other side of the ruins, in a simple harbor sheltered by a mountain, he discovered an abandoned small naval speedboat. The speedboat was small, but its structure appeared relatively intact. A few sealed supply crates were scattered nearby. Luo Chen's spirits lifted. He walked over, opened the supply crate, and found several barrels of fresh water and some food. Not much, but enough to sustain him for a while. He jumped onto the speedboat and began checking the hull and propulsion system. Fortunately, the engine was only corroded by seawater, the core components were intact. With some mechanical knowledge from his past life, fixing it was not impossible. Just as he was about to start, the system's icy voice sounded again. Detected host approaching, a special item. Passive scan triggered. Scan target naval speedboat, simple navigation system. Scan result: the navigation system's memory contains a weak signal source receiving periodic signals from a specific direction. Signal analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Signal source identified as a contact signal from a subordinate crew of the Whitebeard Pirates. Shortest pursuit route has been calculated. Would you like to enable navigation in your field of vision? Luo Chen froze. He slowly raised his head, a glint of disbelief shining in his eyes. This was a godsend. His original plan was to sail to the nearest route, then try to contact a merchant ship to get news of Whitebeard. That process could take weeks or even months, full of uncertainty. But now the system had directly pointed out the shortcut to the script stage. Yes. He responded without hesitation in his mind. The next second, a pale blue virtual arrow appeared in the front of his vision, pointing toward a direction on the vast sea. As if an invisible thread connected him to the legendary pirate crew. Ha! Hee hee ha ha ha. No, this was not Blackbeard's laugh. It was Luo Chen's heartfelt, delighted laugh at the wonder of fate and the infinite possibilities of the future. He hesitated no more and immediately set to work repairing the engine. An hour later, with a slightly rough but powerful roar, the speedboat's engine started successfully. Luo Chen stood at the bow, feeling the tremors of the engine, his heart unprecedentedly calm yet ablaze. The speedboat lurched over the waves like a leaf that could be swallowed by the sea at any moment. The sea of the new world would show mercy to no one. Luo Chen gripped the gunwale, letting the icy seawater slap against his face, using the sting to keep himself utterly clear-headed. His mind was running at full speed as a virtual light screen constructed by the system unfolded before his eyes. Target faction analysis: Whitebeard Pirates. Leader Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors. Core combat strength 16. Division commanders: Marco Josu Thatch. Organizational structure assessment: a family-style, highly flattened hierarchy with extreme cohesion, bound together by affection and brotherhood. Tactical capability assessment: they rely heavily on the frontal breakthrough of individual powerhouses and lack systematic strategic planning and an integrated intelligence apparatus. The conclusion was obvious. Luo Chen shut down the light screen, speaking silently in his heart. The Whitebeard Pirates were a violent legion composed of the world's strongest man and the sons he had taken in. They possessed the finest combat strength and the firmest bonds of emotion, and precisely because of that they also had the most fatal weakness: they depended too much on Whitebeard's decisions and the ferocity of the division commanders. They were a giant without a brain. And he, Luo Chen, intended to become that brain. Please plan a contact strategy, the system prompted. Plan A: intimidate them by force. Success rate 0.01. Evaluation: utterly foolish, you would be crushed by a single finger. Plan B: reveal the ability to foresee the future and directly spoil what is to come. Success rate 5. Evaluation: highly likely to be treated as a madman or a scheming conspirator and disposed of with a real possibility of being shattered directly by Whitebeard. Plan C: present a token of allegiance. Success rate 75. Evaluation: the optimal choice, high risk, high reward. This so-called token of allegiance was not the severed head of some marine admiral. Luo Chen did not yet possess that level of strength. His token lay in the countless pieces of intelligence stored in his mind and in transforming that intelligence into irreplaceable value that would lead them to victory. He needed a meticulously orchestrated chance encounter, a performance so compelling that the Whitebeard Pirates and Edward Newgate himself would be unable to ignore it. The system detected a gap in his knowledge base: his mastery of New World navigation was 0. The system shop had just listed a basic navigation knowledge pack priced at 10 novice tutorial points. Redeem. Luo Chen glanced at the mere 10 novice points he possessed and did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. Redeem. In the next instant, a torrent of complex information crashed into his brain. Ocean currents, wind directions, climate, magnetic fields, countless strands of knowledge branded themselves into the depths of his memory. He let out a muffled groan as fine beads of sweat seeped from his forehead. A few minutes later he opened his eyes, and when he looked again at the surging sea, everything was different. From the shape of the waves he could judge the direction of hidden currents, from the color of the clouds he could predict the coming of a storm. He was no longer a helpless castaway but a true navigator. As he adjusted to this new knowledge, he rummaged through a corner of the speedboat's storage compartment and found a crumpled old newspaper, its pages wrinkled from seawater. The headline on the front page was a report on the recent frequent deployments of the Marine G2 branch. The title proclaimed the Iron Fist of Justice. G2 branch launches large-scale anti-pirate exercise. An exercise. Luo Chen's fingertip tapped lightly on the letters G2. Others might believe it, but he would not. The officer commanding the G2 branch was the Vice Admiral Akainu, infamous for his cunning and ruthlessness. So-called exercises were nothing but smokescreens cast to conceal a real hunt. A thought rapidly took shape in his mind. System overlapped the sea area of the G2 branch exercise with the previously locked signal positions of subordinate Whitebeard pirate crews. Analysis in progress. Overlap rate 92.7. Prediction: the subordinate Whitebeard crew, the Whirlpool Spider Pirates under Squad, will enter the G2 branch's ambush zone within 48 hours. The opportunity had arrived. A perfect script for his token of allegiance had delivered itself to his door. Warning: the energy of the host's Haki visualization glasses prototype is insufficient and their functions are limited. Long-range precise target acquisition is impossible. Please acquire tutorial points as soon as possible and upgrade. The system's prompt fell like a bucket of cold water. It reminded him that he was still weak. He barely even had the qualification to stand by and watch a high-level battle. He had to board the Moby Dick as quickly as possible, find his first student ace, and then activate the true teacher system. He adjusted his heading and the speedboat carved a white wake across the water, racing at full speed toward the sea area marked on the newspaper. He had to locate Squad's ship before the Marines made their move. During the voyage he unexpectedly came upon the shattered wreck of a merchant vessel broken cleanly into two halves. He cut the speed, carefully approached, and from a floating cabin salvaged several intact waterproof supply crates. Fresh water, rum, and smoked meat and biscuits that could be stored for a long time. This unexpected resupply allowed his taut nerves to relax slightly. At the very least he no longer had to worry about survival while carrying out his plan. He now had enough time and resources to wait for the perfect moment to arrive. 2 days later the speedboat's engine had long since been shut down and was drifting with the current in a patch of placid sea. Luo Chen leaned against the side of the cabin, eyes closed, conserving his strength to the utmost. He was like a hunter lurking in the shadows, quietly waiting for prey to step into the trap. Suddenly a tiny red dot on the lens of the tactical glasses at the bridge of his nose began flashing without warning. Warning. High-intensity energy clash detected. Distance 12 nautical miles bearing southeast. Signal source analysis in progress. One party confirmed as the Whitebeard-affiliated Whirlpool Spider Pirates flagship. The other party confirmed as the Marine G2 branch fleet. It had begun. Luo Chen's eyes flew open and he sprang up from the deck as if launched. He did not need a telescope. Even with their crude functions, the Haki visualization glasses already allowed him to see on the distant horizon a mass of energy representing chaos and violence swelling rapidly. Even at the distance of more than 10 nautical miles the faint rumble of cannon fire could be heard. The battle was underway. Squad, the man who during the Paramount War was exploited by Akainu and dealt Whitebeard a fatal stab, was now trapped in a marine encirclement. This was his stage. His one and only ticket aboard that man's ship. Luo Chen did not hesitate for even an instant. He seized the control lever of the speedboat with both hands and shoved the throttle to maximum. The aging engine let out a strained bellow and the speedboat shot forward like an arrow loosed from the string, racing toward the sea where cannon fire raged. There was no frenzy on his face, no nervousness, only the absolute calm of a chess player before placing a decisive piece. He nudged the tactical glasses up the bridge of his nose. The lenses reflected the eerie glow of distant sky stained red by cannon fire. The air was permeated with a unique scent of gunpowder mixed with sea salt. In the operational command room of the Navy G2 branch aboard the flagship Iron Wall, the silhouette of the emerging Rear Admiral Akainu stood tall like the main cannon of the ship behind him. On the giant tactical screen before him, blue dots representing the naval fleet formed a flawless fan-shaped net. In the center of the net a glaring red dot was darting left and right, futilely searching for a gap. That was the pirate ship of Vortex Spider Schoolyard. Third Cannon Fleet, adjust the trajectory, fire 3 warning shots towards 300 meters to the target's left front. Akain's voice remained utterly calm. Understood. The order was executed swiftly. On the screen the cursor representing the cannonball impact point accurately covered the area where the red dot attempted to change direction. Drive them into the pocket, do not rush for results. On Schoolyard's flagship deck the splashes of water soared higher than the mast. Bastard! Schoolyard slammed his fist against the ship's railing, splinters flying. He would rather the enemy's cannonballs land on the deck than endure this cat-and-mouse game. Every time he attempted to accelerate or tried to turn at an awkward angle, the enemy's artillery always seemed able to predict his intentions, forcing him back like an invisible wall of water. Captain! Our space for maneuvering is shrinking. The helmsman's voice was tinged with despair. Schoolyard looked around, and what met his eyes were the cold hulls of the Navy painted with seagull insignias. They advanced slowly yet steadily, compressing his space for survival with every passing second. After years traversing the New World, he had encountered reckless madmen and cunning hunters, yet he had never seen tactics like this. There were no shouts, no charges, only textbook formations and an overwhelming sense of pressure. This feeling was akin to a giant python slowly and firmly tightening its body. He could distinctly sense the process of his bones being crushed inch by inch. In the command room of Iron Wall, an intelligence officer hurried to Gu Meyer's side, lowering his voice. Admiral, we just received confirmation from headquarters that Schoolyard is one of the 43 pirate crews under Whitebeard's command capturing him. Gu Meyer raised a hand, halting the officer's subsequent words. Will this change our tactics? No. Then this intelligence is meaningless to me. Gu Meyer's gaze never left the tactical screen. Pirates are just pirates. Their names and flags do not change the fact that they are a rabble. The intelligence officer opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed his words. This newly appointed rear admiral trusted only in data formations and absolute execution. In his eyes, the so-called reputation of the four emperors was merely an uncalculated variable. And he excelled at eliminating all variables. Despair spread among Schoolyard's crew like a plague. It's over. We're surrounded. There's no way out. Just then a small subordinate pirate ship suddenly detached from the main vessel, hoisting its sails and charging toward the weakest point of the encirclement. The captain stood at the bow, shouting towards Schoolyard, "Brother Schoolyard, I'll tear a hole for you. Hurry and escape. Come back. Fool." Schoolyard's eyes were bloodshot. It was too late. Almost the instant that small ship began to move, 3 Navy frigates leapt from the ranks like activated hunting dogs, their crossfire instantly covering that stretch of sea. The artillery fire was exceptionally precise. Not a single shot was aimed at sinking it. The first round of fire severed the ship's rigging, while the second round shattered the helm. The small ship that tried to create a miracle instantly became an immobile target, helplessly spinning in place. The entire process took no more than 30 seconds. The Navy's formation didn't show the slightest hint of chaos. The last remnants of morale aboard Schoolyard's ship completely collapsed with the incapacitation of that vessel. Gu Meyer watched the gray dot on the screen, picking up the communication snail on the table. This is Gu Meyer. The snail mimicked his emotionless expression. Report to headquarters that the encirclement is progressing smoothly. Vortex Spider. Schoolyard has no possibility of breaking through. He paused before adding a final remark. The destruction and capture of his flagship is expected to be completed within 1 hour and 50 minutes. The name Iron Wall is indeed well deserved. A voice of approval came from the other end of the snail. Gu Meyer hung up the communication. He walked to the porthole, gazing at the distant pirate ship struggling for survival amidst the artillery fire as if observing a math problem nearing completion. Meticulous yet lacking in aesthetic beauty. The harsh sound of friction pierced through the bottom of the ship, causing the entire guanjuan to tremble violently, sending several unsteady crew members tumbling to the ground. We've run aground. We've run aground. Panic-stricken screams erupted on the deck. Squard clung tightly to the ship's railing, his gaze sweeping across both sides of the vessel. In the murky waters, jagged black reefs loomed ominously, resembling rows of teeth waiting for prey, trapping them firmly in this maritime domain. The ship's speed had come to a complete halt. The Navy's fleet was not far off, akin to a group of patient sharks maintaining a perfect distance. They could precisely cover this area with artillery while perfectly avoiding the complex reef zone. Squard's first mate, a one-eyed middle-aged man, rushed to him with a knife in hand, his face filled with resolve. "Brother, let's fight them. Even if we die, we must take a few down with us." "Fight." Squard's voice was hoarse with "What shall we fight? Should we charge at their cannonballs with our heads?" The image of the Allied ship being instantly dismantled replayed in his mind. That was not a battle, it was an execution. He shoved his first mate aside and stumbled into the captain's cabin, unfurling the nautical chart laid out on the table. His damp fingers traced over it, searching for even the faintest glimmer of hope. There was none. To the southeast was the Navy's flagship Iron Wall. To the southwest and directly north were 2 escort fleets forming an angle. Their current position was at the apex of this angle. A massive net woven from steel and cannon fire had been fully tightened. Despair choked his throat. The morale of the crew had plummeted. Some sat on the ground, cradling their heads and murmuring to themselves. "It's over. All over. We're going to die here." A young crew member even cried out, "I don't want to die. Let's surrender. Surrendering might save our lives." "Shut up." Squard burst out of the captain's cabin and kicked the young crew member down. Coward. His chest heaved violently as he surveyed the faces filled with fear. These men were his brothers, those who trusted him and followed him to sea. Now he was leading them into hell. In the command room of Iron Wall, Gulmer's aide watched the red dot on the screen completely locked down, admiration surfacing on his face. General, your tactics are simply perfect. There are no unnecessary movements, each step is as precise as a textbook. Gulmer did not turn around, merely picking up the coffee on the table and taking a gentle sip. This is not tactics, it is mathematics. His tone was as flat as if stating a fact. When all variables are eliminated, what remains is the only solution. The aide was momentarily stunned, then increasingly awed. In his eyes, this general had elevated naval warfare to an art form. Gulmer set down his coffee cup and gently tapped the tactical screen. Relay the order for Iron Wall's encirclement to enter the final steps. Yes. All ships activate searchlights. I want those insects to see clearly who is sending them to their graves. The command was swiftly transmitted. In the next moment, a dozen thick beams of light tore through the night, converging on Guanjuan from 3 directions. The entire pirate ship was illuminated, every scratch on the deck and the terrified expressions of the pirates visible. They resembled clowns locked in a spotlight on stage with nowhere to hide. Squard instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. He felt like a spider pinned to a specimen board, all his struggles seeming so laughable and powerless. The panic among the crew erupted completely. They're going to fire. Help! Squard's face turned ashen. He looked at the giant emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates emblazoned on his back cape. That was his glory, the pride of his life. Yet now he was about to tarnish this emblem with the greatest stain. He did not want to be captured like this, nor did he wish to be escorted to impel down as a failure. That would be worse than death. Gulmer's aide approached him, whispering a report. Sir, all ship artillery has completed salvo calibration and is ready to launch a full-scale attack. No rush. Gulmer raised his hand, let them feel it a little longer. Fear is a more effective weapon than cannonballs. He relished this feeling. Watching the prey crumble in despair, they were utterly crushed. This was the true flawless victory. The heavy and slow sound of machinery turning echoed from all directions. It was the sound of naval cannons adjusting their angles once, then again. Each movement felt like the footsteps of death stepping on the hearts of all the pirates. The air was thick with the scent of death. Squard slowly drew his long knife from his waist. The blade reflected the searchlight's glow, cold and piercing. He knew that everything was over. But he could not simply fall. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face his crew, who had completely lost their fighting spirit. He walked up to the young crew member who had cried out first for surrender. The young man trembled in fear, speechless. Squard did not scold him again, merely extending his empty hand to pull him up from the deck. Stand tall. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. On the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates there are no cowards waiting to die on their knees. Now stand up. He released his grip and raised the long knife in his hand. Everyone stand up. We are Daddy's sons. Even if we die, we must die standing. Squard's shout echoed across the starkly illuminated deck, and the desperate crew, infected by this momentum, gripped their weapons tightly, trembling as they stood upright. The resolve to face death spread among the crowd. At that moment, a monotonous engine sound out of place emerged from the darkness beyond the encirclement. The sound approached steadily and calmly, completely unlike an intrusion into a battlefield of certain death. Everyone froze in their actions. Both the Navy and the pirates cast puzzled glances toward the source of the sound. A small unmarked speedboat sliced through the waves and calmly steered into the center of the intersecting beams of light from dozens of searchlights. There was only one person standing on the speedboat. He wore a simple white shirt beneath a black long coat and a pair of uniquely designed glasses that reflected a data stream like sheen under the lights. Vortex Spider Squard. A clear voice rang out, soft yet precisely, cutting through the roar of the waves and the ship's engines. Do you wish to live? Squard's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on the suddenly appearing figure. Was this a trap from the Navy? Or was it some reckless bounty hunter? Who are you? Luochen did not answer his question, merely raising his hand to point towards the left flank of the Navy fleet. To the left front, battleship codename Shark No. 7 cannon, elevation angle 37. 5 degrees wind speed correction too high, that's a decoy. He then pointed to the right flank. To the right front, Seagull No. 3, that is the real main attack point. But don't worry, their gunners have a habit of relying too much on the ballistic manual. The impact point of the first round of simultaneous fire will always be half a meter above the target. His tone was akin to commenting on a poorly played chess game. Squard and his pirate crew were all stunned. What on earth was this person babbling about? The aide to Admiral Gummier, observing through a telescope aboard the flagship, immediately reported, "Sir, an unidentified speedboat has breached the formation." Admiral Gummier frowned slightly. This was beyond his calculations. A trivial variable. Ignore it, fire as planned. Crush them. Yes. The flag aboard the flagship was lowered. Fire. The deafening roar of cannon fire erupted, instantly illuminating Gummier's confident face. Dozens of shells whistled through the air, arcing towards the vortex. Squard's crew let out their final cries. However, the anticipated scene of ship destruction and death did not unfold. The shells accurately landed around the vortex, raising towering columns of water, but none struck true. The most perilous shot grazed the top of the main mast, flying just half a meter too high. Splash! Cold seawater drenched everyone on the deck, but they felt no chill, only a stunned silence. Everyone looked towards the man standing on the speedboat. How did he know? Squard's heart raced. This was no coincidence, absolutely not. Did you see that? Luo Chen's voice rang out again, laced with mockery. That Navy admiral named Gummier, he is not commanding a naval battle, he is solving a mathematical problem he has rehearsed countless times. He has quantified everything: wind speed, wave height, ship speed, firepower, in pursuit of an impeccable optimal solution. And you all are merely the easiest known variable in his equation. This statement sent a chill down Squard's spine. It turned out they were not even worthy opponents, merely a number in the other party's calculations. The advantage of such a person is stability, and his greatest flaw is precisely this stability. Luo Chen adjusted his glasses because a pattern means it can be predicted. On Gummier's flagship, the aide's expression turned grim. Sir, the first round of simultaneous fire. Missed. Impossible. Gummier stood up. My calculations are never wrong. He snatched the telescope and saw the unscathed vortex along with that bothersome speedboat. A ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that man? Implement the second plan. Chokehold formation, crossfire coverage, seal off all their escape routes. Gummier's voice became somewhat anxious. Yes. The Navy fleet immediately began to move the heavy ships, carving new paths across the sea. Here it comes, Luo Chen said softly. He looked at Squard. Now listen to me. Hard right engine at 70%, target 15 degrees off, straight ahead, charge in. A subordinate of Squard immediately shouted, Captain, you can't trust him. Ahead is their crossfire point, charging in is certain death. Shut up. Squard barked. He stared intently at Luo Chen, his mind in turmoil. Trust a stranger with an unknown background. Hand over the lives of the entire crew to him. If he didn't trust him, the result would be getting blown to pieces by the Navy's shells. Death awaited either way. Might as well take a gamble. Helmsman. Do as he says. Hard right. Engine at 70%. Captain. Follow orders. Squard drew his long knife, pointing its tip at his own crew. The wheel of the vortex was suddenly jerked, the ship tilted violently, charging straight towards the Navy's perceived encirclement. Foolish insects, Gummier sneered from the flagship, choosing the worst possible path. Fire. Let them know what despair feels like. The cannon fire roared again. This time the bombardment was twice as dense, dozens of shells intertwining in the air to form a web of death, accurately covering the original position of the vortex and all possible escape routes. However, the vortex darted through like a slippery loach, slipping through a tiny gap in the firepower net. The shells exploded continuously on either side of their ship, the towering waves nearly capsizing it, but they broke through. The deck of the vortex was in disarray, the crew staggered, but everyone was alive. They had passed through that curtain of death. On the ship there was utter silence. Everyone looked at the man standing on the speedboat, his coat flapping in the sea breeze. He hadn't even moved his steps. Squard's hand gripping the knife trembled slightly, not from fear but from extreme shock and excitement. Luo Chen's speedboat had silently pulled up alongside, parallel to the vortex. Now are you willing to talk? Squard opened his mouth but found his throat too dry to speak. He looked at the excessively young man before him, feeling that his decades of seafaring experience were a joke. Luo Chen extended a hand. If you want to shake them off completely, let me board. From now on the command of this ship belongs to me. Squard silently descended the gangway and the crew automatically made way for him. His boots thudded on the deck of the whirlpool, echoing dully. Luo Chen stood on his speedboat, meeting his gaze with calm composure. Squard's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Board the ship. He uttered just 2 words, stepping aside to make room. Luo Chen pushed off with one hand on the ship's railing, gracefully flipping over and landing steadily on the deck. The black trench coat hardly flared at all. The crew's eyes were riveted on him like nails, mingled with awe, doubt and intense vigilance. If you want me to relinquish command, that's fine. Squard's hand never left the hilt of his knife, but I need to know where you intend to take us. Is it a path to survival or another dead end? Luo Chen did not answer directly but instead presented his request. I need a detailed sea chart of this area. Squard waved his hand and immediately a crew member dashed into the captain's cabin, returning a moment later with a massive sheepskin sea chart, unfurling it on a wooden crate in the center of the deck. Luo Chen approached the sea chart, his fingers gliding slowly over it as if caressing a lover's skin. Squard's first mate, a burly man with a scar on his face, couldn't help but speak up. Hey. The Navy is right behind us. We don't have time to look at maps here. Luo Chen's finger paused on a point. The naval brigadier pursuing us is Gumeyer, nicknamed Calculator. He never fights without preparation. His artillery precision is based on wind speed, ocean currents, ship speed, trajectory, and his psychological predictions of us pirates. His chokehold formation, also known as the Iron Wall encirclement, is based on a very simple logic. By compressing the fleet, it continually shrinks our operational space, forcing us into a pre-designated fire coverage area. Just like this. Luo Chen traced a shrinking circle on the sea chart with his finger. Every volley, though it appears to be a mistake, is actually a parameter correction meant to drive us forward. He revels in the feeling of playing with his prey. But this perfect formation also has a fatal limitation. The scarred first mate snorted coldly. This is just theoretical. Under such dense gunfire, any tactic is a joke. We can't break through at all. That's right, under absolute disadvantage, any conventional counterattack is suicide. Luo Chen agreed with him, leaving the scarred first mate momentarily dumbfounded. Luo Chen raised his head, surveying the tense crew around him. Gumeyer's perfect formula is based on one premise, that we, like a group of normal pirates pushed to the brink, would desperately seek the weakest point in the encirclement to break free. His every prediction is based on the instinct that pirates will seek survival. So why should we follow his script? Luo Chen's finger suddenly jabbed at an unbelievable spot on the sea chart. That spot was precisely the center point where two naval ships were about to cross and form an angle, theoretically the absolute dead zone. What we need to do is not break out but charge in. We will use his self-proclaimed perfect predictions to let him open a path to survival for us. When his fleet moves to block the escape route we should take, according to his calculations, our true route will lie in the belly of their formation. The entire deck fell into a deathly silence. A madman. That was the only thought in every crew member's mind. Squard's breathing grew heavy. He stared intently at the point on the sea chart, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He understood the logic of this tactic. It was a counter-logical strategy, using the enemy's intelligence against them. The thought was nothing short of genius, but the risk was astronomical. One misstep and it would be obliteration. He had fought in the New World for so many years, seen the arrogant and the reckless, but had never encountered someone so calmly wagering his own life and the lives of the entire crew against the psyche of the enemy commander. Who is this man really? Just then the lookout in the crow's nest let out a terrified scream. Captain! The Navy! The naval fleet is moving. They are compressing. God, their positions. Squard snatched the binoculars from a nearby crew member. Through the lens the distant naval fleet was making formation adjustments, each ship moving precisely into position like chess pieces. The next encirclement point they were about to form matched exactly with the final encirclement position that Luo Chen had just predicted on the sea chart. Squard's heart was gripped by an invisible hand. He felt a chill race up his spine to the top of his head. This was not a guess, it was prophecy. Do you see? Luo Chen's voice whispered in his ear, terrifyingly calm. When the hunter thinks the trap is perfect, that's when he is most relaxed. Now is our best opportunity to charge. Squard slowly lowered the binoculars. He looked at his loyal first mate, then at the frightened brothers on the ship. Finally his gaze returned to Luo Chen. The young man's face bore no fervor, no tension, only a pure rational confidence, as if he were not commanding a ship but solving a mathematical problem. Squard suddenly laughed, the sound hoarse and determined. A madman. Truly a madman. He abruptly turned to face all the crew members, drawing his long knife from his waist. Did everyone hear that? His voice drowned out the roar of the waves. From now on, every word from this man is my command. The scarred first mate opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was forced back by Squard's knife-like gaze. Whoever dares to doubt, whoever dares to hesitate. Squard's knife tip gleamed coldly. I will personally throw him into the sea to feed the fish. He sheathed his knife, walked up to Luo Chen and solemnly handed over the command staff in his hand. The Whirlpool pirate crew, the lives of 43 brothers are entrusted to you. Prepare to welcome victory or a grand spectacle of fireworks. The moment Luo Chen took the staff, the atmosphere on the ship froze. He hesitated not for an instant, cold commands spilling from his lips. Hard to port, target the Demon Tooth Reef Cluster. What? The scarred first mate was the first to exclaim, his facial muscles twitching. Captain. That's a dead end. No ship can pass through there. The crew erupted in chaos, the fear that had just been suppressed by Squard boiling over once again. Charging into the heart of the Navy's formation was madness, rushing toward the fatal reef cluster was suicide. Squard's heart sank, but he saw Luo Chen not even raise an eyelid, merely gazing at him calmly. That tranquility extinguished the fire in his heart like a bucket of ice water. Squard suddenly turned around and kicked the scarred first mate in the chest. Follow the orders, he bellowed, his voice laced with bloodlust. Now he is the captain. The first mate was kicked back, repeatedly clutching his chest, his face filled with resentment and despair, yet he dared not utter another word. Under Squard's oppressive aura, the helmsman trembled as he turned the massive ship's wheel. The bow of the Vortex pirate ship resolutely swung around, heading toward the deathly waters marked with a skull on the map. Report to the Vice Admiral. The target has suddenly turned and is speeding toward the Demon Tooth Reef area. In the flagship's command room, the messenger's voice held a hint of confusion. Vice Admiral Gumier was holding a cup of red tea, and at the words he nearly burst out laughing. Oh. Demon Tooth. He walked to the massive nautical chart, pointing at that area with a smirk reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. It seems they are utterly desperate, preparing to gamble with their lives. What foolish pirates! Even their choice of grave shows poor taste. Vice Admiral, do we need to follow? That area is quite dangerous for our warships as well. A staff officer reminded. No need. Gumier waved his hand, sitting back in his command chair. They can enter, but they won't come out. Order the fleet to tighten the encirclement, blocking all possible exits. We will wait for them to crash and perish before we go salvage the survivors. Relay the order to let the reconnaissance ship get closer. I want to enjoy the splendid moment when they crash into the rocks in real time. Yes. Gumier leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, savoring the taste of victory that spread across his tongue. Starboard 5 degrees. Half sail. Portside, be cautious, lateral currents in 3 seconds. Everyone hold on tight. Prepare for the first wave of impact. Luo Chen's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The vortex ship plunged into the reef area, and the world instantly transformed. The menacing black rocks jutted out like the fangs of a giant beast, piercing through the churning white foam so narrow that even a small boat couldn't pass through. The waves here were torn into countless chaotic whirlpools, violently tugging at the hull. The crew clung desperately to the ropes, their faces pale. Every violent lurch of the ship made them feel as though they would be thrown into the sea, shredded by the rocks. Yet Luo Chen stood at the bow, his body swaying slightly with the ship's turbulence, steady as a rock. His commands never faltered for a second, precise as a machine. Lower the mainsail. Hoist the foresail. We need to harness that updraft. Helmsman. Don't look at the surface, follow my orders. Turn right 13 degrees now. Squard personally took the helm. He was a seasoned sailor who had lived on the sea for decades, and he understood better than anyone how absurd that command was. A right turn of 13 degrees would send the bow crashing straight into a massive reef ahead. But he had already wagered everything. He gritted his teeth, his muscular arms straining as he forcefully turned the wheel. The ship let out a groan, straining under the burden, scraping perilously close to the edge of a rock. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a massive wave crashed down from the spot they had just avoided. Had they been a second late, the entire ship would have been split in two by that force. Squard was drenched in cold sweat. He gazed at Luo Chen's back. This was not a gamble but a calculation. He was calculating the wind, the waves, the distribution of every rock, assessing the breadth of this sea of death. This was beyond human capability. This was a miracle. Did you see that? They're smoking. On the Navy's reconnaissance ship, the lookout shouted excitedly. In the distance at the vortex's stern, a plume of black smoke billowed into the sky, the ship's speed visibly slowing, teetering precariously amidst the surging waves. Well done. Luo Chen observed the crew igniting the tattered canvas soaked in inferior oil, nodding with satisfaction. He then looked at several crew members who were strenuously tossing broken planks and empty barrels into the sea. Add some more materials, create a bit of noise for hull damage. The crew understood immediately, swinging heavy hammers against the iron plates of the hull, producing a loud clang. These actions, which had once filled them with despair, were now filled with an unusual exhilaration. They were staging a grand performance, one that would deceive the Navy. Report, Vice Admiral. The target ship is severely damaged, thick smoke rising, speed drastically reduced, seemingly out of control. Ha ha ha. Vice Admiral Gumier could no longer contain himself, bursting into hearty laughter as expected. Order all ships full speed ahead. Prepare to fire. I want to send that wreck to the bottom of the sea. Yes. All fleets target the Demon Tooth, exit full speed ahead. One by one, the steel warships turned their cannons like a pack of sharks, sensing blood, lunging toward the trap. They thought they were the hunters, unaware that they had already become the prey. The vortex had passed through the most dangerous reef zone and was now quietly anchored in the shadow of a massive rock, perfectly avoiding the Navy's line of sight. The flames on the ship had already been extinguished. Everyone take your firing positions. Luo Chen's voice shattered the silence. Check the ammunition, calibrate the angles, wait for my command. No one questioned him anymore. The crew moved quietly and swiftly, their actions skillful, their eyes alight with the flames of vengeance. Squard stood beside Luo Chen, feeling an unprecedented sense of cohesion among the crew. This was no longer a disorganized mass but a poised blade ready to strike. He gazed at the profile of the young man before him, an indescribable emotion swelling within. It was not fear but reverence. All 43 pirates aboard turned their gazes to the figure standing at the bow. They no longer believed in their experience, brute strength, or even luck. They only believed in this man. This man who had pulled them back from the gates of hell and was now prepared to lead them to create miracles. Luo Chen raised his hand, quietly watching the black silhouettes of ships gradually emerging on the distant horizon. He slowly clenched his fist. Prepare to feast. On the bridge of the flagship of the naval fleet, the Yongjin, the atmosphere was approaching a celebratory tone. Report. The Guanjuan has confirmed it has stopped moving. The smoke signal is weakening, indicating that the engine is completely destroyed and the hull is trapped by the reef. The lookout's shout was full of joy. Vice Admiral Gumeyer put down the telescope, in his hand a smug grin spreading across his face. Everything was going according to his script precisely. He turned around facing the communications officer. Connect me to headquarters, I want to report to the warlord in person. The communications officer's fingers flew over the dial of the telephone bug, and soon a telephone bug wearing a navy hat emitted a crisp connection sound. This is Marin Vondo. A steady voice came through. This is Gumeyer. He cleared his throat, standing straight. Report, Marshal. The great spiral spider Skuya has been surrounded by our fleet outside the demon tooth waters of the New World, and its flagship Guanjuan has been confirmed to have lost power, unable to fly away. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the telephone bug. Well done, Gumeyer. Capturing Skuya, a renowned captain under Whitebeard, will have significant implications for undermining Whitebeard's reputation. There was a hint of approval in the warlord's voice. This praise made Gumeyer feel a surge of satisfaction. Rest assured, Marshal. I will immediately launch a full-scale attack, ensuring that all 43 pirates are captured alive. Not a single one will escape. Be cautious, the pirates in the New World should not be underestimated. Yes. Gumeyer hung up the communication, unable to suppress the smile on his face. His adjutant immediately came over, full of admiration. Congratulations, Admiral. This operation is simply a textbook-level hunt. It will surely become your most glorious achievement in the New World. This is just the beginning. Gumeyer waved his hand, but the smugness in his words could not be hidden. Send my orders. All warships, tighten the encirclement and make the formation denser. I want them to see that they are surrounded by the barrels of the Navy, utterly crushing their will to resist. Yes. With the flagship's flag commanding, 8 Navy warships began to adjust their course like an iron hoop, slowly tightening, pressing towards the center of the reef area. To ensure a foolproof encirclement, the distance between the ships was compressed to the limit. In Gumeyer's eyes, this was the most perfect artillery formation, capable of covering every corner with firepower. He did not realize what this dense formation meant for the enemies hidden in the shadows. Apart from the roar of the warship engines and the crashing sound of breaking waves, there was a dead silence on the sea. In the distance, the disabled Guanjuan lay quietly among the rocks like a discarded rag, waiting for its final judgment. Gumeyer had even begun to conceive in his mind the battle report he would write to the world government. How could he word it to reflect both his bravery and decisiveness while also highlighting the Navy's justice and strength? Perhaps he could emphasize the foolishness and recklessness of the pirates. Indeed, it must be so. These scum lurking in the New World had brute strength but no brains. The intelligence department previously claimed that the Whitebeard Pirates had recently changed their operational patterns and become more organized. Nonsense. In his view, pirates were just pirates and would never amount to anything. Admiral, all ships have entered optimal firing range. The voice of the artillery commander pulled Gumeyer back from his thoughts. Target Guanjuan, prepare the main cannons. Gumeyer raised his hand and ordered loudly. Main cannons ready. All cannon ports disengage, safety. Listen to my command, prepare for a barrage. The atmosphere on the bridge was tense to the extreme. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the roar that would bring victory. Vice Admiral Gumeyer stood by the window, gazing at the enemy ship that was about to be turned into fragments. He seemed to have already seen Skuya's desperate face, seen the envious and jealous expressions of his colleagues in the Navy after this glorious victory. He slowly inhaled, preparing to give the final command. To the entire fleet. Just then he seemed to catch a glimpse of some unusual movement from the corner of his eye. It was not in the direction of the Guanjuan, but on the sides of their fleet. However, in an instant he overlooked it. The threat was nearly non-existent. On the deck of the spiral ship, the silence was so profound that one could hear the dull thud of their heartbeats in their chests. Every crew member of the great spiral spider pirate crew looked up at the iron forest formed by 12 naval warships. A vast shadow loomed overhead, siphoning away sunlight, hope, and even air. Despair is a contagious plague. It's over. A young pirate's legs went weak, leaning against the railing to avoid collapsing. There's no way to escape. How can we fight this? These whispers fluttered through the crowd like mosquitoes, burrowing into everyone's ears, gnawing at their already dwindling courage. They believed in their captain Skuyard, but they did not trust the unexpectedly young new captain who had suddenly appeared. Who can't talk big on paper. But now the enemy's cannons were pointed right at their foreheads. Skuyard's first mate, a burly man with a scar across his face, hurried to Luo Chen's side, lowering his voice, his tone filled with an urgency that was almost palpable. Mr. Luo Chen. The Navy is already within range. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. Luo Chen did not turn around, his gaze remained fixed on the flagship of the distant naval fleet. He calmly adjusted a specially made telescope, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Don't rush, let's wait a bit longer. Wait. The first mate's voice involuntarily rose, then abruptly lowered. Their gunners are already on standby. The moment that Rear Admiral gives the order, we will be turned into Swiss cheese. Luo Chen still ignored him, focusing intently on observing. He was calculating. Calculating the wind speed, the ocean currents, the sailing speed of each warship, and the distances between them. Rear Admiral Gumier was indeed an experienced veteran. The fan-shaped encirclement he arranged was textbook level with almost no blind spots. Almost. In pursuit of such perfection, the distances between the 12 warships were compressed to the limit as they closed the encirclement. Like a string stretched too tightly. A tiny, nearly imperceptible gap in the formation appeared between the flagship and its flanking escort ship. This guy is indeed an academic type. A smile curved at the corners of Luo Chen's mouth. The crew's agitation grew. He's still smiling. He has no idea what we are facing. How could Captain Schoolyard trust such a person? We've been deceived. He just wants to drag us down with him. Listening to the crew's discussions, Schoolyard tightly gripped the hilt of his knife. Boom. A loud bang. The Navy opened fire. A cannonball landed on the sea surface less than 10 meters to the left of the spiral ship, erupting into a towering column of water. Cold seawater mixed with the scent of gunpowder poured down onto the deck, causing the ship's body to shake violently. Ah! Screams erupted one after another. This was merely a warning shot, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the crew's psychological defenses completely. Schoolyard's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He had staked all his remaining hope on Luo Chen, but that trust was being mercilessly shaken by reality. Could it really be wrong? Was the so-called strategy just this young man's arrogant delusion? At that moment, the voice of Rear Admiral Gumier resonated from the Navy flagship, clearly transmitted through the loudspeaker insect, echoing across the sea. Attention, pirate ship ahead. I am Rear Admiral Gumier of the Navy headquarters. You have been completely surrounded. Immediately lay down your weapons, cease all resistance, and surrender on the spot. Repeating, surrender immediately. Otherwise we will show no mercy. The words show no mercy weighed like 4 mountains on everyone's hearts. The crew's faces turned ashen. A pirate's long knife clattered to the deck and he seemed to deflate entirely. There's no hope left. Surrender, Captain. We can't fight back. Schoolyard's body trembled. He looked at his brothers who had followed him for many years, and for the first time pain and confusion appeared on his face. This battle really couldn't be fought. He slowly turned his head to look at the figure who had remained exceptionally calm throughout, preparing to utter the words he was most reluctant to say. However, he saw Luo Chen put down the telescope. The moment has come. Luo Chen's voice was not loud, but it struck like a thunderclap on the despairing deck. He turned around to face all the crew members, wearing a relaxed and unconcerned smile. Everyone was stunned. The despairing crew members and the pain squad looked at Luo Chen with expressions of disbelief. A crew member trembled as he asked, "What did you say?" Timing. Squard's throat croaked out the dry words and he could hardly believe his ears. With explosions ringing close by and the proclamation of death echoing in his ears, what kind of timing was this? Luo Chen did not answer. He provided the answer through his actions. He took 2 steps forward, standing at the very bow of the ship, facing the 12 naval warships that surrounded them like iron beasts. Helmsman. His voice was not loud, yet it drowned out the sound of the waves and wind. Full left rudder. Full power. Target directly ahead, the flagship of the Navy. The entire deck fell silent for a moment. Then there was a more intense explosion. He's gone mad. He's completely lost it. Charging the flagship. Isn't that suicide? Captain. We can't listen to him. Squard's mind went blank. Charging the flagship. To ram their command center with this ship under the concentrated fire of 12 warships. This was the act of a gambler who had lost everything, flipping the table. No, even gamblers would not dare to do this. Yet Luo Chen's back stood firm like a nail, unwavering. That calmness suggested that he was not facing the encirclement of the Navy but rather a well-scripted play. Squard's blood suddenly ran hot. It was either death or life, one had to be chosen. Rather than kneeling to surrender, it was better to charge forward. Everyone shut up. Squard roared, silencing all the restless crew. He pushed aside those beside him, rushing to the helm, personally gripping the cold wooden wheel. Follow his orders. Everyone get into position. Set sail. Full speed ahead. The crew was inspired by their captain's resolve, and fear was replaced by a desperate madness. They pulled the ropes, releasing the backup sails hidden beneath the main sail. With a loud bang, the seemingly damaged ship suddenly burst forth with astonishing speed, its hull piercing through the waves like a drawn sword, heading straight for the Navy flagship. This scene caused Admiral Gumi to narrow his pupils in shock from a distance. What's going on? How could their speed suddenly? He could not comprehend. The pirate ship was like a venomous snake awakened from slumber, suddenly revealing its most lethal fangs. Its course was directly aimed at him. Admiral! They've gone mad. They intend to ram us. The aide shouted in panic. For the first time confusion appeared on Gumi's face. A suicidal attack. No, that's not it. The pirate ship was moving too quickly and it's maneuvering. Under Luo Chen's command, the Whirlpool did not choose the broadest frontal assault but rather took a sharp angle, cutting through the narrow gap between the flagship and the adjacent escort ship. The theoretical strongest point that Gumi had created in pursuit of a perfect formation had now become the most fatal weak point. Fire! Sink it! Gumi roared. However, it was already too late. The distance between the warships was too close and adjusting the cannons required time. As they fumbled to adjust their firing angles, the Whirlpool had already slipped into the heart of their formation like a slippery eel. Boom! Boom! The two escort ships hastily opened fire, but due to angle issues their cannons nearly hit each other. The entire Navy fleet was thrown into chaos by the intrusion of this small ship. Portside cannon crew. Target the escort ship at 3 o'clock waterline. Luo Chen's voice was chillingly calm. Starboard cannon crew. Fire at will. Disrupt their gunners. Captain Squard, get your knives ready. The crew had completely succumbed to the scene before them. They really had charged in. Under the encirclement of 12 warships, not only had they not been shattered, but they had instead pierced like a sharp blade into the heart of the enemy. Fear disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented fervor. Oh. Take them down. The pirates roared in excitement, madly unleashing firepower towards the warships on both sides according to Luo Chen's commands. In Squard's eyes, the flames of battle also ignited. He looked at Luo Chen's back. This young man with an unfathomable strategy had pulled them back from the brink of hell. What do you need me to do? Squard shouted. Luo Chen turned back, still wearing a relaxed smile. He pointed to the rear of the Navy flagship. Do you see that propeller? We don't want their lives, I want to leave them here. Squard instantly understood. Sinking the flagship would only provoke the Navy to fight to the death. But if they just disabled its propulsion, that command ship would become a floating target, a burden dragging down the entire fleet. Ha. Interesting. So very interesting. Squard laughed maniacally, his legs suddenly exerting force as he leaped like a cannonball across dozens of meters of sea, diving towards the rear of the Navy flagship. Slash! The long knife in his hand with unmatched momentum struck fiercely at the massive propeller submerged in the water. Clang! With a piercing clang of metal, sparks flew. A deep crack visible to the bone was cleaved into the hard alloy propeller. The Navy flagship shook violently, its speed suddenly dropping. The Navy soldiers on board were thrown into chaos. Report. Damage to the power compartment. The rudder is responding sluggishly. Admiral Gumi gripped the railing tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. His prideful perfect encirclement had been torn open from the inside. And that damned pirate ship, after heavily damaging the flagship, did not flee but instead used the flagship as cover to attack the other side's warships. It was swimming and fighting. It was using the cage it had forged with its own hands to strangle its own fleet. At this moment on the deck of the Whirlpool, Luo Chen stood against the wind, his voice echoing across the entire ship. Who told you we were trying to break out? Listen up. We are not running away. He extended his hand, pointing to the chaotic sea, to the flagship billowing black smoke. We are counter-surrounding. Let Admiral Gumi taste the iron wall he has set up himself. The flagship of Admiral Gumier suddenly came to a halt as if an invisible hand had grasped its throat. Report. The propeller is destroyed. Power output has decreased by 70%. The helm is malfunctioning. We can't steer. The panicked reports echoed one after another as Gumier gripped the railing of the bridge tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. That bastard. He isn't trying to escape. He intends to pin his flagship right here on this battlefield. All ships. Fire at will. Blast it to pieces. Gumier's roar echoed across the flagship's deck. However, his orders became a death knell at this moment. The fleet lost the unified coordination and precise speed guidance of the flagship, and the once seamless encirclement instantly fell into deadly chaos. Boom! A frigate in its attempt to attack the Whirlpool nearly fired a shell that grazed another friendly vessel. Idiot! Where are you aiming? They blocked my line of fire. The Navy's proud cooperative combat ability collapsed entirely at this moment. On the Whirlpool, Luo Chen's voice rang out like a stabilizing anchor, clearly reaching the ears of every pirate. Hard to starboard. Increase engine power to maximum. We need to sail close to the flagship's side. What? The helmsman was taken aback. Follow orders. The helmsman trembled all over and suddenly turned the wheel. The Whirlpool wriggled like a slippery loach, closely adhering to the massive hull of the Navy flagship, using this immobile giant as its most solid shield. From the perspective of other warships, that pirate ship vanished. They only saw their own admiral's flagship slowly turning in the water. Where's the target? Where did that damned pirate ship go? It's on the other side of the flagship. We can't hit it. Gumier watched helplessly as the whirlpool used its own vessel as cover, poking out its cannons from the other side. Left gun crew. Target straight ahead, Seagull no. 9 fire in 3 rounds. Luo Chen's command was crisp and decisive. Fire. Boom. 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 3 shells struck precisely at the Navy frigate that had just turned its cannon and hadn't yet aimed. The hull erupted with 3 massive holes, thick smoke billowing as it lost all combat capability. After firing 1 round before the Navy could react, Luo Chen's next command was already given. Hard to port. Full speed ahead. Cut between Seagull no. 5 and Seagull no. 6. The pirates let out a bloodthirsty roar. This was no longer a battle but a massacre orchestrated by Luo Chen himself. They were no longer prey but hunters deep within the heart of a wolf pack. Squardo stood at the bow, his long knife still humming. He gazed at Luo Chen's back, a chill creeping up his spine. This young man not only calculated every move of the Navy but even accounted for their chaos and mistakes. He wasn't leveraging the Navy's strength but rather exploiting the fragility that arose when their powerful formation was shattered. Damn it! What a monster! Squardo muttered. Admiral Gumier's lungs were nearly about to burst from anger. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He roared at the messenger. Tell them. Even if we hit the flagship, we won't hesitate. Sink that ship. But Admiral. Follow orders. The chaotic commands led to even more chaotic outcomes. Several warships fired with gritted teeth, but their shells went wide, exploding in the center of the fleet and creating towering columns of water, further obstructing the vision of other vessels. The whirlpool skillfully navigated through the gaps in the cannon fire and water curtain. Luo Chen, wearing his overbearing visualization glasses, could clearly see the predicted trajectories of the falling shells in his vision. Veer left. There are 3 shells covering ahead. Slow down. Wait for the ship on the right to finish firing before advancing. Each of his commands danced on the edge of a blade, yet always managed to evade the deadliest attacks with precision. The crew had transitioned from initial fervor to a near-blind worship. They no longer thought, merely executing Luo Chen's every word mechanically and efficiently. When Luo Chen said to turn left, they would never turn right. When Luo Chen said to fire, they pressed the launch button within 1/100th of a second. Squardo watched all of this, finally understanding the true meaning of command. It wasn't about standing high and issuing orders. It was about twisting the strength of dozens or even hundreds of people into a single rope, extending it as an arm to precisely strike at the enemy's vital points. His pride, the Whirlpool Spider pirate crew under this young man's control, had unleashed 200% of its combat power. On the lookout tower of the flagship, a naval scout reported tremulously. They're still inside. Like a scalpel. No. Like a meat grinder. Our ships are being sliced and smashed one by one. The Seagull no. 3 has lost power. The deck of Seagull no. 11 is on fire. Gumier listened to the continuous bad news in his ears, his body swaying. He finally understood. His proud iron wall encirclement was never an encirclement at all. It was a gladiatorial arena meticulously prepared for Luo Chen. The walls of this arena were built with 12 warships by his own hands. The rules of the arena were set by him as well. Everyone had to encircle the central target. And Luo Chen merely changed the target from himself to any ship of Gumier's fleet. He turned it around using this iron barrel formation to trap Gumier's own fleet inside. The ships outside couldn't come in and the ships inside couldn't go out, forced to stay on fixed tracks while being targeted by that ghostly pirate ship. How ironic. He was actually strangled by his own proud tactics. A cold sense of powerlessness seized Admiral Gumier's heart. He had lost. In the mere 10 minutes since the battle began, he had already suffered a complete defeat. Do we still fight? A subordinate cautiously asked. Gumier did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the whirlpool, which once again burst forth from the smoke. At this moment, Luo Chen's voice rang out again, this time tinged with mockery. Gunners, are you having fun? Oh, so much fun. Commander. Then let's have even more fun. Luo Chen pointed at the towering main mast of the Navy flagship. Above it, the Navy's flag of justice still fluttered. Captain Squardo. Luo Chen turned back, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Cut down their flag and you'll cut their spirit as well. Squardo burst into loud laughter, his voice filled with exhilaration. Just what I wanted. Luo Chen turned to all the crew members, giving the final command for this reverse teaching. All hands heed my command. Target the main mast of the flagship. I want the Navy's flag to fall before the eyes of their admiral. Open fire. And Luo Chen's voice was calm, utterly devoid of tremor. And boom. And dozens of cannons roared in unison, spitting solid shot that shrieked through the air, a lethal curtain of death. Their target was not the flagship's hull but its mainmast, the towering symbol of naval pride and Admiral Gummel's personal glory. Before the horrified eyes of countless sailors, the colossal mast snapped cleanly in two, groaning with a grating, bone-chilling screech. Splinters exploded, outward rigging snapped like brittle twigs. The massive seagull banner plummeted from the heavens like a bird with broken wings, its mournful descent ending in a lifeless slap against churning waves swallowed instantly by froth and foam. In that instant the battlefield fell into absolute silence. And Admiral Gummel staggered violently, as if the blow had struck not timber but his own spine. The encirclement had shattered beyond repair, his fleet lay scattered like chess pieces swept from the board. "And Admiral, we..." His aide's voice trembled uncontrollably. "Retreat," and Gummel forced the word through clenched teeth, humiliation burning his face crimson. "Full fleet, retreat," and he bellowed with every shred of strength left in him, voice raw, ragged and hollow with despair. And then that roar erupted into a frenzied echoing demand that shook the entire bridge. "Find him, now, and that man on the enemy's bow. That strategist. Who is he? And I will uncover his identity." The flagship wheeled away first, clumsy, panicked, while the rest of the fleet scrambled in disarray to flee this nautical hell. A brief hush descended upon the vortex, then erupted into volcanic jubilation. "And ahoo! And we've won! We drove off an admiral!" And crewmen flailed their arms wildly, hurling caps skyward in ecstatic abandon. Their gaze fixed upon the figure standing motionless at the prow, back straight as a drawn blade. Admiration could not contain what they felt. It was fervor bordering on devotion. Squad gasped for breath watching his crew's delirious joy, and then the distant fleeing naval squadron, and felt reality itself slip from his grasp like a dream too vivid to be true. Silence, and Luo-chan raised a single hand, no shout, no gesture beyond that. And the deafening cheers died mid-roar. Every soul held their breath awaiting the next command. That absolute authority tightened Squad's chest anew. "And they wish to flee, but our game has only just begun," and Luo-chan extended his arm, pointing calmly toward the flank of the retreating fleet. "Order the helmsman hard to port. Prepare broadside batteries. Do not sink, shatter their rudders." Knee's tone remained level, detached, as though stating immutable law. "Let them understand even the right to retreat lies beyond their control, and pursue for 10 nautical miles, then disengage." The vortex surged forward like a predator awakened, cutting with surgical precision into the enemy's vulnerable rear quarter, unleashing fresh salvos that churned water and tore screams from throats. It was slaughter, a one-sided, humiliating chase. And Squad approached Luo-chan step by step, staring at that young back, his throat parched and tight. This man had waged a flawless naval battle, not with legend but with a single ship and its crew, a feat Squad hadn't dared dream possible. And he said nothing. Before the eyes of every crewman, Squad, the famously proud captain of the Vortex Spider Pirates, bowed deeply, a full 90-degree obeisance to Luo-chan. That bow signified utter submission and profound unfeigned reverence. And Luo-chan turned slightly, offering no hand to raise him. "And Captain Squad, rise. Victory belongs to every member of the Vortex Spider Pirates." And Squad straightened slowly, and his address had already changed. "And no, it belongs to you, Lord Luo-chan. We are but the blade in your hand, and then today this blade proved keen enough," Luo-chan replied, accepting the title with serene composure. He gazed toward the horizon where the naval fleet's silhouette had dwindled to near nothingness. "And the battle is over, but our work has only just begun." And compile a complete, meticulous after-action report of this engagement. Detail how we deployed smoke, executed rapid shock assaults, and inverted their encirclement against them, and especially Admiral Gummel's iron wall encirclement tactic. Enumerate its vulnerabilities and precise countermeasures point by point. Send it to the Moby Dick. Luo-chan cut off Squad's stunned pause. "And let the old man see it, and let the commanders see it too. Whitebeard's battles must embody more than brute force." And Squad recoiled inwardly. And so this entire engagement had been a lesson, a demonstration staged expressly for the old man and his commanders. His first mate and senior officers gathered close, having overheard the exchange, their expressions now layered with awe and a deep instinctive wariness. This man had outmaneuvered the Navy, and had also orchestrated the very perception of his own allies, even the legendary old man, within his grand design. And he was no mere strategist. And he was a monster. Meanwhile, in the G2 naval base of the New World, the communications room hung thick with dread. A naval major stood before a den, mushy sweat beading across his brow as he reported to headquarters. "And yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Gummel's fleet suffered catastrophic defeat." A beat of silence echoed from the other end, then a grave, commanding voice. "And catastrophic. Who was the foe? Kaido's forces, or Big Mom's?" "Neither." The major's voice dropped lower. "And it was the Vortex Spider Pirates under Whitebeard's banner. And they fielded only one vessel." The den mushy mimicked Sengoku's stunned expression, eyebrows knotted in disbelief. "And one ship. It routed Gummel's 12 warships. Has Squad acquired such tactical genius?" And, respectfully, Fleet Admiral, the battle was not commanded by Squad. It was directed by an unidentified youth who stood motionless at the bow issuing only verbal orders and dismantled Admiral Gummel's strategy, entirely turning his own encirclement into a death trap for his fleet. Gummel himself dubbed him the scalpel-sharp tactical devil, and he suspects Whitebeard's crew has birthed something unprecedented, a singular all-encompassing mind, a supreme strategic intellect. The transmission ended. On the deck of the vortex, sea wind rippled Luo Chen's black coat. And he watched the last trace of the enemy vanish beyond the horizon and felt a weight lift from his heart. This letter of allegiance delivered to Whitebeard carried sufficient weight and breathtaking audacity. And now it would be the world's strongest man who sought him out. Squad's first mate approached with quiet reverence. "And my lord, we truly did it," and Luo Chen turned and offered a faint knowing smile. This was merely the appetizer. The sun in the New World is always exceptionally scorching, and the deck of the Moby Dick feels slightly warm underfoot. Captain Marco of the 1st Division stifled a yawn and tossed a supply list he had just finished processing into the document bin. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he prepared to head to the kitchen in search of some pineapple juice. Captain Marco. A crew member dashed over holding a buzzing telephone bug, an urgent battle report from Admiral Squard. Squard. Marco paused for a moment, casually taking the few pages of paper. That guy must have gotten himself into trouble again. He lazily flipped open the first page, too lethargic to fully raise his eyelids. It was probably just another encounter with the Navy, either a minor victory or a plea for support after sustaining some losses. Such reports were something he had to read several of each day. Casualty ratio 1:1:2. We sustained 3 minor injuries, no serious injuries, no losses. On the enemy side, it was the Navy's Vice Admiral Gummer's fleet consisting of 12 warships, 8 sunk, 4 heavily damaged and incapacitated. Marco's fingers, which had been flipping through the pages, froze. He read the data on the first page again. Squard's Vortex Spider pirate crew had only 1 flagship. What a joke. He muttered to himself, finally sitting up straight and laying the report flat on the table. Initially he thought Squard was just boasting. But as his gaze swept over the detailed tactical map and descriptions recorded in the battle report, the lazy expression on his face completely vanished. The paper displayed a hasty yet clear schematic. A net composed of 12 circles surrounded a small arrow at the center, which pierced precisely through the core of the entire formation at an unfathomable angle. Using smoke bombs and ocean currents for camouflage. Guiding the enemy fleet to contract, forming an iron wall encirclement. Marco's eyebrows knitted together. At the moment the encirclement is complete, actively abandon the flanks, concentrate all firepower at one point, tearing open a gap from the front and then reverse into the enemy's center. This is simply insane. In naval warfare, the most taboo thing is to rush inward after being surrounded. It is tantamount to suicide. Yet the subsequent descriptions in the battle report sent a chill down his spine. After breaching, the target is not the enemy flagship but the weak links in their command chain, 3 supply ships and a medical ship. Within 3 minutes sink them, causing a break in the enemy's logistics chain and throwing their morale into chaos. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, using the vortex as the pivot, conduct small-scale interspersed strikes, dividing the intact fleet into several small groups that cannot support each other. Finally concentrate superior forces, name them one by one and complete the purge. Each directive was concise and ruthless, like a surgeon's knife precisely cutting into the artery. Incredible. What do you mean incredible? A heavy voice interrupted, and the massive figure of Diamond Jozu cast a shadow as he curiously leaned closer. Can that guy Squard really take down a vice admiral's fleet? You see for yourself. Marco pushed the battle report toward him. Jozu picked up the report, his reading method contrasting with Marco's. He immediately focused on the results and the most critical attack descriptions. A round of simultaneous fire accurately hitting the helm of the Navy's flagship. At that distance and under those sea conditions. Jozu questioned, when did Squard's gunners reach such a level? And here Jozu pointed to a section. He predicted Gummer's retreat route and set up a makeshift minefield with the debris of sunken ships in advance. This guy. Squard could think of something like this. He exchanged glances with Marco, both seeing the same incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. This was not something Squard could accomplish. That vortex spider who fought solely with raw guts and intuition definitely did not possess such a terrifyingly meticulous mind. The report mentions a name. Marco flipped to the last page, pointing to the annotation just before Squard's signature. This battle was commanded entirely by Mr. Luo Chen. I, along with all members of the Vortex Spider pirate crew, are merely the most loyal blade in his hands. Luo Chen. A completely unfamiliar name. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Joseph's expression grew serious. I don't know. Marco shook his head, looking at that battle report again. This time he saw something deeper within the text. This report is not just a report. Look at its format. Every tactical application is accompanied by detailed principle analyses and replicable key points. 3 fatal weaknesses of the iron wall encirclement tactic. 5 fundamental models for the application of smoke bombs in naval warfare. Information asymmetry. How to predict the commander's next intention by observing minor shifts in enemy artillery fire. Jozu leaned in closer, increasingly alarmed as he read. What is this? This is clearly a textbook. A bloody textbook on how to dismember a standard Navy fleet. He treated Vice Admiral Gummer's fleet as a teaching case. Joseph's voice changed. Exactly. Marco's expression turned gravely serious, and it's a teaching case meant for us for the entire Whitebeard pirate crew. This man named Luo Chen not only won a battle that was deemed unwinnable, but he also packaged the entire process of the war into a course and delivered it to the Moby Dick. This was no longer within the realm of tactics. This was a declaration. A silent challenge to the inherent fighting style of the Whitebeard pirate crew. Their conversation had not been deliberately hushed, and the surrounding captains and crew gradually gathered around. Flower Sword Vista and King of the Kitchen Sachi had all seen the content of that report. A chorus of gasps emerged from the crowd. When did Squard's ship acquire such a monster? Can a brain like that even be human? I feel like the warlord of the sea would be so furious upon seeing this report that he would eat the table. The discussions grew louder, and the name Luo Chen created ripples on the seemingly calm sea of the Moby Dick like a stone thrown into a lake. Marco paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. He remained silent for a long time, then carefully folded the few pages of paper back together. It was thin but held a remarkable weight in his hands. The wisdom contained in this report was worth even more than a powerful devil fruit. The Whitebeard pirate crew possessed the world's strongest man and unmatched power. Yet everyone knew they were not good at schemes and lacked finesse in calculations. They relied on the bonds of family and overwhelming strength. But now someone had brought them something they were most lacking. A brain. A brain that could unleash 200, even 300% of their potential. I need to see Dad. Marco stood up holding that thin yet heavy-ass mountain battle report and walked towards the man sitting in a massive chair gazing out at the distant horizon while drinking. Marco walked steadily on the broad deck of the Moby Dick, each step firm, yet a turbulent storm brewed within his heart. The few pages of paper in his hand held more weight than any royal bounty notice. Whitebeard sat in his massive exclusive chair, his back turned to everyone, with his enormous Naginata Tsong Yunxia resting quietly beside him. He did not drink, merely gazing at the distant horizon where the sky met the sea like a silent mountain. The female nurses of the medical team stood ready not far away. The atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Everyone understood that Dad's physical condition no longer permitted him to have any significant emotional fluctuations. Dad. Marco stopped behind Whitebeard, extending the report with both hands. Whitebeard did not turn around, merely extending his broad hand as thick as a ship's plank to take the few pages of paper. He casually flipped through them. At first his expression showed no change, as if he were reading a common nautical log. Marco and the others who followed him, Josu and Vista, even held their breath. Josu inquired with his eyes, the meaning clear, how would Dad react? Marco slightly shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. The wisdom contained in this report was a power entirely different. It was calm, precise, even carrying a coldness akin to a surgical operation. This seemed to clash with the boldness and bonds esteemed by the Whitebeard pirates. Would Dad accept such an alien? Time passed second by second. The eerie silence on the deck made the sound of the waves crashing against the ship exceptionally clear. Suddenly a deep low sound resonated from Whitebeard's chest. Ha! Immediately a second sound followed. He. The sound grew louder, transforming from the resonance of his chest into the rolling of his throat. Whitebeard's shoulders began to slightly shake. The silent mountain seemed to come alive. Goo. Gula. Gula la 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 la. The thunderous laughter erupted without warning, like a clap of thunder on a clear day, instantly sweeping across the entire Moby Dick. The deck buzzed with laughter, and the distant sea was pressed into ripples by an invisible might. Several young crew members were startled by the sudden uproar, sitting down on the ground in shock. Dad! What happened? Dad laughed. The female nurses were first taken aback, then exchanged nervous glances, almost rushing to check on Whitebeard's condition. Marco and Josu, however, stood frozen in place. It had been a long time since they had heard such unrestrained laughter from Dad. This was not laughter for show, but laughter from the heart, having found something extraordinarily amusing. Whitebeard slowly turned around. His weathered face was filled with uncontrollable mirth. He held the report before him, his massive fingers nearly crushing the paper. Interesting. Truly fascinating. He looked at Marco and Josu, who still bore shocked expressions. Look at what this little brat is doing. Whitebeard handed the report back to them. He's neither fighting nor writing a report. He's dissecting. Whitebeard's voice boomed with laughter. He took the proud tactics of the Navy and that Commodore named Gumi and cleanly dissected him inside out like a fish. He regarded the command system of this fleet as the brain, the artillery deployment as the skeleton, the soldiers' morale as flesh and blood, and then with the smallest scalpel cut all the nerves and blood vessels one by one. Finally he wrote the entire dissection process into a detailed manual and presented it before me. Whitebeard laughed again. Gula la la la. This guy is showing off to me. Showing off. Josu and Vista exchanged glances. Only Marco understood Whitebeard's meaning. Luo Chan's actions indeed constituted a form of demonstration. He was not flaunting brute force but showcasing a resource that was the rarest among the Whitebeard Pirates, top-tier wisdom and strategy. With a flawless victory he silently declared, the power you possess I can enhance. The plots you cannot handle I can manipulate effortlessly. Marco. Whitebeard's laughter softened somewhat, yet his appreciation deepened. We have many powerful sons, but we indeed lack a teacher who can make these sons smarter. This evaluation sent a shock through all the captains. Dad actually placed the newcomer he had never met in the position of teacher. Goolalala, that guy Schoolyard has struck gold this time. Whitebeard leaned back against the chair, lifting the massive wine bowl beside him and downing it in one go. Thud. The wine bowl landed heavily on the deck. Go. Whitebeard issued a command, simple yet carrying an undeniable authority. Bring that man named Luo Chen back to me. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of person he is with such a head. Marco's heart skipped a beat. He immediately bowed and accepted the order. Yes, Dad. He knew what this command signified. From this day forth the future of the Whitebeard Pirates might sail toward an uncharted course. As Marco turned to leave, preparing to personally welcome the newcomer, the entire deck erupted in excitement. Hey, did you hear? Dad personally ordered to meet that Luo Chen. Not just meet. Didn't you hear Dad say? Teacher. Dad referred to him as teacher. Oh my, what kind of luck did that guy Schoolyard stumble upon? Sachi squeezed beside Jozu, his face filled with curiosity. Jozu, what exactly is written in that report? Show me. Jozu guarded the report closely, his expression serious. This is now the highest secret. Meanwhile, far in another sea region. BRRR. Click. The transponder snail on Schoolyard's ship rang. He nervously picked up the receiver, and when he saw the lazy pineapple-headed appearance mimicked by the transponder snail, he nearly dropped the receiver. Captain. Captain Marco. The steady voice of Marco came through the receiver. Schoolyard, Dad has issued an order. Yes. Schoolyard stood upright. Bring your ship over to rendezvous with the main ship. Also bring that newcomer named Luo Chen. Dad wants to see him. Schoolyard's brain buzzed. Overwhelming joy instantly engulfed him. It worked. Luo Chen's astonishing letter of challenge had been acknowledged by Dad. Hanging up the phone, Schoolyard's face flushed with excitement as he burst out of the captain's room, shouting on deck, everyone. Change course. Full speed ahead. We're going home. The crew cheered in unison. Meanwhile, at the bow of the ship, the man who had remained calm all along was leisurely wiping his specially made tactical glasses with a soft cloth. He heard the cheers behind him and felt the immense will that seemed to have locked onto him. Luo Chen put his glasses back on, the lenses reflecting the dazzling sunlight. He raised his head, gazing toward the direction of the Moby Dick, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. The first act has finally begun. The ship of Squard sailed with unprecedented smoothness. He personally steered the vessel, arranging for Luo Chen to stay in the most comfortable captain's quarters, serving tea and water with such attentiveness that his crew felt they were on a false ship. Luo Chen did not remain in the cabin. Instead, he sat on a wooden crate at the bow of the ship, letting the sea breeze caress him. Squard attempted several times to strike up a conversation, but seeing the man's calm profile, he swallowed his words. The man exuded no overt dominance, yet there was an intangible pressure about him, as if any rash interruption would be a foolish act. Luo Chen's fingertips lightly tapped his knee, rhythmic and steady. He was waiting. Ding. A crisp notification sound echoed only in his mind. Detecting host approaching the ship of the 4th Emperor Edward Newgate aboard the Moby Dick. Main task: board the 4th Emperor's ship, completion 50. It's here. Task progress reward being distributed. Congratulations, host has received teaching points 5,000 points. Congratulations, host, the core system function teaching panel has been officially unlocked. A virtual light curtain visible only to him unfolded on his retina. The interface was several times more complex than the previously simple personal panel filled with various data streams and options. Luo Chen's breathing remained unchanged, yet his heart beat more forcefully. This was the true confidence that allowed him to face the 4th Emperor. He did not rush to study every function of the panel. Instead, he focused on the most crucial option: data analysis. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Squard, who was fidgeting not far away. A thought flashed through his mind. Analysis target: giant whirlpool spider. Squard. Analyzing. Data on the light curtain refreshed rapidly, and moments later a clear character card appeared before him. Name: Squard. Identity: captain of the giant whirlpool spider pirate crew under Whitebeard Pirate crew. Overall strength rating C. Potential rating B. Abilityless swordsmanship proficient, a variant of standard Navy swordsmanship, broad and unchanging. Physical techniques: good solid fundamentals but lacks systematic training. Haki not taught, none. Core weakness: analysis 1. Tactical acumen low, highly reliant on combat instincts, lacking a broader perspective, easily led into traps. 2. Emotional vulnerability, fatal deep-seated extreme hatred towards Pirate King Roger. This emotion can be easily incited, overshadowing his judgment of family, which is his greatest character flaw and weakness. Luo Chen's pupil slightly contracted. As expected. This system did not grant him the power to destroy worlds out of thin air. But it could bestow upon him a capability more terrifying than power itself: insight. The ability to perceive each person's strengths, weaknesses, potential, and their most fatal flaws. Squard would easily be manipulated by Akainu in the future due to this fatal level emotional vulnerability. On the system panel, this line of red text stood out strikingly. A qualified teacher must not only teach students how to grow stronger but also correct the paths that lead to their destruction. Luo-chan closed the panel, his mind already teeming with countless plans. The Whitebeard pirate crew is powerful and united, yet it also harbors significant risks. Father's health, the captain's over-reliance on him, and certain buried obsessions within some individuals. And he would become the one to mend all of this. An audacious figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The man with freckles and flames engulfing him. Portgas D. Ace. What would his data reveal? The one who felt inferior due to his bloodline, reckless due to impulsiveness, ultimately leading to tragedy, the Fire Fist. How would the system mark his core weaknesses? Luo-chan was almost impatient. Luo-chan, sir. Squard finally couldn't hold back any longer, rubbing his hands as he approached with a flattering smile. The main ship is just ahead, Captain Marco, and the others should be waiting for us. Luo-chan snapped back to reality, raising his eyes to look at him. A simple sound, yet it inexplicably made Squard tense up. He organized his words, speaking in an almost pleading tone. Mr. Luo-chan, will the report you prepared? Will father really adopt it? Can we really change? The crew members, though busy in the distance, perked up their ears. This was a question everyone shared. They were accustomed to following Whitebeard's lead, accustomed to solving problems with fists and blades. The concepts of staff and teaching teams sounded like a fairy tale. Luo-chan stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. He did not directly answer Squard's question, but instead posed one of his own. Squard, do you hate Roger? Squard's body stiffened suddenly, his smile instantly vanishing, replaced by a repressed grimace. He destroyed everything I had. Very well. Luo-chan nodded, continuing towards the ship's railing. Hatred is also a form of power, but the premise is that you can control it rather than being consumed by it. He did not elaborate further. Squard stood frozen, repeatedly chewing over this statement, his expression shifting unpredictably. Mr. Luo-chan, what I can provide, Luo-chan's voice came from a head calm yet powerful, is to teach each of you how to control your own powers and emotions. As for whether father will adopt it, that is not a concern for you. In the distance, a massive outline akin to a whale broke through the sea mist, slowly revealing itself. The Moby Dick. That colossal ship bearing the majesty of a dominant era was enough to instill awe in anyone merely by appearing in their line of sight. Luo-chan's ship appeared small before it, like a mere leaf on the water. He could sense powerful auras projecting from the main ship, curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of subtle vigilance. The crew of Squard erupted in excited cheers. It's the Moby Dick. We're back. Luo-chan did not look back, he simply put on his specially made tactical goggles once more. The cold lenses clearly reflected the outline of that legendary ship. He knew that the moment he stepped onto that deck, the fate of the entire world would be completely disrupted because of his existence. The plank was set between the two ships, emitting a dull thud. Luo-chan was the first to step onto the deck of the Moby Dick. The thick and solid wooden boards felt as if he were walking on the back of a giant beast. A unique scent of sea breeze, strong liquor, and gunpowder filled the air. The deck was crowded with tall, robust men, each exuding a fierce aura. Their gazes converged on him, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and an unmistakable sense of oppression. A man with a pineapple hairstyle approached, hands in his pockets, eyes half open, appearing as if he had just woken up. I am Marco, the captain of the 1st Division. Follow me, old man is waiting for you. Luo-chan followed him through the crowd. The whispers around them never ceased. Is this the kid? Squard has been singing his praises. He looks like a scholar, weak and fragile. Is he the one who is going to teach us? These discussions did not shake him in the slightest. He had only one destination. The man on the throne. Edward Newgate. Whitebeard. He simply sat there quietly, his presence as imposing as a mountain. Despite the foredrip attached to him, the aura of sovereign power around him had not diminished in the slightest. Luo-chan halted his steps. Marco stepped aside. All eyes were focused on the two mismatched figures in the center. You are Luo-chan. Whitebeard's deep voice seemed to resonate from the depths of the ship, causing the deck to vibrate. Luo-chan adjusted the tactical glasses on his nose, the lenses reflecting a cold light. He did not bow or lower his head, but instead gazed directly into the eyes that overlooked the sea. That's me. Edward Newgate, I have come not to become your son. As his words fell, the air on the deck instantly froze. Impudent. You dare speak to old man like that? Several captains could no longer contain themselves, stepping forward with fury in their eyes. One particularly radiant and muscular man clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking loudly. Character Jozu. Identity Captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ability Diamond Fruit. Core shortcoming rigid tactical thinking overly reliant on the direct impact of his fruit ability. Luochen's gaze swept past Jozu data flashing briefly in his glasses. Whitebeard raised a hand halting his son's agitation. He looked on with keen interest at this black-haired youth, the man who had shown no signs of fear since boarding the ship. Goo la la la. An interesting kid. So why have you come aboard my ship? For a position, Luochen replied calmly. Chief of Staff of the Whitebeard Pirates. This unfamiliar term caused everyone to pause. Marco furrowed his brow. Chief of Staff. We don't need that kind of thing. No, you do need it. Luochen's tone was resolute. He surveyed the intimidating captains around him. You possess the power to destroy the world, yet you use the most primitive combat methods. This is the greatest waste of power. What do you mean? This time even Flower Sword Vista's face fell. Luochen ignored the angry glares and continued to face Whitebeard. I have reviewed nearly 100 of your battle records. Your victories rely 90% on your unparalleled reputation and overwhelming personal strength, and the remaining 10% on the captain's individual abilities. Yet there is no tactics involved. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Inefficient use of intelligence, low cooperation efficiency, lack of targeted strike plans, and no systematic analysis of the enemy's abilities. You are like a group of giants wielding the sharpest weapons yet only flailing about aimlessly. These words were akin to publicly stripping the world's strongest pirate crew of their dignity. The atmosphere on the deck had dropped to freezing point. Several hot-tempered crew members had already drawn their knives. I propose to establish a general staff. Luochen seemed oblivious to the murderous intent. Led by me, responsible for all pre-battle intelligence analysis, tactical formulation, post-battle review, and diplomatic strategy. Additionally, a training team should be established to systematically enhance all crew members' combat skills and hockey levels, addressing your greatest weakness. Are you implying that we're all weak? Marco's tone had also turned cold. No, Luochen shook his head. You are strong, but you could be strong enough to make the Marine headquarters tremble rather than merely maintaining a fragile balance. Your value is merely these empty talks. Whitebeard interjected, breaking the tense atmosphere. My value, Luochen met his gaze, lies in providing you with a strategic mind that transcends this era and a talent development system that can lead the Whitebeard Pirates to a qualitative change. I can enable each of your sons to unleash 120% of their potential. What a brazen declaration. A nameless kid dared to claim he would teach the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco was not just displeased, he felt this person was either a madman or had ulterior motives. Yet Whitebeard's face showed an even deeper interest. He had seen too many strong individuals and ambitious men, but it was the first time someone like Luochen attempted to negotiate with him using knowledge and systems. Goo la 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 la. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh, shaking the entire ship. Kid, you are quite to my taste. As his laughter subsided, his gaze turned sharp. However, in the world of pirates, it ultimately comes down to strength. How do you plan to prove your value to me and my sons? The test had finally arrived. Everyone was waiting to see how Luochen would respond. Would it be a challenge against a captain? Or would he showcase some remarkable power? Luochen smiled. I do not need to prove my strength. That is the behavior of a brute. I will show you my insight into power itself. He reached out and slowly put on a pair of uniquely designed frameless glasses that he took from the inner pocket of his trench coat. The lenses reflected no light under the sun, appearing as two pure patches of darkness. A faint sound audible only to Luochen resonated, and the world before him changed instantly. The crew members were enveloped in flames of various colors and intensities. Most of them were dark red, representing the Armament Haki, and light blue signifying the observation Haki, flowing and coiling like living entities both within and around each person. This is the effect of the Haki visualization glasses. Luochen's gaze swept across the deck, passing over faces filled with hostility and scrutiny, finally landing on a burly man who was pounding his fists against the ship's rail. You stop. The burly man was taken aback, turning around with a displeased expression. Luochen raised his hand, pointing at his fist. Your Armament Haki only covers 3 knuckles of your fist. At least 30% of your power dissipates at your wrist. Moreover, every time you exert force, there's a delay of 1/10 of a second in the transmission of Haki from your shoulder to your arm. You are wasting your stamina. The burly man's face turned bright red. What nonsense are you spouting? The surrounding crew members stirred restlessly, astonished that this guy dared to speak so boldly in front of everyone. Whether I am spouting nonsense or not, you know best yourself. Luochen's tone was calm. Your old injury on the right shoulder makes you subconsciously hesitant to push your Haki to the limit, doesn't it? The burly man's breath hitched. This was something only the ship's doctor and a few old mates knew. Don't believe me. Luochen adjusted his glasses. Now try to concentrate your awareness on the scar on your right shoulder. Imagine the Haki as a warm current flowing there first and then wrapping around your entire forearm all the way to your fingertips. Don't chase speed, feel its integrity. The burly man gritted his teeth, his face filled with resistance and doubt. But under the watchful eyes of Whitebeard and the captains, he unwittingly followed suit. He closed his eyes and slowly activated his haki as described by Luo Chen. An unprecedented sense of smoothness flowed from his shoulder. A haki that had always felt somewhat sluggish now flowed obediently. He suddenly opened his eyes and threw a punch at the railing. A loud bang erupted, much louder than before, as a deep imprint appeared on the sturdy wooden railing, noticeably deeper than his fist. The entire deck fell silent. The burly man stared blankly at his fist, then at the fist mark, finally looking at Luo Chen with an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? Luo Chen ignored his shock and turned his gaze to another crew member sitting cross-legged in the corner, seemingly practicing observation haki. Your range of observation haki expands in a fan shape with a radius of about 50 meters, quite impressive. The crew member revealed a hint of pride at the remark. But you have a fatal blind spot. Luo Chen's tone shifted. Above you in the range of 3 to 5 meters is your absolute dead zone. The crew member's smile froze on his face. Impossible. My observation haki is all-encompassing. Is it? Luo Chen smirked slightly and gestured to another crew member not far away. The person understood and picked up a small piece of wood, flicking it with his finger. The wood traced a high parabola and fell precisely above the head of the crew member practicing observation haki. With a soft thud, the wood gently landed on his head. He shuddered as if stung by a scorpion, leaping up in shock, touching his head with a face full of disbelief. The surrounding crew members fell completely silent. If the first incident was a coincidence, what about the second? Their expressions toward Luo Chen changed from initial anger and disdain to astonishment, confusion, and even a hint of fear. What kind of monster is this man? How can he perceive haki, such an elusive concept, with such clarity? Even Marco and Jozu could not remain calm. They exchanged glances, seeing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. This kind of insight had surpassed their comprehension. This is not something explained by battle experience, it feels more like a talent, a terrifying talent for parsing everything. This person is not mad. Every word he said was true. The Whitebeard Pirates' combat methods indeed had numerous flaws. Whitebeard leaned slightly forward, his massive hand that had been resting on his knee had unknowingly grasped his weapon, the supreme blade Song Yunxia. Kid, your eyes. They are called haki visualization glasses. Luo Chen replied calmly, lightly tapping the frame. A little gadget I made myself. They allow me to vaguely see the flow of haki. Combined with my analysis, I can identify the weaknesses that each of you is accustomed to yet truly exists. He did not mention the system, attributing everything to the glasses and his analytical abilities. This half-truth explanation was even more persuasive. The atmosphere on the deck grew subtle. Those crew members who were once full of murderous intent instinctively restrained their auras, fearing that their own weaknesses would be pointed out by this man in front of everyone. Golalala. Whitebeard's laughter rang out again, this time with less bravado and more profound meaning. He looked at Luo Chen as if examining an unprecedented treasure. Proving your theory on ordinary crew members is not enough. Whitebeard's voice grew solemn, carrying an undeniable authority. The air on the Moby Dick seemed to solidify. The real test is just beginning now. Luo Chen waited quietly. Whitebeard's finger slowly rose, not pointing at Marco or Jozu but toward the elegant man standing among the captains wielding twin swords. So, kid. Can you help the one who assists me to break through? Only then can you prove your worth. The silence on the deck was shattered by a light laugh from Luo Chen. He adjusted his dominance visualization glasses and calmly met the deep gaze of the Whitebeard man. I accept. 3 simple words devoid of any grandiose rhetoric, yet exuding a sense of inevitable confidence. This calm made the surrounding captains' hearts skip a beat. They had anticipated Luo Chen's ecstatic joy, anxiety, and even feigned composure, but never thought he would handle it with such indifference, as if managing an ordinary task. Go-la-la-la-la-la. The Whitebeard man laughed, retracting his finger that was pointing towards the sword-wielding Bista. Very well, you have courage. Then I shall arrange for you a student. His voice echoed on the deck, carrying an unassailable decision. Old man will personally oversee this and see how much weight this little brat who claims he can bring change truly carries. Having said that, he turned away his massive frame, causing the Moby Dick to shudder slightly with each step as he slowly walked back to the captain's quarters. The real test was postponed. However, the invisible pressure hung over everyone's hearts like dark clouds on the deck. The crew members whispered among themselves as they dispersed, their expressions towards Luo Chen exceedingly complex. There was curiosity, there was doubt, but no one dared to openly provoke him. Luo Chen stood in place until the people on the deck gradually thinned out. A figure silently appeared beside him, accompanied by a gentle blue flame. You've gone too far. Marco had his hands in his pockets, his expression lazily consistent, but his tone conveyed a sense of seriousness. The Whitebeard Pirates are never short of strong individuals. I know. Luo Chen turned his head, the lenses reflecting the afterglow of the setting sun. What you lack is a way to make the strong even stronger. Marco's eyelids twitched slightly. This man could always hit the nail on the head with just a few words. Old man acknowledges your courage, but that doesn't mean he will recognize your abilities. We are family, but even among family one must prove themselves worthy of trust through strength. Marco reminded him the student assigned to you by old man will certainly not be an easy one. The tougher the bone to chew, the greater the sense of achievement when it is finally broken down, isn't it? Luo Chen's response rendered Marco momentarily speechless. This guy's way of thinking was completely different from those pirates who relied on instinct and bravado to sail the seas. I need some information. Luo Chen abruptly changed the subject. What? Data on all islands recorded in the first half of the Grand Line that have special magnetic fields, climates, or ecosystems. The more detailed the better, especially in areas with chaotic magnetic fields where even permanent pointers might fail. Marco was taken aback. He could not connect this request with the task of teaching crew members. This seemed more like something a navigator or strategist would focus on. What do you need these for? Is it related to the upcoming training? No, it's related to a much longer-term future. Luo Chen did not elaborate further. You can think of it as me planning some backup bases and secret routes for the Whitebeard Pirates. For unforeseen circumstances. Marco fell silent. This reason sounded grand, even somewhat vague. Yet for some reason when it came from Luo Chen's mouth it carried a persuasive power that was hard to refute. He could see the flaws in the Haki, perhaps he could also see the strategic risks that others could not. I understand. I will have the intelligence team organize it. Marco eventually agreed, but you'd better focus on the immediate test first. If you fail at the first step, no matter how grand your plans are, they will be meaningless. Of course. Watching Marco leave, Luo Chen's relaxed demeanor gradually faded. His consciousness sank into his mind. The master system has been activated. Current identity junior mentor teaching panel opening. A virtual light screen that only he could see unfolded before him. He did not rush to check the dazzling array of skill books in the system store, but instead brought up a blank student template. Setting up teaching plans. Simulation subject 1, pure body technique brute. Characteristics: strong power, high recovery, but rough combat skills and low efficiency in Haki usage. Optimization plan: import muscle control and force technique introduction. Forcefully conduct Armament Haki precision coverage training. Simulation subject 2, fruit dependency type. Characteristics: over-reliance on fruit abilities, weak physical body, substandard Haki level. Optimization plan: suggest using sea stone handcuffs for ability deprivation, pressure training, prioritizing the improvement of 6 styles, iron block and basic armament Haki hardening. Simulation subject 3, exceptionally talented but rebellious. Characteristics: high potential, strong comprehension but severe individualism and unwillingness to be disciplined. Optimization plan: must adopt fact strike method, completely defeating them in their strongest area to reshape their combat perspective. Recommended courses: observation, Haki flaw analysis, combat rhythm control theory. Who will Whitebeard choose? An ordinary crew member. Impossible. That wouldn't command respect. It must be someone with a certain degree of strength and fame and a notable character flaw. This way, regardless of success or failure, the impact will be explosive. This is both a test and a stage for Whitebeard to give him a chance to ascend to greatness. Meanwhile, inside the captain's quarters of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard did not drink but sat quietly on his massive throne, a huge map of the new world spread out before him. His fingers slowly traced over the map, finally resting on the location of the Marine headquarters, Marineford. Golalalala. The strategic command. He murmured this new term. Shifting the victory or defeat of battles from relying on personal valor and spontaneous bursts to pre-battle planning and intelligence warfare. Using knowledge and tactics to arm my sons. The words Luo Chen spoke during the day still echoed in his ears. This suddenly appearing little brat was like a sharp knife cutting through the hidden worries beneath the glamorous facade of the Whitebeard Pirates. He had relied too much on his and his captain's personal strength. This reliance was a symbol of invincibility during smooth sailing, but once faced with a real equally matched and premeditated opponent, Whitebeard's gaze became unprecedentedly profound. Perhaps this era truly needs to change. And will that little brat wearing the strange glasses be the one to lead the Whitebeard Pirates into a new era? Night fell deeper. On the deck the sea breeze carried a salty scent. Luo Chen stood alone at the ship's railing, gazing at the moonlit sea, waiting for his first official student. He knew that person would appear soon. And that person would be the first cornerstone for him to pry open the entire Whitebeard Pirates, even the whole world. Footsteps approached from behind, heavy and powerful, carrying an undeniable sense of restlessness. In the distance a black dot on the horizon was rapidly enlarging. The crew on the lookout shouted at the top of their lungs, "Ship! It's a pirate ship! It bears the Spade Skull flag!" The previously lazy atmosphere on the deck was instantly disrupted as crew members who were cleaning their weapons and chatting stood up, gazing towards the uninvited guest. Spade Pirates. Never heard of them. They've got some guts, daring to head straight for Dad's ship. Another fool trying to make a name for himself by challenging Dad. Amidst the murmurs, that small pirate ship had already dashed to the side of the Moby Dick. A figure leaped high from the ship, crashing down onto the deck like a cannonball. Dust and wood chips scattered. The newcomer stood upright wearing an orange cowboy hat, his freckled face brimming with unrestrained arrogance and confidence. It was Portgas D. Ace. Where's Whitebeard? He bellowed, waves of intense heat swirling around him. Come out and take your head. The surrounding crew members were taken aback for a moment before erupting into boisterous laughter. Hey kid, quite the bravado. If you want to see Dad, you'll have to get past us first. Several captain-level officers watched him with great interest, as if appreciating an entertaining drama. Ace straightened his back, proud as a peacock, with flames rising around him, scorching the deck beneath his feet to a slight jar. He intended to defeat the strongest man in the world in the most magnificent and powerful manner, to prove his worth in existence. Luo Chen stood at the edge of the crowd, hands in the pockets of his trench coat. The specialized lenses of his tactical glasses were rapidly refreshing lines of data invisible to ordinary eyes. Beep. Detected high potential target generating data panel. Name Portgas D. Ace, identity captain of the Spade Pirates, user of the Flame Fruit, potential rating S, one of the protagonists of the era, current status extremely excited, extremely arrogant, extremely sensitive, combat analysis, fruit development level beginner, physical skills intermediate, hockey not yet started, subconscious awakening, combat style aggressive and flashy with numerous openings. Personality weakness, self-destructive tendencies, a contradiction of inferiority and arrogance stemming from his background, easily provoked by words, placing, proving himself above life. This was the test that Whitebeard had set for him. A hint of an inscrutable smile curled at the corner of Luo Chen's mouth. This was not a test, it was clearly a top-tier material delivered right to his door. A character with explosive talent, yet due to a misguided upbringing and a twisted mentality, all his ability points were misallocated, making him an SSR character. This kind of student is the most satisfying to train. He could clearly see the overwhelming power of flames within Ace, like a wild horse out of control, galloping freely yet utterly chaotic. It seemed fierce, yet in reality it was riddled with waste and flaws. This young man was eager to cover his deepest fears with the most dazzling display, the fear of the shadow known as Gold. Roger. The more he flaunted, the weaker his heart became. Gorara. The door to the captain's cabin swung open and Whitebeard's massive figure appeared on the deck. Holding his naginata, he looked at the burning young man before him and let out his signature hearty laughter. He had seen too many challengers like this. But this one was a bit different. The flames in his eyes were astonishingly pure. Whitebeard's gaze swept over Ace and met Luo Chen's for a brief moment in the distance. That look seemed to say, look, this is the most unruly material I have chosen for you. Luo Chen nodded slightly. He understood that Ace's appearance was both Whitebeard's ultimate test for him and the most perfect piece in his plan. Are you Whitebeard? Ace asked as the main character appeared, his fighting spirit peaked. Today I will take your head and become the Pirate King. His fists ignited with blazing flames, readying himself for an attack. The battle was about to begin. Luo Chen did not move, he just watched quietly as his brain and system rapidly processed, breaking down every subtle movement of Ace into data. Just as Ace was about to charge out, a plain yet clear voice, not loud but precise, reached the ears of everyone present. Performative personality, attack posture is flashy but impractical, heat utilization rate below 30%. The voice came from the black-haired youth who had been standing in the corner. Ace's momentum halted abruptly as he turned sharply, his fiery eyes fixating on Luo Chen. The gaze of everyone on the deck instantly focused on Luo Chen. This guy, has he gone mad? The flames on Ace visibly surged, the scorching waves of heat causing discomfort among the surrounding crew. Who the hell are you? Luo Chen slowly raised his hand, pushing up the tactical glasses on his nose, the lenses reflecting a cold stream of data. He looked at Ace as if he were staring at a test paper filled with wrong answers. Someone who will help you understand what true strength is. The air on the deck solidified with a word from Luo Chen. The flames surging from Ace's body caused his shadow to dance wildly on the deck, resembling a ferocious beast ready to devour. However, at that tense moment, a boisterous laugh echoed inappropriately. Ha ha! What a spirited young man! From the crowd, a large plump man emerged holding a massive jug of wine. He had thick black curly hair and beard with uneven teeth, but his smile was especially hearty. Marshal D. Teach. He walked up to the furious Ace, enthusiastically shoving a large wooden cup into his hands, filling it to the brim with wine. Here, young man. Before challenging the old man, drink this cup of farewell wine. It's the rule of our Whitebeard Pirates. Ace's anger was interrupted by this sudden gesture. He looked down at the wine in his hand, then back at Teach, but ultimately fixed his gaze on Luo Chen in the distance. Teach's act of persuading Ace to drink seemed carefree, but as he poured, his gaze discreetly swept over Luo Chen. That glance was brief and subtle, yet it pierced Luo Chen's perception like a cold needle. Luo Chen's brow twitched imperceptibly. A faint system prompt appeared on his retina. Warning: unknown risk source detected. Data parsing. Failure. Target has special shielding unable to quantify. Threat level. The system presented such vague prompts for the first time. The earth-shattering power of Whitebeard could be parsed into specific values within the system, yet this seemingly ordinary crew member was a complete enigma. Teach was observing him. When Ace finally abandoned his confrontation with Luochen, turning all his anger towards Whitebeard, he shouted "Godfire, unknown fire," transforming into a fiery spear that charged towards the mountain-like man, capturing everyone's attention on the deck. Except for Teach. He drank deeply, cheering loudly for Ace's bravery while subtly adjusting his angle to observe Luochen's reaction. He noted the unusual calmness on Luochen's face. It was not indifference but rather a peculiar state, as if he were appreciating, analyzing, and assessing. Especially those peculiar glasses under the illumination of the flames of faint glow seemed to flow across the lenses. A warning bell rang softly in Teach's mind. This newcomer was suspicious. After lurking on the Moby Dick for over 20 years, he believed he understood the temperament of every screw on the ship. He was familiar with each captain's fighting style and could mimic everyone's laughter. But this Luochen seemed to have sprung forth from the stone overnight. Chief of Staff. Chief Instructor. These unfamiliar titles along with this stranger were an unexpected and out-of-place thread in the web of fate he had meticulously woven. Ha ha. Teach laughed again, elbowing a 2nd Division crew member beside him, lowering his voice. Hey, what's the background of our new Chief of Staff? Isn't it surprising that the old man trusts him so much? The crew member engrossed in the spectacle casually replied, who knows? It said he suddenly appeared and presented a grand plan to the old man. He's a formidable sage. A sage. Teach chewed over the word, his eyes swirling with dark intrigue. On the other side, Luochen was also observing Teach in secret. He didn't need a system prompt to recognize this man's identity. The future Yonko, a user of 2 devil fruits, the mastermind behind the Marineford war, the greatest traitor of the Whitebeard Pirates. This man was a ticking time bomb, and now it seemed the fuse had begun to flicker prematurely due to his appearance. Reveal him directly. That thought flashed through his mind but was quickly extinguished. What evidence? What motive? In a pirate crew that prized camaraderie and family, accusing a well-liked nice guy who had lurked for 20 years of being a traitor would only make him a target. Without absolute certainty, any rash move could lead to being bitten back by this venomous snake. His plan required time, and Ace was a crucial piece that needed to fit perfectly. Until then, he could only dance with this venomous snake on this ship. Teach seemed unsatisfied with the answers he sought. He shrugged, retracting his probing posture and refocusing entirely on the battle unfolding. He raised his jug cheerfully, shouting encouragement for every time Ace was effortlessly knocked back by Whitebeard, yet stood up defiantly. That exuberance and enthusiasm were flawless. It was as if that deeply significant inquiry moments ago was merely an insignificant illusion. The battle in the center of the deck intensified. Ace's flame-on crashed against Whitebeard like a colossal wave, but the latter merely flicked it aside with his haki-wrapped naginata, causing it to dissipate. The immense disparity in power stirred the emotions of all onlookers. This was the strength of the world's strongest man. Yet amidst this clamorous sea, only 2 hearts were detached from the battle. Luochen and Teach, separated by a frenzied crowd, found their perceptions colliding silently in the air like 2 invisible swords, probing and then sheathing themselves once more. The smoke and flames of battle served as the best cover between them. Teach tilted his head back, downing a large gulp of cherry pie-flavored liquor, grinning widely, emitting his signature laughter. Luochen slowly raised his hand, gently adjusting the tactical glasses on his nose. At the center of the deck, the air shimmered with intense heat. Great Flame Ring, Emperor of Flames. Ace unleashed a roar that staked everything he had. He channeled every ounce of his strength and will into his fists. A colossal fireball vast enough to swallow an island surged forward like the rising sun, bearing down upon that motionless, towering figure. This was his ultimate technique. The crew's cheers fell silent in an instant. Whitebeard did not even rise from his massive throne. He merely sat there, lifting his blade, the karakuri, with a single hand. There was no earth-shattering collision, no deafening thunderclap. Whitebeard gently thrust his naginata forward. VVVVRRR. Space itself let out a muffled, sorrowful groan. Visible white fissures spiderwebbed across the air before the blade. The arrogant blazing sun disintegrated utterly and silently the moment it touched those cracks. It was not scattered nor extinguished, it was shattered. Its very essence, along with the power behind it, pulverized into absolute nothingness. A split second later, an invisible shockwave struck, arriving before its source. Ace had no time to react. His chest caved inward, blood erupted from his mouth in a crimson mist, and his body became a black streak hurtling backward, slamming with a grating metallic shriek into the ship's railing dozens of meters away. Gurararara. Boy, is this truly all you have? Whitebeard's voice was calm, yet carried the solemn authority of the ocean itself. For a heartbeat, silence reigned, then erupted into even fiercer cheers. Oh. Dad is invincible. 101st time. Ace got knocked out again. That's the world's strongest man. The crew watched with practiced ease, even fervent, zealous admiration. To them, this was the inevitable welcome ritual every new family member endured, the initiation ordained by the strongest man in the world. Ace slid down the mangled railing, collapsing onto the deck, his bones groaning in protest. His pride, his confidence, even his most devastating technique, all had been effortlessly obliterated by a single casual strike. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up on trembling elbows, his chest heaving violently. Again. I'll try again. His voice was hoarse raw, but he staggered upright only for his legs to buckle beneath him, dropping him to one knee. Give up, Ace. His former comrades from the Black Spade Pirates gathered around, faces etched with worry. You can't possibly defeat Mr. Whitebeard. Get away from me. Ace shoved aside the hands reaching for him, the unyielding flame of defiance blazing once more in his pupils. And he charged again. The outcome remained unchanged. Whitebeard did not even activate his Gura Gura no Mi ability, merely swept his Naginata sideways, its edge wreathed in advanced Armament Haki. Boom. Ace struck an invisible wall and rebounded violently, tumbling across the deck in a dizzying blur before finally coming to rest after over a dozen revolutions. Luochen stood quietly at the periphery of the crowd, observing in silence. Through his Haki visualization glasses perched on his nose, streams of cold precise data scrolled across his vision. Target Portgas D. Ace. Status severe exhaustion, multiple bone fractures, internal organ damage. Haki proficiency uninitiated. Attack effectiveness assessment 0.01. Recommendation: cease ineffective assaults, immediately commence foundational strength control training. Luochen did not move. He would wait. Wait until the searing flame was utterly doused by the crushing tide of reality, only then would his words truly take root. Zihahaha. What a stubborn little fellow. Thatch's boisterous laughter rang out through the crowd. Wine jug in one hand, he clapped a crewmate's shoulder with the other. True grit. That's how a man should be. Whitebeard offered no mockery for Ace's battered state, only quiet observation, watching the young man rise again and again, only to fall each time, awaiting his final choice. To surrender, or to become his son. At last Ace exhausted his final ember of strength. His arms gave way, his body collapsed entirely, crashing face-first onto the deck in a puff of dust. The surrounding clamor gradually subsided. All eyes fixed upon the motionless figure sprawled on the planks, the atmosphere thickened with solemnity. They had witnessed Ace's tenacity and the unbridgeable chasm between him and true supremacy. No one believed he could rise again. Whitebeard slowly planted the Karakuri upright before him, preparing to conclude this challenge, whose outcome had never been in doubt. Enough, boy. As Ace's fingers turned white with humiliation from the force he exerted, preparing to squeeze out the last shred of dignity for the 102nd charge, a calm voice unexpectedly rang out. Stop. Your attacks are meaningless. The voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the tense atmosphere on the deck like a needle. All eyes instantly shifted from Ace and Whitebeard to a man on the periphery of the crowd wearing special glasses. Luo-chun. Ace abruptly turned his head, his eyes burning with rage fixed on him. What are you talking about? His voice was hoarse from exhaustion and anger, each word squeezed out from his throat. Luochen adjusted the glasses on his nose, the lenses reflecting the sunlight obscuring his expression. Ignoring Ace's fury, he stepped out of the crowd and walked directly into the arena. His pace was slow, yet the surrounding noisy crew members instinctively parted to make way for him. I said your attack from the starting move to the finishing blow is utterly meaningless. Luochen's tone was as flat as if he were stating the weather. You. Ace's temples throbbed with anger, feeling a humiliation greater than when he was defeated by Whitebeard surge within him. It was the shame of being completely seen through and utterly denied. Just now during your final charge at Dad, Luochen stopped a few meters in front of Ace, extending a finger. From the moment you pushed off with your left foot to when you were sent flying by the Naginata, the entire process took 3.7 seconds. And in those brief 3.7 seconds I saw at least 17 flaws that could have led to your immediate defeat. The deck fell into dead silence. 17 flaws. This number left everyone present in shock. They had only seen Ace charge valiantly, only to be effortlessly blocked by Dad. The process was simple and direct. Where could there be 17 flaws? Marco crossed his arms, frowning slightly. He felt that this newly arrived advisor was somewhat exaggerating. Ticha's smile also faded somewhat, watching Luochen with great interest. Nonsense. Ace roared with anger. He wanted to stand up, but his exhausted body only allowed him to struggle. Luochen completely ignored his roar, continuing his analysis, his voice cold and precise like a scalpel in a surgeon's hand. First flaw: the beginning of your charge. You took nearly a second to gather power, which is a typical charging posture. In the new world, that time is enough for a competent sniper to put a hole in your head. Second flaw: your charging route is a straight line. Without any change of direction or feint, you essentially telegraphed your attack target and intention to your opponent. Third flaw: your center of gravity. It's too high. In pursuit of speed, your lower body is wide open. Dad wouldn't even need a weapon, just a foot to trip you and you'd fall embarrassingly. Fourth flaw: your fruit ability application. You gathered flames on your fist, seemingly concentrating power, but the analysis from Haki visualization shows that at least 30% of the energy was wasted as thermal radiation, causing no substantial damage to the target. With each flaw he mentioned, Ace's expression darkened further. These words were like little hammers shattering his last pride. He couldn't refute. Because what Luo Chen described was exactly how he instinctively fought. Luo Chen did not stop, his words continued growing sharper. 10th flaw, at the moment you threw your punch in pursuit of maximum power, your left shoulder made an involuntary upward movement. This caused your left side to be stiff for 0.3 seconds, a fatal opening. If Dad's Naginata hadn't swept horizontally but instead struck upwards at your elbow from this angle. Using the leverage principle, your Emperor of Flames would not only have been extinguished on the spot, but your own arm would also be dislocated due to the counterforce. His simulation was clear and intuitive, causing the surrounding captains such as Diamond Jozu and Flower Sword Vista to instinctively nod. They were seasoned warriors capable of understanding the value in Luo Chen's analysis. This was no longer mere humiliation, it was a tactical dissection akin to a dimensionality reduction. The casual expression on Marco's face completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. His gaze towards Luo Chen changed. This man possessed eyes capable of seeing through the essence of battle. 17th flaw, the most foolish one. Luo Chen's voice suddenly turned cold. At the moment you were sent flying, your first reaction was shock, not defense. That 0.5 seconds of stupor was enough for Dad to poke 3 holes in you or shatter your internal organs with shock waves. The reason he didn't do that isn't because you're so strong, but simply because. Luo Chen paused, looking up at Whitebeard on his throne. He wants you to be his son, not to take your life. The entire place fell silent. Ace slumped to the ground, his face turning from iron blue to deathly pale. Every word from Luo Chen struck like a heavy hammer on his heart. His once proud fighting style was rendered worthless by the other's dissection. That feeling was akin to an author who poured all his effort into writing a proud article only to have someone with a red pen circle countless grammatical errors and logical flaws from the title to punctuation. Shut up. Ace finally erupted into a beast-like roar. All you do is stand there and move your lips. Anyone can talk about strategy on paper. You have the ability. You have the ability. He wanted to say you have the ability to fight me, but the words got stuck in his throat. He had no strength left to even stand up. How could he fight? An unprecedented sense of helplessness and humiliation completely engulfed him. This was even more painful than being defeated by Whitebeard 100 times. Luo Chen looked at him, slowly shaking his head. I am not discussing strategy on paper, nor am I humiliating you. My voice returned to calm, but it carried a deeper sense of oppression. I am merely stating a fact. Portgas D. Ace, your power is immense, like a flood capable of submerging islands. But your method of using it is as crude as a 3-year-old playing with water. You do not understand how to control it, you only let it flow freely, ultimately only wetting yourself and hurting yourself without harming the true enemy. Ace's body trembled violently, his fists clenched, nails digging deep into his palms, blood oozing between his fingers. He couldn't refute. Not a single word could he refute. Because in the most secret corners of his heart a voice told him Luo Chen was completely right. A roar filled with unwillingness, humiliation and anger erupted from the depths of Ace's throat, echoing across the deck of the Moby Dick. Ace's roar echoed above the deck, finally transforming into heavy panting. His crimson eyes were locked onto the tranquil figure as if he wanted to devour Luo Chen whole. Boom! There was no warning, no magnificent flames. Ace launched himself from the ground like an enraged cannonball, utilizing the last vestiges of his strength, charging directly at Luo Chen's face with pure primal fury. He intended to use his fist to silence that detestable mouth. Luo Chen did not move. Or rather, he made the slightest of adjustments. His left foot retreated half a step, his body angling ever so slightly. It was this half step that caused Ace's determined punch to barely graze the edge of his coat. Due to the excessive force, Ace stumbled, his body leaning forward as if he were about to fall to the ground. Shame. A deeper shame than being knocked away by Whitebeard. A gentle yet resolute blue flame appeared out of nowhere, a hand gently resting on Ace's uncontrolled shoulder. This ends here, Ace. Marco stood between the two, his expression more serious than ever. He wasn't mediating, he was executing orders. Get away. Ace shook off Marco's hand, his chest heaving violently. He pointed at Luo Chen, his voice hoarse from anger. You only stand there flapping your gums. Do you know what fighting is? You don't understand anything. Luo Chen adjusted his specially designed glasses, the lenses reflecting the light from the deck. I understand, he replied calmly. I understand that a true powerhouse reflects on their weaknesses when pointed out rather than roaring like a beast. I understand that a true powerhouse seeks to remedy their flaws instead of attacking the one who helps them see those flaws. Portgas D. Ace, you lack even the courage to face your own mistakes. What right do you have to speak of battle? Every word was like a needle, precisely piercing the most sensitive and vulnerable parts of Ace's heart. It was not a humiliation about strength, but a fundamental questioning of his pride and dignity as a warrior. You. Ace was thoroughly enraged, feeling the blood in his body reverse flow, a destructive impulse charging through him. You are provoking me. The surrounding crew members dared not breathe. They revered Whitebeard, they held affection for their captains, but they had never seen anyone dare to teach Ace in such a manner. This newly appointed chief of staff had more guts than the belly of a sea king. Diamond Joseph's arms were crossed over his chest, his hard diamond limbs shimmering, watching without intervening. Flower Sword Vista's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, maintaining the same silence. They were all discerning individuals. Luo Chen's analysis was astute and his current response was equally impeccable. This was no longer a simple verbal spar but a clash of wills. On the throne, Whitebeard remained motionless. His massive body was as stable as a mountain, simply lifting his wine bowl to take a large gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed clearly in the dead silence. It was both a test and a tacit approval. A test of whether Luo Chen had the ability to tame this fiercest wild horse. And a tacit approval for Ace to undergo this necessary brutal growth. Luo Chen did not look at Ace again. His gaze moved past Ace's shoulder to the insurmountable barrier in the distance. "You don't believe what I say," he stated as a fact. "That's fine. Dad is right there. You can challenge him for the 101st time. Go on, fight your way with the battle you pride yourself on to prove I am wrong. Prove that your flaws are utterly insignificant." Luo Chen extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Go on, prove that you are not just a 3-year-old child who can only let the flames run wild." This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ace calmed down instead. A silence before the storm. He no longer roared, simply gazing deeply at Luo Chen, his eyes filled with cold fury and determination. "Fine." He squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. "I will prove it to you." After saying that, Ace turned around step by step, walking towards the towering throne. His back was resolute yet lonely, each step felt like treading on everyone's heartbeat. He was going to prove himself. In the most brutal way. Luo Chen watched his departing figure, the pupils behind the lenses deep within, calm as still water. "Continue to fail, Ace. Only by crashing into that wall named absolute strength, breaking your head and bleeding until you can no longer stand, will you understand. Your misplaced pride is nothing but a destruction waiting to happen." Ace stood before Whitebeard. He did not immediately launch an attack but tightly clenched his fists. Luo Chen's understated voice echoed uncontrollably in his mind like a spell. "Turn sideways, your core gate is wide open. Elbow leverage principle. 0.5 seconds of daze." He wanted to expel these voices but found they were etched like a brand in his thoughts. An unprecedented restlessness and confusion took root in his heart. The relationship between him and Luo Chen had fallen to freezing point at this moment. But he could not deny that the seed of doubt had already been sown by the other party's hand. Ace suddenly raised his head, looking at Whitebeard. "Dad. One more time." The flames surged and were instantly extinguished by an invisible force. Ace's body shot forth like a cannonball, crashing through the ship's railing and tumbling into the sea. Splash. The icy seawater immediately sapped his strength, extinguishing the indomitable rage within him. This was the 100th challenge. And also the 100th. Disgraceful defeat. The crew had gone from initial shock and jeering to a state of numbness. They couldn't even be bothered to fish him out. After a while, this stubborn black-haired kid would struggle back on his own. That's the 17th time he's fallen into the water. A bored crew member etched a new mark on the wooden deck. "I bet he can only manage 3 more times today before his stamina runs out. I bet 5 times. That kid's spirit hasn't died yet." The murmurs and laughter mingled with the sea breeze, filling Ace's ears. He paid no heed. He merely propped up his drenched body and slowly climbed back aboard the Moby Dick. Water droplets fell from his hair, leaving a trail of wet footprints leading to that towering figure. Luo Chen stood by the railing on the second deck, his glasses reflecting the blinding sunlight. In front of him, a virtual panel visible only to him was refreshing its data. Target Portgas D. Ace status: extremely fatigued, mental resilience moderately worn, pride level 34100, system prompt: after breaking one must first shatter their brilliance. Luo Chen made no intervention whatsoever. He resembled the coldest of alchemists, calmly observing the violent reactions occurring in the crucible, waiting for the moment when the impurities would be completely burned away. "Old man." Ace's voice was so hoarse that it was nearly inaudible. He gasped for breath, his fists clenched tightly. Whitebeard on the throne didn't even open his eyes, merely letting out a heavy sigh. It was a contemptuous disregard, more painful than any attack. "Fire fist." Ace roared, exhausting the last bit of strength within him, condensing a fireball several times smaller than before and charging forward. This time Whitebeard moved. He slowly raised the hand with the foredrip, extending a single finger. At the moment his fingertip made contact with the flame, there was no explosion, no loud sound. The fireball, which embodied all of Ace's will, vanished silently like a burst soap bubble. Ace's pupils suddenly constricted. In the next moment an invisible force slammed into his abdomen. Thud. He felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, his body flying backward again, crashing heavily against the main mast before sliding down to the ground. He wanted to get up, but his body no longer obeyed him. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The laughter around him faded away. Everyone watched the scene, gazing at the once vibrant and fiery youth who now lay helplessly on the ground, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Enough already, Ace. Sachi approached with a freshly baked pie, squatting beside him. Eat something first, take a break. Ace did not look at him, his gaze fixated on the throne. His vision began to blur, Luo Chen's harsh words spiraling once more in his mind. Flaws. A 3-year-old child. Only causing the flames to go out of control. Could it be? He was right. Was everything I took pride in truly so fragile? A sense of powerlessness unlike any he had felt before gripped his heart like the pressure of the deep sea. Go away. Ace squeezed out those 2 words through gritted teeth. Sachi's motion froze. I don't need your pity. Ace struggled, propping himself up with his elbows, stubbornly turning his head away to prevent anyone from seeing his expression. The crowd gradually dispersed. This performance that had lasted for several days seemed to be finally concluding in such a dismal manner. Ace sat alone in the shadow of the mast from noon until dusk. The setting sun elongated his shadow, making it seem very lonely. The flames on his body had never appeared so dim as they did in this moment. He began to doubt himself. Why set sail? To prove that he was not merely a shadow of that man. To find the value of his existence. Yet now it seemed that even standing on this ship was a privilege granted by others. What he called pride was crushed with a mere gesture by that man. What he termed strength was dissected thoroughly by that bespectacled guy in just a few words. He was nothing at all. A joke. An overreaching little brat. The last rays of twilight slipped from the rail of the Moby Dick. Footsteps halted beside Ace. He did not lift his head, remaining curled in the shadow of the main mast. A rough, hairy hand placed a bottle of wine on the deck beside him with a dull thud. Ha, thief. It's not manly to drink alone here, Ace. It was Marshal D. Teach. He plopped down, causing the deck to shake. Ace did not respond, merely burying his face deeper. Teach, unfazed, opened another bottle of wine and took a long swig. Gulp. Ah. Refreshing. He wiped his mouth. I watched your duel with Dad. Your spirit was truly remarkable. Ace's shoulder twitched slightly. What's so remarkable about being defeated by a single finger? His voice was muffled against his knees. Ha, thief. That was Whitebeard. He is the pinnacle of this era. To dare throw a punch at the pinnacle itself is a boldness that not everyone possesses. Teach's laughter was coarse yet infectious. He pushed the unopened bottle of wine further towards Ace. Come, have a drink. This is a man's drink, it can heal wounds. Silence. After a few seconds, Ace lifted his head and grabbed the bottle. He looked at Teach's toothy grin filled with unabashed enthusiasm and admiration. This brought a slight easing to the tension in his heart that had been tight all day. I lost badly. Ace twisted off the cap and took a swig, the fiery liquid burning his throat. No, you just haven't found your true fighting style yet. Teach shook the bottle, his gaze deepening. Fighting style. Ha, thief. Yes. You see, some people are destined to conquer the sea with fists and flames to chase their dreams. That's our romance. Teach's voice was filled with fervor. But there are also those who do not believe in this. They trust the plans on paper, the so-called analyses and data. They want to cage everything to set a path for everyone. They will tell you that your flames are not concentrated enough, that your punching angles are wrong, that you waste your domineering presence. With each word Teach uttered, Ace's fists tightened. These words were nearly identical to what Luo Chen had said. That guy. Teach grinned at Chief Strategist Luo Chen. He's smart, no doubt. But his wisdom is that of a scholar on land, not the cunning of us pirates. Ace gulped down a large mouthful of wine, remaining silent. Frustration surged under the influence of alcohol. He hated Luo Chen's harshness even more for the inability to counter him. Teach's words were like warm hands soothing his torn pride. We are pirates, Ace. Teach's voice rose. What we believe in is fate. Dreams. Companions. It is fists. He pounded his chest. Not some cold, lifeless tactics or post-mortem analyses. That would grind down a person's soul. Turning flames into lukewarm water. Teach observed Ace's expression, seeing a flicker of fire reignite in his dim eyes, though that flame was filled with confusion and anger. His words struck the target precisely. A true strongman is forged in battle with fists and life. Not in a training ground taught by some guy wielding a pen. He treats combat like a damned math problem while we treat it as a grand feast. Teach laughed heartily, draining the bottle in one go. Ha, thief. Those kinds of people are not like us, Ace. In his world there are no dreams, only optimal solutions. On the second deck where the helm was located, Luo Chen leaned against the railing, quietly observing the scene in the shadow below. He wasn't wearing those tactical glasses. Teach's every grandiose statement and exaggerated action fell clearly into his eyes. Warning, high-risk subversive remarks detected. Target Portgas D. Ace. Threat source Marshall D. Teach. Judgment: the opponent is exploiting the target's psychological vulnerability to implant oppositional thoughts, attempting to sever the target's trust connection with you. Suggestion: intervene immediately and interrupt the conversation. The cold system prompt flashed red in Luo Chen's mind. But he did not move. He simply watched calmly. He needed to know just how fragile the old ace he shattered truly was. He also needed to know the magnitude of energy contained in the seed he personally buried. Teach's performance continued. Listen, Ace. Don't get caught up in his nonsense. What kind of person you want to be should be decided by your own fists. Not to become a pawn in his plans. Ace's heart raced violently. Pawn. This word pierced his heart like a poisoned dart. He recalled Luo Chen's sharp eyes, remembering the calmness in his analysis of him, wondering if in Luo Chen's eyes he was merely a piece of material that needed refinement and correction. Teach's understanding sharply contrasted with Luo Chen's guidance. One made him feel like a passionate protagonist. The other made him feel like a flawed student. Although he didn't fully believe Teach, those words wrapped around his thoughts like vines. The faint notion that had originally risen in his heart, perhaps he should indeed consult Luo Chen, was completely suppressed at this moment. Bow to someone who does not understand the romance of pirates and only wants to view him as a pawn? Absolutely not. Teach stood up and casually tossed the empty bottle aside. Haha, thief. Think carefully, Ace. Is your flame burning for freedom or to be caged? He walked away with heavy steps, disappearing into the darkness. Ace sat alone, tightly gripping the half-full bottle of wine. He lifted his head and glanced towards the second deck. It was empty. He tilted his head back and downed the remaining wine. The night wind dried the wine stains on the deck, yet it could not disperse the restlessness in Ace's heart. Footsteps approached from the stairs, neither hurried nor slow. Ace did not turn around. He recognized that sound of footsteps. Luo Chen stopped a few steps behind him. His words are more intoxicating than wine. Ace abruptly turned around, his fists cracking with tension. Come to watch my joke? Or are you here to continue your teaching, to tell me what mistake I made this time? Luo Chen ignored his question, calmly stating a fact. You have been influenced by him. I haven't. Ace nearly shouted. Your anger, your vigilance, every uncontrolled expression on your face at this moment proves that I am right. Luo Chen's tone remained unwavering. This feeling of being completely seen made Ace feel as if he stood naked in the frigid snow. Teach's words echoed in his mind. Pawn material, mathematical problem. What do you understand? Ace stepped forward, steam rising from his body. You have no idea what pirate pride is, what the bonds of comrades are. You only understand calculations and analyses. Is that so? Luo Chen's response was casual. Then let's make a bet. Ace was taken aback. What? Right now on this deck. Luo Chen extended a finger. I will guide you for a day. Within that day you can attack me with all your might. He paused, stating the condition that made Ace's blood rush to his head. As long as your flames can leave any mark of burning on me, even just a centimeter, you win. Silence. A deathly silence. Ace's anger instantly solidified into an incredulous sense of absurdity. Immediately following was a volcanic eruption of humiliation. A mere officer without the powers of a devil fruit, a mere instructor who only fiddled with nautical charts in the background, dared to speak such words to him, a user of the Mara no, me, the future captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. This was not a challenge. This was the utmost disdain. You. Ace gritted his teeth tightly, nearly biting through them as blood threatened to spill. You are humiliating me. I won't use any powers, Luo Chen added, seemingly oblivious to Ace's impending fury. I will only use basic evasion and my understanding of combat. And my understanding of you. That last sentence struck Ace's most sensitive nerve like a poisoned dagger. Teach's persuasion and Luo Chen's guidance perfectly merged into an emotion called humiliation. He had to prove it. Prove that this man was wrong. Prove that his flames were not a beast caged in a prison. All right. Ace roared, his voice echoing across the deck. This is what you asked for. Luo Chen. Don't regret it. The loud noises startled the crew members who had not yet fallen asleep on the ship. Lanterns lit up one by one. Marco was the first to fly out of his room, landing on the railing. Hey, what's going on at this hour, Ace? Next came Diamond Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division, and Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division, as well as other captains and crew members, all drawn in from various corners. When they heard the content of the bet, the entire Moby Dick erupted. What are you joking about? Luo Chen is going to fight Ace. Or is it under those conditions? Letting Ace burn as he pleases. Is he crazy? That's the Mara no me. We all respect Luo Chen's analytical abilities, but combat. That's a completely different dimension. The crew members murmured among themselves, and nearly everyone thought Luo Chen was overconfident this time. Sachi leaned closer to Marco, worry etched on his face. Marco, this is too reckless. Ace is currently fuming, he won't be able to hold back. Marco frowned, watching the two confronting each other, shaking his head. No, look at Luo Chen. The others followed his gaze. Faced with Ace, who had begun to elementalize his body engulfed in blazing flames, Luo Chen merely stood there calmly, even keeping his coat on. That composure did not seem feigned. At the massive seat at the bow, Whitebeard was also stirred. He did not rise but merely opened his eyes, slightly a glimmer of sharpness piercing through his murky gaze. Gorararara. His deep laughter rang out in the night sky, suppressing all the noise. Let the kids have their fun. Whitebeard picked up the massive wine jug beside him. I also want to see what abilities my chief of staff is hiding. He was well aware that this bet was not about winning or losing but about the hearts of the people. It was the harshest self-proving of Luo Chan's qualifications as his master. In the shadows of the crowd, Teach grinned widely, revealing his uneven teeth. Pirate, ha ha ha. What courage, brother Luo Chen. He loudly cheered for Luo Chen, yet deep within his eyes lay a cold suspicion. Something was off. This was too off. The man named Luo Chen seemed to place every step as if on a chessboard, precise and calm. He was definitely not a fool who would be overwhelmed by emotions. What gave him the confidence to provoke a user of a natural type devil fruit in such an openly suicidal manner? Teach could not comprehend. This situation, which exceeded his understanding and control, instinctively unsettled him. He felt as if his script had been torn open by a forceful hand. In the center of the stage, Ace was completely enveloped in flames. The scorching waves of heat radiated outwards, forcing the surrounding crew members to retreat. He stared fiercely at the man, who remained unmoved in his stance. All humiliation, all anger, all unwillingness transformed into the boiling flames of this moment. I will make you pay for your arrogance. Flames coalesced on his arm, forming a burning spear. Luo Chen finally moved. He merely raised a finger towards Ace. That finger's provocation was the final spark, igniting the powder keg. Fire fist. Ace hesitated no longer, his entire right arm erupted into roaring flames, coalescing into a colossal fist the size of a house, descending upon Luo Chen with an infernal fury that promised to incinerate all in its path. A wave of searing heat slammed into Luo Chen, whipping his black trenchcoat violently. The gathered crew members instinctively recoiled, many even shut their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the carnage they anticipated in the next instant. Yet the expected thunderous impact and anguished cry never came. Luo Chen simply stepped sideways, a movement seemingly casual yet executed with flawless, transcendent precision. The massive flaming fist grazed his sleeve and crashed onto the deck with a deafening boom, sending splinters and sparks flying in every direction. Before throwing your punch, your right shoulder dips habitually by precisely 0.3 seconds. Your wind-up is far too obvious. Luo Chen's voice rang out clear and utterly devoid of tension. Ace's pupils contracted sharply, his fury flared anew. Fire pistol. In an instant, both his hands transformed into blazing gun barrels, unleashing a torrent of incandescent fireballs toward Luo Chen like a merciless downpour. The assault saturated every possible evasion vector, but Luo Chen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, gliding through the dense rain of fire as though strolling through a tranquil garden. Each step landed precisely within the narrow gaps between fireballs, not a single motion wasted. When you aim, your gaze locks onto the target prematurely, betraying your intent before the shot even leaves your hand. Your attack is scatterfire, broad in scope yet fatally diffuse in power, over 70% of its energy squandered. As he walked, Luo Chen offered critique after critique, calm and measured like a stern instructor reviewing a student's assignment. Ace felt himself teetering on the edge of madness. What was this? To him, his full-force assault had been reduced, in the other man's eyes, to nothing more than a flawed, error-ridden examination paper. That humiliation cut deeper than outright defeat. Shut up! Ace roared. Flames erupted from his entire body, surging outward in a ring-shaped inferno. Flame ring, pillar of fire. This was area-effect annihilation, indiscriminate, inescapable. How could he possibly dodge it? A towering column of fire erupted skyward, swallowing Luo Chen whole. Luo Chen! Sakazuki cried out in alarm. Marco clenched his fists, azure flames flickering ominously along his arms, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. On Whitebeard's throne, the old captain froze mid-sip, the wine jug suspended in air, his immense eyes narrowing with sudden gravity. Only Thatch, hidden in shadow, had lost his smile entirely, his face now etched with profound unease and bewilderment. Something was wrong. This man would not fall so easily. Then, what was he? Smoke and flame parted. Luo Chen stood unmoved and scathed. Around his feet the deck was charred black in a perfect circle, yet the very spot where he stood remained pristine. He had anticipated the epicenter of the blaze and stepped with uncanny timing directly into the weakest point, the still silent eye of the firestorm. Loss of emotional control only renders your attacks more chaotic and ineffectual. Luo Chen adjusted his tactical glasses. Right now you resemble nothing more than a 3-year-old wielding a divine artifact, flailing wildly without understanding its power. Ace's mind went utterly blank. How? Why? Why can't I land a single blow? How does he see through me, every move, every thought? It felt like standing naked before a monster who could read his soul, every shred of pride, every vestige of confidence shattered beneath the weight of those effortless evasions. I don't believe it. Ace abandoned flamboyant techniques, he would strike with raw primal force. His legs coiled and exploded forward like cannon fire, launching his body straight at Luo Chen. His right fist clenched tight, no flame, no embellishment, just pure furious unadorned straight punch. He refused to accept that even the most basic strike couldn't touch him. This time Luo Chen did not evade. Every onlooker saw clearly Luo Chen raised his right hand palm open, meeting Ace's devastating blow. He's insane. Is he truly going to catch Ace's fist barehanded? Marco's form had already begun shifting into the phoenix, ready to launch. Then, thud. A muffled bone-deep impact grating upon the teeth. No fractures. No blood. Ace's fist hung suspended, firmly cradled in Luo Chen's palm, utterly halted, immovable. Time itself seemed to freeze. On the entire Moby Dick not a whisper stirred, only silence absolute and suffocating. All eyes were riveted on the two figures, on that unassuming slender hand effortlessly halting the full-force strike of a pirate whose bounty surpassed 100 million. Even Ace stood stunned, feeling the unyielding diamond-like resistance radiating from the fist he'd driven forward with all his might. Slowly he lowered his gaze, and beheld a sight he would never forget, a faint, nearly translucent sheen of black light shimmering across Luo Chen's palm. That aura. Haki. Armament Haki. Marco whispered, disbelief thick in his voice. Gura Gura Gura. Whitebeard burst into thunderous laughter, warm, delighted, profoundly moved. So that's it. That's how it is. You've hidden your strength well, my chief strategist. Thatch deep in the crowd shuddered violently, icy dread surging from his soles to his crown. Armament Haki. The man known only for his cunning schemes was in truth a master of Haki, concealing his prowess with masterful subtlety. Thatch had always perceived Luo Chen as an anomalous intellect, an outlier. Now he realized this man was a genuine threat, not just in strategy but in raw, overwhelming martial supremacy. His meticulously written script, his grand design, had just been torn wide open, leaving a chasm impossible to bridge. Your hand-to-hand combat is far worse than your devil fruit mastery. Luo Chen released Ace's fist and gazed calmly upon the dazed, hollow-eyed young man. Your power lacks focus. Your stance is unstable. Your punching trajectory is haphazard, devoid of structure or intent. Is this the strength you hold so dear, Portgas D? Ace. Ace staggered backward, twice the flames around his body extinguished without warning. Sweat soaked his hair, tracing glistening paths down his temples and cheeks. He wasn't exhausted, he was terrified. A tremor deep and primal vibrating from his very soul. The gulf between them was unimaginable. This was no battle. It was a brutal public demonstration, unilateral, uncompromising, and utterly humiliating. Every trump card he possessed had become a cruel joke before that unblinking gaze. Again. Luo Chen's voice cut through the silence. Ace jerked his head up, bloodshot eyes blazing. Again Luo Chen repeated, tone brooking no refusal. Ace collapsed to his knees, breath heaving in ragged, desperate gasps. He was defeated, not merely bested but dismantled, laid bare, utterly undone. Luo Chen did not spare him another glance. Turning instead to the hushed, motionless crowd, he smoothed the lapels of his trench coat with quiet composure. The silence on the deck was heavy like a lead weight. Ace knelt there, the cold touch of the deck seeping through his pants, yet it paled in comparison to the chill within his heart. The flames he took pride in, the power that brought him fame, felt as fragile as a joke before that man. Luo Chen adjusted the collar of his coat, his movements composed as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He looked down at the kneeling Ace, devoid of any compassion. Stand up. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Ace did not move, he merely bowed his head, his shoulders trembling slightly as sweat mixed with humiliation. I said stand up. Luo Chen's tone intensified. Ace remained motionless as if he had lost all hearing and strength. Is this your limit? Luo Chen took a step forward, the sound of his leather shoes on the deck thundering like a hammer on Ace's heart. If you lack the strength to stand, who do you think you can surpass? What are you trying to prove? Portgas D. Ace, is your pride worth so little? This statement pierced through Ace's most sensitive nerves like a needle. He suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Luo Chen. What do you know? I know more than you think. Luo Chen's response was quick, leaving no space for a reply. I understand why you throw punches, why you are angry, and I understand even more why you are so weak. He extended a finger towards Ace. Your anger is scattered like water spilled on the ground, utterly harmless. Your strength is superficial like fireworks in the sky, looking beautiful but shattering at the slightest touch. Each of your attacks is a roar masking your insecurities. In the crowd, Sachi and Vista exchanged worried glances. Luo Chen's words were too harsh. This was no longer sparring but a strike at the heart. Marco's brow furrowed tightly as he took a step forward, preparing to speak. Luo Chen, enough. Luochen, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, raised his left hand without turning back, gesturing for silence. This is a lesson, Captain Marco. The first lesson is called recognizing yourself. He redirected his attention back to Ace. Do you think the Mara no Mi is strong? That the Logia type is impressive. Let me tell you, in these seas I can name at least 100 ways to kill a Logia user. And your fighting style just happens to trigger 90 of those methods of death. Ace's breathing became incredibly heavy, his chest heaving violently. Don't look at me with those eyes. Luochen's voice turned cold, not convinced. Then stand up and use your fists to tell me I'm wrong. Concentrate your power into a point. Forget about those flashy walls of flame and fire pillars. What you need to do now is gather all your strength, all your anger, all your unwillingness, and condense it into your fist. Like this. Luochen slowly raised his right fist, the faint black color of his haki re-emerging, but this time it seemed more solid and profound. Compress, purify, and then penetrate. Ace stared at that fist, his pupils contracting sharply. The sense of oppression emanating from it felt even more suffocating than Whitebeard's punch. Because Father's power is the vast ocean, while Luochen's power is a piercing point that can penetrate everything. Stand up! Luochen shouted fiercely. That shout seemed to carry a strange power crashing deep into Ace's soul. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness. All emotions ignited at this moment then were forcibly kneaded together by a stronger will. Ace roared, using his trembling arms to prop himself up, staggering as he stood. There were no flames on him, but everyone felt that at this moment he was more dangerous than when he was engulfed in fire. Good. A trace of arc finally appeared at the corner of Luochen's mouth, but that arc held no smile, only cold anticipation. Come again. Ace did not respond, he merely stared fixedly at Luochen, his mind echoing the words from just now. Concentrate. Compress. He subconsciously adjusted his stance, his legs slightly bending, lowering his center of gravity. He no longer rushed forward recklessly like before, but instead like a cheetah poised to pounce, searching for an opportunity. Luochen observed his transformation, secretly nodding. Ding. Student Portgas D. Ace has initially grasped the essence of power concentration, teaching points 50. The system's prompt sounded, but Luochen's attention was entirely on what lay before him. Here he comes. Ace moved. There were no exaggerated starting movements, no loud shout of a technique name. He simply stepped forward, his body like a tautbow, his right fist carrying a decisive momentum aimed straight at Luochen's chest. The crimson flames on his fist were no longer roaring but compressed into a dark red color like a heated iron. The speed of this punch was 30% faster than before. The degree of power refinement was worlds apart. On Luochen's tactical glasses, the values representing energy readings skyrocketed. He still did not dodge. Just as Ace's fist was about to touch his chest, Luochen's body twisted slightly at an angle incomprehensible to ordinary people. This was a flaw. A flaw intentionally left open to guide Ace's attack. Ace seized this opportunity almost instinctively. He forcibly twisted his wrist, and the punch that was originally aimed at the heart brushed past Luochen's chest. Sizzle, a faint sound of fabric burning. The punch's wind, accompanied by flames, finally left a charred mark on Luochen's iconic black coat. Though it was only a short segment, it was incredibly clear. Time came to a halt again. Ace maintained his punching posture, his entire body frozen in place. He stared blankly at the charred mark on Luochen's chest, then looked down at his own fist. He succeeded. For the first time, his flames had truly left a mark on this man. Not through brute force, not through overwhelming fruit abilities, but through technique. Through the techniques taught to him by that man he despised the most. An indescribable mix of ecstasy, shock, and confusion surged through him, instantly overwhelming all his anger and unwillingness. He looked at Luochen. In his eyes, the initial hostility and defiance were rapidly dissolving, replaced by a curiosity and acceptance he had not even realized. Luochen looked down at the mark on his coat, his face devoid of any expression. Look. He spoke calmly. Your flames have finally left a mark. This is just the beginning. Ace slowly retracted his fist, his body swaying violently from exhaustion, yet he held on without falling. He said nothing, merely gazing at his hands as if he were seeing them for the first time. The sunlight of the following morning, infused with the salty breeze of the sea, spread across the deck of the Moby Dick. Crew members gathered in small groups, cleaning their weapons and transporting supplies, yet their movements seemed absent-minded. Their voices were hushed, rising and falling in waves, and the topic without exception pointed towards the mind-altering lesson from yesterday. Hey, did you see that? Fire Fist Ace didn't even touch the new Chief of Staff's clothing. Not only did he not touch it, he was practically played with like a monkey. I've never seen Captain Ace so embarrassed. What kind of monster is that guy named Luochen? It seems he didn't even lift a finger right. At the center of the discussion, Sachi leaned against the mast holding an apple but hesitating to take a bite. Next to him, Marco crossed his arms, his blue flame-like hairstyle particularly striking in the morning light, silently gazing towards the cabin. The atmosphere was subtle and strange. At that moment, a figure emerged from the cabin. It was Ace. All discussion ceased instantly and the deck fell into a profound silence. Today Ace lacked the usual flamboyance and recklessness. The expression that was always ready to explode was gone, replaced by a calm mixed with fatigue and a certain resolve. He scanned the deck as if searching for something. Marco furrowed his brow and took a step forward. Ace, about yesterday. Ace ignored Marco, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally locking onto Luo Chen, who had just exited from the other side of the cabin. Luo Chen held a steaming cup of coffee, wearing those specially made tactical glasses, his expression as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened yesterday. The crowd automatically parted to create a path. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ace stepped forward, walking straight towards Luo Chen. Each step echoed in the heartbeat of the onlookers. What is he going to do? Is he going to fight again? Or... Sachi nervously crushed the apple in his hand, juice splattering everywhere. Marco was already prepared to intervene at any moment. Ace stopped 3 steps away from Luo Chen, looking at him, his lips moving slightly as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Luo Chen calmly took a sip of his coffee, waiting. Finally Ace suddenly bowed his head, bending his upper body into an almost 90-degree bow. This gesture seemed to freeze time aboard the entire Moby Dick. A crew member's barrel of wine slipped from his hands, rolling a few times on the deck, its sound piercing through the extreme silence. Luo Chen. Sir. Ace's voice was somewhat hoarse, trembling with a hint of emotion he himself was unaware of. Yesterday. I lost. Please. He paused as if expending all his strength. Please guide me. Boom. The crowd erupted. I must be hearing things right. Ace. He's asking for guidance. He actually bowed to that man. Is this still the rebellious Fire Fist we know? Marco and Sachi exchanged glances, seeing the unmistakable shock on each other's faces. They understood Ace's character better than anyone, that pride deeply rooted in his bloodline would never allow him to easily bow to anyone. But now he was bowing deeply to a chief of staff who had only just boarded the ship. Behind the large window of the captain's cabin, Whitebeard lowered his telescope, a huge smile cracking across his weathered face. Gorarara. His hearty laughter echoed throughout the ship, filled with satisfaction and appreciation. This young man named Luo Chen not only had brains but also means. He passed the test. On the deck, Luo Chen faced the bowing Ace, finishing the last sip of his coffee. Lift your head. His voice was soft, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Ace slowly straightened up, a hint of humiliation coloring his face, but in his black eyes a different flame ignited. No longer anger but desire. Ding. Key character Portgas D. Ace has confirmed the master-apprentice relationship. Teaching panel officially activated. Student Portgas D. Ace current ability assessment: Flame Fruit Mastery, Basic Physical Technique, Good Conqueror's Haki, Unawaken Armament Haki, Not Started, Observation Haki, Not Started, Comprehensive Potential Rating S. Current Bottleneck: Rough Use of Power over Reliance on Fruit Abilities. Combat will easily influenced by emotions. A series of data streams flashed through Luo Chen's mind. He looked at Ace before him as if gazing at an uncut, extraordinary raw jade. Taming this wild horse was merely the first step. Making him a true ace was the core of the plan. Luo Chen had no time for unnecessary words. He turned to point at the newly completed training ground on the other side of the deck. Your training begins now. I'll send you the syllabus. Be late by a minute and your training volume doubles. With that he headed straight towards the training ground. Ace was momentarily stunned, then clenched his fist, silently following behind. Watching the two figures heading to the training ground, Marco walked over, standing in the position Luo Chen had just occupied, his expression complex. This man accomplished in one day what all of them had failed to achieve for years. Luo Chen. Marco's voice came from behind. Luo Chen stopped, turning his head. Marco's face showed true equal recognition for the first time. Old man indeed did not misjudge you. Afterward, the plans for the general staff and teaching team that you proposed my first division will fully cooperate. Luo Chen nodded, his gaze sharp behind the lenses. Very well. I need a detailed capability assessment report for all captain level and elite crew members, the more detailed the better, within 3 days. Marco was taken aback, then replied, no problem. Luo Chen said no more and continued to walk forward. The atmosphere aboard the entire Moby Dick seemed to change from that moment on. An invisible current was quietly altering the course of this maritime behemoth, centering around the man referred to as the Chief of Staff. Ace followed behind Luo Chen, looking at his not-so-tall figure with mixed feelings. But he clearly remembered the thrill of power being precisely controlled when the wind from a punch brushed past his clothing yesterday. That feeling, he wanted to possess it again. No, he must possess it. The banquet hall of the Moby Dick blazed with light, massive casks of wine rolled in row after row, while the aroma of roasting meat rose so fiercely it seemed ready to tear the ship's ceiling asunder. Garara ra. Whitebeard sat upon his sovereign throne, tilting a colossal wine bowl as rich, heady liquor surged down his throat with unbridled magnificence. He set the bowl down with a thunderous clatter. Silence instantly fell across the entire hall. Every eye converged upon this man, the strongest in the world. Whitebeard's gaze swept the assembly, then settled firmly upon Luo Chen standing below. My sons. His voice boomed like rolling thunder, yet beneath its power lay an unassailable authority, warm and paternal. Today our family welcomes another capable soul. He extended his massive hand, pointing directly at Luo Chen. I declare from this moment forth, Luo Chen is the chief strategist of the Whitebeard Pirates. And chief instructor. A heartbeat of stillness passed before the hall erupted into a deafening oceanic roar. Oh. Chief strategist. Wonderful. Does this mean we'll finally stop charging into fights with nothing but hot blood? Luo Chen. Luo Chen. Luo Chen. Whitebeard raised a hand to quiet the crowd, then continued. Luo Chen, you proposed the Strategic Bureau and the Training Corps. You shall now oversee both fully and without restriction. Need personnel. Supplies. Speak directly to Marco and the others. Yes, father. Luo Chen bowed slightly, no superfluous formalities, accepting this weighty mantle with quiet resolve. Ace stood among the throng, watching Luo Chen encircled by cheers and camaraderie. His wine cup trembled faintly in his grip. Resistance had vanished in those flame-lit eyes, now burned a complex blend of acknowledgement and the fierce burning urge to catch up. This man truly possessed the stature to instruct him. Ding. Main quest board the ship of a Yonko, completed. Quest evaluation S, perfect integration into the core decision-making tier. Reward calculation in progress. System privileges upgraded. The shop module has been refreshed, unlocking advanced exchange options. New feature unlocked, tactical Santable basic. A cascade of system notifications streamed through Luo Chen's mind, cool, clear, and deeply satisfying. He had done it. Step 1, the most vital step, was secured. He now stood firmly on the deck of this Leviathan and had already grasped part of its helm. From this day forward, the course of the Whitebeard Pirates would shift, because of him. Marco approached, lifting his wine cup to lightly clink it against Luo Chen's. Congratulations, Chief Strategist. And thank you for your guidance, 1st Division Commander. Luo Chen replied, raising his cup in return. They exchanged a knowing smile, no words needed. Luo Chen's gaze swept across the banquet hall, rowdy crewmen, boisterous division commanders, and Whitebeard himself seated upon his throne like an immovable pillar anchoring the sea. Everything matched his memory, brimming with irredeemable romance and fatal vulnerabilities. But now, he had arrived. Marco's regeneration flame should not be reserved solely for enduring blows. Josu's diamond body could become the most terrifying ram. Vista's swordsmanship held untapped potential for refinement, and Ace's haki remained an unmined treasure waiting to be awakened. Already 17 distinct enhancement protocols, each tailored to a specific commander, had taken shape in his mind. The future gleamed with promise. The tragedy of the summit wore Blackbeard's treacherous machinations, all would shatter one by one beneath the script he now authored. He raised his wine cup, preparing to drink this first toast of victory. When a cold, razor-sharp electronic tone, utterly alien to this world, pierced his consciousness without warning. 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 Critical world line deviation detected. S-rank emergency mission forced activation. Buzz. Within Luo Chen's mind, the serene azure interface of his system screen flooded instantly with crimson. Shrill alarms shrieked as if tearing at his very nerves. Emergency mission Fong in the shadow. Mission brief: a lurking ambitionist has caught the scent of fate. Target Marshal D. Teach, who through unknown means has definitively confirmed the location of the dark fruit. Current holder Sakazuki, 4th Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the chef. Mission objective: prevent Teach from killing Sakazuki and seizing the fruit. Failure penalty: the Whitebeard Pirates' destiny line will revert to canon and likely descend into an even graver catastrophe. Countdown: 71 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. Click. Luo Chen's smile froze, rigid, absolute. A hairline fracture appeared in the glass of his wine cup, silently creeping outward. The roaring banquet hall, the thunderous cheers, the boisterous laughter and backslapping of brothers, all receded into a distant muffled hum. The entire world narrowed to the blood-red alarm blazing inside his skull and that cold pulsing countdown. 72 hours. 3 days. In 3 days Sakazuki would die. Teach would defect. The Whitebeard Pirates family game would suffer its first irrevocable fracture, and all would begin their slide toward the abyss he had sworn to avoid. He had believed victory was his opening gambit, his ascent to the summit. Yet the deadliest serpent had lain coiled in shadows. No one saw its forked tongue, already tasting fate far earlier than he'd ever imagined. Luo Chen slowly turned his head, his gaze cutting through the revelry. There, holding a platter of roasted meat, laughing heartily with his comrades, stood Sakazuki, his gentle face radiant with uncomplicated joy. And there, lurking in an unremarkable corner of the hall, stood a tall, heavy-set man lifting his wine cup with a wide-gap-toothed grin, bellowing his signature zihaha. The man seemed to sense Luo Chen's stare, raised his cup and offered a silent, distant salute. Marshal D. Teach. Luo Chen's pupils contracted into dangerous needle-thin points. The crack on the wineglass resembled a slender, venomous snake slithering its way across. Luo Chen's fingers tightened slightly, the sound of shattering glass drowned in the frenzy of the banquet, unnoticed by anyone. The blood-red warning and the cold countdown on the system interface became the only reality in his sight. 72 hours. 3 days. In 3 days a good man named Saki would die and a brother named Teach would betray, plunging a knife into the heart of the Whitebeard Pirates. He had just been bestowed with the power to change everything, yet was told that the script of tragedy had already been written, waiting only for the curtain to rise. Should he confront Whitebeard directly? No. A newly appointed chief of staff without any evidence, merely based on a feeling of I sensed it, accusing an old crew member who had been on the ship for over 20 years. A family deeply trusted by everyone. He would be seen as a madman or a spy with ulterior motives. Whitebeard's trust in family was his most solid shield, yet at this moment it became the highest wall before Luo-chen. He could not topple this wall, only find a way to go around it. His gaze cut through the noisy crowd, precisely locking onto that corner. Marshal D. Teach, the plump man, seemed to have set down his wine glass, bragging about something to the crew around him, his coarse laughter infectious. A perfect masquerader. A sharp pain shot through Luo-chan's fingertips, the glass shard had cut his skin. He loosened his grip, allowing the shattered wine glass to fall onto the thickly carpeted deck, making no sound. The plan had to change. No, his plan was only just beginning now. He needed a fulcrum, a point to pry open the stubborn trust aboard this colossal ship. And this fulcrum was not far away, surrounded by a group of people drinking heartily. Portgas D. Ace. Among the entire Whitebeard Pirates, only Ace had personally experienced his nearly rigorous training in logical deductions. Only Ace had established a near-blind tactical trust in him. Old man. Luo-chen approached the giant chair of Whitebeard. Gorara. What's the matter, my chief of staff? Have you come up with some new tricks to stir my son so quickly? Just here to confirm the scope of my authority. Luo-chen's expression was calm, as if the earlier storm had never occurred. My orders, do they require the captain's consent? Marco, who had been listening nearby, chimed in with a smile. Luo-chan, you're overthinking it. Since old man appointed you, your words represent his strategic intent, and we will all listen. I asked the old man. Luo-chen did not look at Marco, his gaze remained fixed on Whitebeard. The atmosphere of the banquet momentarily stilled. Whitebeard's all-seeing eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized this young man he had just promoted. He sensed the weight hidden beneath Luo-chen's words. My chief of staff, Whitebeard spoke slowly, his voice steady as a mountain. On this ship, your tactical orders have the highest priority. Understood. Luo-chen turned and walked toward Ace's direction. The crowd parted automatically for him. The newly appointed chief of staff, carrying the authority confirmed by Whitebeard himself, was not to be obstructed. Ace was being held up by several crew members, his face flushed and preparing to drink another round. Ace. Luo-chen's voice was low but clearly reached Ace's ears. Ah. Luo-chen. Just in time, come help me drink these guys. Everyone stand up. Luo-chen interrupted him. 3 words delivered with an unyielding tone. The surrounding crew froze and Ace sobered up significantly. What did you say? I order you, Portgas D. Ace, to immediately enter combat readiness. Luo-chen's pace was measured, each word striking like a nail. This is the first order of the chief of staff. Ace's face instantly turned red, half from alcohol, half from anger and confusion. What are you joking about? It's a banquet now. The enemy won't rest while we're having a banquet. Luo-chen repeated a phrase he had said countless times during training, follow me. He turned and walked away, not even glancing back to see if Ace followed. Ace stood in place for a few seconds, his teeth clenched. He glanced at the bewildered expressions of the surrounding brothers, then at Luo-chen's back, which offered him no choice. Finally he muttered a curse and followed along. The two of them walked one after the other, crossing the noisy deck and entering a quiet passage leading to the ship's interior. What exactly do you want to do? Ace finally couldn't hold back his question. Are you trying to show off in front of so many people? Luo-chen stopped and turned around. The passage was dimly lit, half of his face shrouded in shadow. I need you to do something. What needs to be done now? Listen, Ace. Luo-chen's voice dropped low. You cannot tell anyone what I am about to say. Including Marco, including the old man. Ace was taken aback. He had never seen Luo-chen like this. From now on, until I order otherwise, your task is only one. Luo-chen leaned slightly forward. Stay glued to the 4th Division, Captain Saki. Ace was completely bewildered. Ha! Saki. Why? That guy is just a good cook. This is an order, not a discussion. Luo-chen's tone softened. Not one bit. Use any reason, any excuse. Say you want to learn how to cook, say you want to practice martial arts with him, say you owe him money and want to pay him back anytime. I don't care what method you use. For the next 3 days, Saki cannot spend a single second alone. 3 days. This is absurd. Then let me put it in a way you can understand. Luo-chen took a step closer, the two almost touching. This is a live drill. Your task is to simulate top-level protection. The target is Saki. The hypothetical enemy is everyone on the ship except you and me. Everyone. Ace felt as if his brain couldn't keep up. Are you insane? Asking me to suspect my family. I'm not asking you to doubt, I'm asking you to carry out orders. Luo-chan's hand pressed on Ace's shoulder, exerting considerable force. You just need to keep an eye on Saki, observe everyone approaching him and document their actions. This is the ultimate test of your observation haki refined application. What if I refuse? Ace asked through clenched teeth. Then you can go back to drinking right now. Luo-chan released his hand, taking a step back. Then pray that your impulsiveness and naivety won't one day lead to the death of your most cherished people. This sentence pierced Ace's softest spot like a poisoned dagger. He recalled his countless failures, remembering how Luo-chan had pulled him back from the brink of self-destruction step by step. His breathing became heavy. I need a reason. The reason is I am the chief of staff and you are my first deputy. Luo-chan's voice regained its calm. This mission is codenamed Guardian of the Kitchen. Follow the orders, Ace. Ace stared into Luo-chan's unfathomable eyes for a full 10 seconds. In the end, he seemed like a deflated balloon, yet also determined in some way. I understand. Go, don't let him sense anything unusual. Ace turned around, his footsteps heavy as he walked toward the banquet hall. Watching his figure disappear around the corner, Luo-chan leaned against the cold wall, the system interface in his mind still a blood-red expanse. During Shrank missions, special item exchange is temporarily available. Item 1, True Word Water Drop. Singlus forces a single target to answer one question within 10 minutes, cannot lie. Exchange cost 5,000 points. Item 2, Fate Scrying Mirror Fragment. One time allows a random glimpse into a future fragment related to the mission target, lasting 3 seconds. Exchange cost 8,000 points. Current teaching points held 1250 points. Points completely insufficient. The only support he could rely on now was himself. And Ace's precarious yet extraordinarily solid new appointment. Luo-chan raised his hand, looking at the slight wound on his palm. Ha ha ha. Teach's distinctive laughter seemed to pierce through layers of deck, echoing in his ears. The game has begun. Luo-chan closed the system interface. The blood-red warning and soaring points pressed heavily on his heart, yet they also allowed him to calm down completely. With no external aid and no shortcuts, he straightened his body from the wall, adjusted the collar of his coat, and walked towards the opposite direction of the banquet hall, heading to the chief of staff office that had just been assigned to him. The office was small, featuring a nautical chart table, a bookshelf, and a large corkboard on the wall on which several pieces of intelligence were pinned randomly with thumbtacks. This was his battlefield. He sat down at the nautical table, took out a blank piece of parchment, and dipped a quill into the ink. He didn't write anything. Instead, he sketched a simple structure diagram of the Moby Dick. The kitchen, the storage room, the crew dormitory, the training ground. Each area was outlined by him in boxes. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. This man had been lurking on the ship for over 20 years, far more familiar with it than Luo-chan, who had just boarded a few months ago. What was his behavioral pattern? Luo-chan's quill pointed heavily at the box labeled kitchen. Cherry pie. Teach's preference. It was a perfect, unquestionable excuse for him to frequently enter the core area of the ship's food supply. And Sachi was the person in charge there. Knock knock. The door was knocked. Come in. Entering was Ace, his face still carrying the scent of wine from the banquet, yet his expression was extremely serious. Any discoveries? Luo-chan did not look up, continuing to refine the structure diagram in his hand. He's been drinking arm wrestling with Jaws, nothing unusual. Ace walked to the table, looking at the diagram. What is this? Our chessboard. Luo-chan put down the quill. Where's Sachi? He was just taken by Marco up on deck for some fresh air, said he drank a bit too much. Good. Luo-chan stood up. Let's go. As the new chief of staff, I should visit the logistics department and inquire about the crew's food situation. Ace hesitated for a moment, then followed his footsteps. Are you going to the kitchen yourself? Is there a problem? Luo-chan retorted, understanding the operations of each division is the chief of staff's duty. Especially the 4th division, responsible for the crew's well-being, is of utmost importance. This reasoning was impeccable. Ace no longer asked further questions, silently following Luo-chan, acting as his most loyal shadow. The two walked one behind the other through the still celebrating deck, entering the passage to the interior of the ship. The noise was cut off behind them, and the air was filled with the aroma of food and the rich scent of rum. The kitchen was brightly lit. Sachi was leaning against a large cooking counter, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel. Several chefs were cleaning up the mess, while a tall, overweight figure was grinning, pinching a piece of cherry pie crust from a baking tray and stuffing it into his mouth. It was Teach. Ha ha. Sachi, your skills are getting better and better. Teach's laughter was coarse and bold. Sachi punched him playfully. You rascal, always sneaking snacks. Upon seeing Luo-chan and Ace enter, Sachi looked a bit surprised. Luo-chan. Ace. What brings you here? Just checking on our chef. Luo-chan wore a gentle smile, naturally walking over and to learn a bit. Managing the food for such a large ship is no easy task. His gaze swept over Teach, who was also looking at him, his eyes filled with unabashed curiosity. Ha ha. So it's the newly appointed chief of staff. Teach laughed exaggeratedly. What? Is the staff going to start managing the brothers' bellies now? Morale is part of combat effectiveness, Teach. Luo-chan walked to the cooking counter, picking up a clean plate, and nothing boosts morale like a hearty meal. I'm just here to ensure that our strategic advantage is secure. He handed the plate to Sachi. If you don't mind, could you tell me about the food reserves and consumption on the ship? For example, how are some special perishable ingredients handled? This question seemed perfectly normal, yet also rather unusual. Teach's smile faded for a moment. Sachi, unguarded, enthusiastically began to explain. Oh, you've asked the right person. We have the largest cold storage and some special preservation techniques. As for special ingredients, there has indeed been one recently. Ha ha. Speaking of which, Sachi, Teach suddenly interrupted him, casually resting an arm on Sachi's shoulder. I heard you got something good. Everyone is quite curious. Here it came. Luo-chan's heart skipped a beat. Ace stood at the door, arms crossed, brow furrowed. He couldn't understand the undercurrents, but he felt the atmosphere shift. What good thing? It's just a strangely shaped fruit. Sachi waved his hand dismissively. Old man said, this is my luck, he'll decide how to handle it after the banquet. Luck is also part of strength. Teach's hand patted Sachi's shoulder with considerable force, but such a precious thing needs to be kept safe. There are many people on the ship and it would be a shame if it got lost. His words sounded like a reminder, yet also a threat. Don't worry, I locked it in my personal storage cabinet. Sachi pointed to one of the metal cabinets in the kitchen corner. Teach's gaze followed his finger, lingering on the cabinet door for a split second. Then I'll rest easy. I think we should be more cautious. Luo-chan suddenly spoke. All eyes were on him. He looked at Sachi, his expression serious. As the chief of staff, I believe that any valuable item that might affect team stability should have additional security measures. Especially something like the devil fruit that can directly alter the power dynamics. He deliberately emphasized the words devil fruit. Sachi was stunned. Is it that serious? Of course. Luo-chan picked up an apple, tossing it in his hand. I suggest that before you decide how to handle it, Ace and I conduct a temporary tactical seal on your storage cabinet. This isn't a command, just a suggestion. Ace suddenly looked up, finally understanding Luo-chan's purpose in bringing him here. This was no longer a drill. This was a real confrontation. The air in the kitchen felt as if it had solidified. Teach's smile vanished entirely, his gaze fixated on Luo-chan, deep within his eyes swirling the coldness and calculation. This new chief of staff is reaching too far. Ha ha. Teach's laughter turned dry. Luo-chan, are you too tense? We are family who would harm their own. I never doubt family, I only guard against accidents. Luo-chan met his gaze without flinching. Accidents always occur when everyone thinks it's impossible. My duty is to eliminate those impossibilities. He turned to Ace. Ace, what do you think of my suggestion? Ace stepped forward, standing beside Luo-chan, facing Teach and Sachi. His actions were his response. I agree with Luo-chan. Ace's voice was deep and powerful. Any potential risk should be nipped in the bud. Sachi looked at Luo-chan, then at Ace and finally at Teach, a face full of difficulty. Guys, isn't this unnecessary? Really? It is very necessary. Luo-chan's tone was not to be refused. He looked at Teach word by word. Teach, what do you think? Teach fell silent for a full 5 seconds, then once again broke into a boisterous smile. Ha ha. You're right. I didn't consider this. Safety first. Safety first. He released his hand from Sachi's shoulder, took a step back and spread his arms. Since both the chief of staff and the 2nd division captain say so, then let's do as you say. I have no objections. It's all for the good of the family. He picked up the last piece of cherry pie and turned to walk towards the door. Passing by Luo-chan, he paused, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. You're quite special, kid. After saying that, he laughed heartily and left the kitchen. Watching his retreating figure, Luo-chan's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. The first round ended in a tie. No, he lost. He revealed his excessive concern regarding the matter. Sachi sighed, scratching his head. All right, since you all insist so much. Luo-chan said no more, just teamed up with Ace to seal Sachi's storage cabinet with a special tape from the staff. The seal bore Luo-chan's signature. After completing all this, Luo-chan glanced at the wall clock. There were still 68 hours left until the 72-hour deadline. Ace. Here. Tonight double the night watch in the kitchen. The sunlight spilled onto the deck of the Moby Dick, dispelling the last trace of morning chill. Sachi held a uniquely shaped purple fruit in his hands, his face unable to contain his exuberance. He rushed to the center of the deck, wrapping his arms around Marco, who was polishing his naginata. Marco! Jaws! Quickly look what I found. Marco squinted through his sleepy eyes inspecting the fruit. Is this a devil fruit? Exactly. The dark fruit. The most sinister of the natural types recorded in the illustrated guide. Sachi's voice was filled with longing. With this I will surely be able to help my father even more. A hearty laugh echoed as Marshal D. Teach swaggered over with a large mug of beer in hand. His massive build made the deck tremble slightly with each step. Sachi. My good brother. What tremendous luck you have. Teach slapped Sachi's back heavily enough to make him stagger. He snatched the wine cup from Sachi's hand and raised it high. Cheers. To our future great figure, the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi. Teach's face radiated joy more sincere than Sachi's own as he threw his arm around Sachi's shoulders as if they were the closest of brothers in the world. Ha ha. This is destiny. This is the dream. Sachi, my father's era needs wings like us to support it. He stuffed a foamy mug of beer into Sachi's hands. Drink. We must drink to our heart's content today. Sachi, swept up in this enthusiasm, excitedly lifted his cup. Exactly. For father. Just the few of us drinking isn't enough. Teach looked around, announcing loudly, I propose. Tonight we hold a grand celebration banquet for Sachi. Inviting all the captains and brothers. What do you think? Oh. That's wonderful. The surrounding crew instantly cheered in response. Sachi was even more moved. Teach. You truly are. We are family. Ha ha ha. Teach's laughter echoed across the deck. The banquet began punctually in the evening. The kitchen was bright with lights, with a long table filled with roasted meats and fine wines. Teach sat beside Sachi, continuously pouring him drinks, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. By the way, Sachi, where did you find this fruit? Your luck is incredible. Teach downed a big gulp of beer, casually asking. On the last island in the ruins of Merc Island. Who would have thought? Sachi, already a bit tipsy, answered without any guard. So when do you plan to eat it? No rush. Sachi waved his hand. This is an important power. I need to put it back in the safe in my room and wait for my father to return to hear his opinion. Teach's smile grew wider as he frequently clinked glasses with Sachi. Amidst the clinking of cups, his gaze subtly swept over the entire kitchen. He noted the most likely route Sachi would take when leaving the banquet, the swaying of his body after drunkenness and the frequency of the keychain at his waist swinging. Everything was calculated. Suddenly Teach's movements paused. He saw in a corner of the noisy crowd Luo-chan and Ace were not participating in the revelry. Luo-chan leaned against the doorframe holding a cup of juice, calmly observing everything. Ace stood not far from Sachi, arms crossed, body tense like a leopard ready to pounce. Those two were like two cold rocks amidst this fervent banquet. A strange sense of irritation rose within Teach. Again it was these two guys. As the banquet reached its climax, Teach raised his cup once more. Sachi. Brother. Let's drink another cup. Clang. Two enormous mugs clashed together heavily. At the moment of clinking, Teach's fingers intentionally or unintentionally brushed against Sachi's wrist. Muscles relaxed, completely unsuspecting. Good. He retracted his hand and downed the wine in his cup in one go. The banquet finally dispersed in the deep of night. The crew members stumbled back to rest. Teach was the last to leave the kitchen, walking over like a reliable big brother, supporting the swaying Sachi. Take it slow, my brother, don't fall. He assisted Sachi through the long hallway all the way to Sachi's door. Give me the key, I'll help you open the door. Th. Thank you, Teach. Sachi mumbled his gratitude. Teach took the key, opened the door, and helped Sachi onto the bed. He even thoughtfully covered him with a blanket. After doing all this, he exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. The corridor was empty, with only the distant sound of the night watchman's footsteps on the deck. Teach's hearty smile slowly faded, replaced by an extreme coldness and greed. The plan had already formed in his mind. The location, time, and the target state had all been confirmed. The only variable. His head turned towards the other end of the corridor. Luo-chan and Ace were standing there quietly watching him. Teach grinned, reverting to that rugged smile, waving at them as he turned to walk towards his room. But this time his laughter did not ring out. At the end of the corridor, the figures of Luo-chan and Ace vanished around the corner. The hearty, rugged smile on Marshal D. Teach's face faded like a candle extinguished by the wind, inch by inch, leaving only the cold wax solidified on his face. He did not return to his room. The night had deepened. The Moby Dick lay like a slumbering giant, emitting steady breaths in the cradle of the waves. Teach silently left his cabin like a drop of ink merging into the night. He began to stroll around the ship. His footsteps were incredibly light, and his stout body displayed an agility that belied his size, resembling a black bear patrolling its territory. He did not walk in the center of the corridor, but moved along the deepest shadows against the ship's wall. He remembered each deck that might emit an unusual sound clearly. He appeared to wander aimlessly, yet his eyes were sharp as a hawk's, greedily absorbing all the information around him. The position of the ventilation shafts. The direction of the emergency escape ladder. And those surveillance blind spots that he had long since memorized, areas that the lookout could not possibly cover. Everything was being finalized for the impending hunt. He circled around to the main avenue leading to Sachi's room. Two watchful crew members leaned against the wall, softly chatting about cherry pie from their homeland, Teach's favorite dessert. Teach halted in the shadows, listening quietly. He was not listening to the content but analyzing the degree of fatigue in their voices, gauging their alertness. The conclusion was vulnerable. He calculated the patrol route and timing. The next team would pass by here in 7 minutes and 34 seconds. That would be enough. He finally arrived in front of the door. Sachi's door. The brass handle glimmered softly in the moonlight and the lock was standardized across the ship, appearing sturdy. But in Teach's eyes it was as fragile as a cookie. He didn't even need tools, pure strength could make it yield. However, that would make a sound. He needed a more perfect plan. An absolutely silent, absolutely lethal plan. His mind raced, simulating everything. If Sachi screamed, how long would it take for the ship's doctor and Marco to rush over from their respective rooms? He estimated the distance. 45 seconds. He had absolute confidence that he could end everything within 20 seconds. Teach even lifted his head, feeling the sea breeze blowing through the deck gaps, listening to the sound of the waves crashing against the hull. The roaring tide served as the best cover. Fate seemed to have paved the way for him. However, an unbidden thought pierced his mind like a cold needle, puncturing his simmering ambition. Luo Chun. An ace. Teach recalled the unusual behavior of those two at the banquet. While everyone else reveled around Sachi and the devil fruit, those two seemed like outsiders clinging to Sachi. That was not protection. It felt more like surveillance. An indescribable sense of irritation rose from the deepest part of Teach's heart. On this ship he was not afraid of Whitebeard, for he understood old Dad's mercy. He was not afraid of Marco, for he understood the captain's rules. He only feared the enigmatic chief of staff. The man's gaze was too calm, so calm that it seemed to penetrate the depths of his soul and see his desires. All his plans were based on the principle of surprise. But Luo Chen's appearance turned this greatest premise into a massive question mark. Had that guy already caught on to something? Teach decided to postpone his actions. He could not gamble. To gamble his fate, which he had concealed for over 20 years, against a variable he could not fully comprehend, was the most foolish act. He needed to observe. He wanted to see what Luo Chen intended to do. He lingered for a moment outside Sachi's door. He closed his eyes, even feeling the dark aura emanating from beyond that thin door, a presence that made his soul tremble. The dark fruit. The power he had long desired was right there within reach. Teach's fists clenched tightly in the shadows, his nails almost embedding into the flesh of his palms. After a moment he released his fists, turned and silently left. Returning to his small dim room, Teach heavily lay on the bed, the floorboards creaking in pain. He stared at the darkness of the ceiling with wide open eyes. He felt no sleepiness. The snake that had lurked for more than 20 years for the dark fruit had been fully awakened. It had merely retreated temporarily into its den, its cold vertical pupils fixated on the only variable named Luo Chun. At dawn the next day, the galley of the Moby Dick was already perfumed with the rich aroma of freshly baked wheat bread and savory meat broth. Luo Chen arrived at the kitchen entrance right on schedule, accompanied by Ace. Yo Shachi. Good morning. Luo Chen greeted warmly and naturally. Ace followed closely behind, his expression still stiff, clearly ill at ease with this covert assignment. Shachi, who had been directing cooks as they prepared the spinal meat of a colossal sea monster, turned around. Upon seeing his visitors, he broke into a hearty open smile. Luo Chun. Ace. What wind blew you two this way? Today's breakfast features our special smoked meat sandwiches. Care for one first? Sounds delicious, but we're here to learn. Luo Chen stepped confidently inside. His gaze swept across the vast kitchen, immaculately organized, pulsing with vitality. Learn. Shachi wiped grease from his hands, surprised. Exactly, Luo Chen nodded. As the newly appointed chief of staff, I must gain thorough familiarity with every aspect of the ship's logistical operations. Catering is paramount, and no one is more expert in this domain than you. The rationale was perfectly sound, even exemplary in its professionalism. Pride instantly lit up Shachi's face. Ha ha. You've come to the right man. Ask away, anything you'd like to know. He enthusiastically ushered Luo Chen deeper inside. Take this roaring sea ox meat. Its thick fat marbling makes it ideal for steaks. But its fascia is uniquely structured, you must slice precisely along the grain or the texture will be 10 times tougher. And this luminescent jellyfish. It has no intrinsic flavor, yet its mucus serves as nature's finest thickening agent, more effective than any spice. Shachi spoke with animated passion, utterly immersed in his craft. Luo-chan listened intently, occasionally interjecting thoughtful questions. Do dietary regimens differ for users of various devil fruit powers? For instance, Captain Marco's extraordinary regeneration, does it demand higher calorie nutrition? A typical long voyage lasts over a month, how do you preserve fresh vegetables without spoilage? Though these queries appeared amateurish, they struck directly at the heart of logistics, forcing Shachi to pause his work and devote considerable time to explaining preservation techniques and nutritional science in meticulous detail. Ace leaned idly against the wall, growing drowsy amid talk of fat layers and mucus. His hand instinctively drifted toward the dagger at his waist. Just then Luo-chan's voice murmured near his ear, "Don't stand idle, observe Shachi's movements." Ace blinked, puzzled. Observe what? Watch how his wrist engages when slicing meat, how he modulates rhythm between his twin blades. His combat style and culinary artistry spring from the same root. This is training your perception. Luo-chan's voice remained soft yet carried an unyielding authority. Once you grasp it, I'll give you a private lesson tonight on integrating that rhythm into your flame fist. Specialized instruction. Ace snapped upright, instantly, eyes sharpening as they locked onto Shachi's hands wielding the chef's knives. Though boredom lingered, purpose now anchored him. Amid the kitchen's tranquil atmosphere, a towering broad-shouldered figure filled the doorway, Marshal D. Teach. His uneven teeth flashed in a wide grin, an empty wine jug dangled from his hand. Shishishi. Shachi, pour me some wine. Last night's vintage was superb. As he spoke, he strode familiarly toward Shachi, his gaze flickering almost imperceptibly to the spot at Shachi's waist where the fruit-wrapped pouch should have hung. It wasn't there. The fruit must be in his cabin. The thought flared and vanished. He needed an opening, an excuse to speak privately with Shachi, then casually receive an invitation to his quarters. Yet after 2 steps he froze. Luo-chan and Ace stood squarely before Shachi, blocking his path. Again these two. Teach, you're right on time. Luo-chan turned, wearing a gentle smile. He stepped forward, deliberately positioning himself precisely between Teach and Shachi. I'm consulting Captain Shachi on procurement logistics. As a veteran crewman, your experience is invaluable, perhaps you'd share some insights too. For instance, near Reverse Mountain, which islands serve the finest cherry pies? Ace nearly lost his composure. Only Luo-chan could detain someone with such a flimsy pretext. A flicker of stiffness tightened Teach's grin. He couldn't possibly miss Luo-chan's subtext, I am here, you cannot pass. Yet he dared not protest. Within the Whitebeard Pirates, openly refusing the Chief of Staff's consultation would itself raise suspicion. Shishishi. Of course. Teach's laughter rang louder than usual, as if volume might drown out inner turbulence. He boisterously plopped onto a nearby sack of flour. Cherry pies. Magnetic Drum Islands are unmatched, though their King Wapple is a scoundrel shopping there is pure chance. Teach launched into a rousing, rugged monologue brimming with the swagger of a seasoned adventurer. Shachi, captivated, joined the conversation. In moments, the 3 men were deep in spirited debate over great route culinary specialties. Only Ace watched coldly from the periphery. He noticed that as Teach gesticulated wildly, recounting island anecdotes, Luo-chan merely smiled and listened, yet microsecond data streams flickered across the lenses of his custom tactical glasses. Luo-chan was observing. Through his Haka visualization goggles, Teach's aura appeared calm, like that of an ordinary burly crewman. Yet each time Teach uttered words like dream or destiny or met Luo-chan's gaze, a faint murky ripple, like sediment stirred from abyssal mud, stirred beneath that placid surface. The fluctuation was vanishingly subtle, fleeting, but undeniably real. It was ambition ruthlessly suppressed beneath layers of restraint and artifice. Come to think of it, Luo-chan, I'm genuinely surprised you're so passionate about cooking. Shachi clapped Luo-chan heartily on the shoulder. How about learning a few tricks? My dual-blade grilling technique is legendary aboard this ship. The proposal aligned perfectly with Luo-chan's intent. What an honor, he accepted immediately. He had succeeded. From this day onward, he possessed an irrefusable reason to remain constantly at Shachi's side. Teach's expression darkened. He realized seizing an unobserved moment to act against Shachi had just become nearly impossible. This man Luo-chan had deployed a transparent, honorable stratagem, using apprenticeship to enfold Shachi entirely within his protective orbit. So long as Luo-chan and Ace remained present, the perfect traceless opportunity would elude him. Shishishi. You two carry on, I just remembered something urgent. Teach rose, slapped flour from his trousers with exaggerated force and strode out of the kitchen. His massive silhouette, cast sharp and somber by the kitchen's bright light, receded into shadow, while Shachi continued enthusiastically imparting his secrets of ingredient selection to Luo-chan. Less than half an hour had passed when the kitchen curtain was lifted once again. A tall and corpulent figure nearly blocked the entire doorway, casting a massive shadow. Ha 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 ha. The iconic laughter echoed within the relatively enclosed kitchen space, causing the plates on the cabinets to buzz. Marshal D. Teach had returned. He held an empty plate in his hand, grinning widely to reveal his uneven teeth. Sachi, bring me another cherry pie. The last one was devoured too quickly for me to savor its flavor. Sachi, who was enthusiastically teaching Luochen how to identify spices, instantly laughed and replied, no problem. There's nothing lacking on the ship except for food. Teach's gaze fell upon Luochen. Chief Strategist Luochen, I never expected you to care so much about the kitchen. Back when that incident with Squard happened, your intellect astonished everyone. He spoke with a tone of near admiration, as if they were merely chatting. Yet this remark cooled the lively atmosphere in the kitchen. Sachi slowed his movements and Ace's fists were already clenched. Luochen adjusted the tactical glasses on his nose, the lenses reflecting the light. You flatter me, Captain Teach. I merely fulfilled my duties. Fulfill your duties. Teach's laughter grew louder, ha 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 ha. This is not merely fulfilling duties. That is wisdom capable of changing the tide of battle. I have always been curious about how someone like you views our Whitebeard Pirates. He took 2 steps forward, closing the distance with an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down. Do you believe that for pirates like us overwhelming power is more important, or is your kind of incomprehensible wisdom more crucial? This question was like a poisoned dagger striking directly at the core. It was an interrogation of Luochen's stance, probing whether he intended to use wisdom to vie for influence aboard the ship. Luochen took a small knife from Sachi's hand and leisurely began to peel an apple, his movement smooth and steady. Captain Teach, this question is quite interesting. But I believe it is a false dilemma in itself. He handed a small piece of apple to Sachi beside him. Strength is the keel of the ship, determining how far we can sail. Wisdom is the helm of the ship, determining where we head. A ship without a keel is merely a pile of rotten wood. A ship without a helm, no matter how sturdy, will only spin in place or crash into an iceberg. He raised his head, his gaze calmly meeting Teach's. They are not choices but necessities. Father's strength is our foundation, and my duty is to ensure that this strength is utilized in the most correct manner. This statement was watertight. It affirmed the absolute core position of Whitebeard's power while defining his own wisdom as a supportive tool, perfectly avoiding any suspicion of ambition. Teach's smile froze for a moment before erupting into an even louder laugh. Ha 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 ha. Well said. Truly well said. However, Luochen, you are new here. He shifted his tone, becoming more significant. There are many old rules on this ship, many unwritten things. Not everything is as simple as drawing lines on blueprints. Threat. This was a blatant threat imposed through seniority and tradition. It hinted that he should not interfere too much with matters that do not concern him. Luochen displayed just the right amount of confusion and humility. Oh. Is that so? He stopped his movements and looked at Teach sincerely. I really don't understand. Captain Teach, you are one of the veterans aboard. Your experience far exceeds mine. If you don't mind, could you point out a few things? Which specific rules? So I can integrate quickly and avoid causing trouble for father and the brothers. He lowered his posture like a humble newcomer seeking advice. Ace stood by like a wooden doll. Yet those around knew that this was not a request for guidance, it was clearly an attempt to put Teach on the hot seat. Either Teach had to disclose the specific unspoken rules allowing Luochen to grasp more internal information, or he could only speak ambiguously, which would render his threat an empty statement revealing his pettiness. Teach's eyelids twitched slightly. He realized that this young man before him was like a piece of cotton soaked in oil. No matter how much force you used against him, he would effortlessly diffuse it and leave you with a handful of grease. He suddenly burst into laughter, pulling Sachi, who was plating, close to him. Ha 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 ha. You see, Luochen, when it comes to rules, the biggest rule is brotherhood. He shook Sachi vigorously. Sachi and I share a bond that is life and death. I trust him like I trust my own fists. I would dare to eat his cooking with my eyes closed. This is the rule of our Whitebeard Pirates, trust. He deliberately emphasized the word trust, his gaze firmly fixed on Luochen. He was implying that his relationship with Sachi was unbreakable, warning Luochen not to entertain any ill intentions towards Sachi. This was the final test. Luochen smiled. I see, I understand now. He handed the whole peeled apple to Sachi. The reason I wish to learn from Captain Sachi is precisely because I sense this bond. Captain Sachi is willing to offer the most delicious food for his brothers, and this intention is our team's most precious wealth. I look forward to contributing more to solidify this trust alongside Captain Sachi. He calmly elevated the purpose of his learning to the level of contributing to the team, placing himself completely in the spotlight. Blackbeard could find no flaws. All his probing, all his sharp wit was thwarted by the other party's broader and more correct reasoning. An unprecedented sense of irritability rose within him. The man named Luochen was a type completely different from him. He himself was a snake lurking in the darkness, while the other was a player openly making moves on the chessboard. A strategy in the open. Ha 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 ha. Well said. Luochen, you truly are a remarkable newcomer. Teach released Sachi and strode towards Luochen. From now on we will be brothers, fighting side by side. He extended his large hand, heavily patting Luochen's shoulder. This was a standard gesture among pirates to show closeness and recognition. However, at the moment his palm descended, his fingers deftly slid along Luo Chan's shoulder, quickly and discreetly feeling along his side. The motion was so swift that even Ace beside them could not see it clearly. He was probing for weapons. A strategist and advisor, if he carried a deadly weapon, then his identity and purpose would warrant re-evaluation. Luo Chan's body showed no signs of movement, allowing that hand to wander over him. Teach's fingers touched something hard. Not the grip of a gun nor the hilt of a knife. It was a smooth, hard scroll tube. Beyond that there was nothing else. Teach withdrew his hand, his smile still hearty. Brother, let's be closer in the future. He picked up the cherry pie that Sachi had just made and turned to leave the kitchen, leaving behind a fading echo of ha 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 ha. This time he truly left. The kitchen returned to silence. Yet Luo Chan already understood. Blackbeard's patience was being rapidly consumed. This covert battle surrounding the dark fruit must speed up. Ace forcefully pulled Sachi out of the kitchen, where Sachi was still holding half of a peeled potato. Luo Chan said that from today onwards your physical training will be doubled. How can the captain of the 4th Division spend every day in the kitchen? Ace's enthusiasm was as scorching as the flames in his palm. Sachi looked bewildered at Luo Chen, who stood on the deck with a scroll in hand. Luo Chen nodded at him and unfolded the core strength enhancement schedule for the Whitebeard Pirates that he had personally drafted. Captain Sachi, based on my assessment, there is still significant room for improvement in your martial arts and hockey. Your duty is not just as head chef but also as an important captain under Dad's command. From today your kitchen duties will be taken over by your assistant. Your main task is to train intensively with Ace at the new dojo I have established. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every crew member on the deck. The crew exchanged glances and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. To make a division captain, especially a head chef, undergo mandatory training. This has never happened in the history of the Whitebeard Pirates. But the brothers' meals. Sachi hesitated. Don't worry, Luo Chen rolled up the scroll. I've already arranged the duty roster to ensure everyone gets fed. But combat power is the foundation for our survival on these seas. Dad needs sons who can charge into battle for him, not just cooks who can stir pots. This statement was grandiose and carried an undeniable firmness. Ace was already excitedly rubbing his fists together. Did you hear that, Sachi? Let's go. Let me see if your swordsmanship has regressed lately. Luo Chen said he would personally guide us in advancing our armed haki techniques. Sachi was dragged along by Ace, half pushed and half willing, towards the training ground at the stern of the ship. On the deck some of the veteran crew members wore solemn expressions. In the corner, Marshal D. Teach was drinking with several crew members. His thick fingers gripped the wine glass and a hearty smile was plastered across his face. Ha ha ha. Chief of Staff Luo Chen really is energetic. A scarred old crew member beside him took a swig of his drink and muttered, what Chief of Staff? He's only been on the ship for a few days and is already bossing around the captains. When did our Whitebeard Pirates ever have such rules? Another crew member chimed in, exactly. Sachi's cooking is the best on the ship. Now it's good we're eating mush made by the assistants every day and it's barely passable. This isn't piracy, it's a Navy boot camp. Teach patted his shoulder, appearing to defend Luo Chen. You can't say that. Luo Chen is doing this for our sake, for Dad's sake. Gaining strength is always a good thing. He paused, shifting his tone to one that conveyed understanding. However, we are pirates after all, and what we want is that sense of freedom. Dad treats us as sons, not soldiers. Gathering together to drink and eat meat, calling each other brothers, that's what makes a family. If even enjoying Sachi's meals becomes a luxury, then what's the point of this life? These words struck precisely at the softest and most sensitive spots in the crew's hearts. They joined the Whitebeard Pirates not for strict discipline but for that unique sense of belonging and freedom that felt like family. Complaints began to spread like a tidal wave across the deck. Teach watched it all unfold, the smile at the corner of his mouth hidden beneath the froth of his drink revealing a profound meaning. He didn't need to take action himself, a gentle nudge would turn the ship's proudest values of freedom and trust into blades aimed at the troublesome Chief of Staff. Luo Chen, did you think you could control everyone? You are being too overreaching. In the training ground a shallow fist imprint was left on the sea stone mixed target. Sachi gasped for breath, shaking his numb wrist. Ace shouted from the side, harder. Your armed haki needs to cover the knuckles. You're so soft you couldn't even tickle Luo Chen. Luo Chen wore his haki visualization tactical glasses, which were currently displaying the intermittent faint flow of Sachi's haki on his arm. Your method of exertion is incorrect, Captain Sachi. Your haki is generated from your shoulders and the energy is too dispersed. Try to channel it from your waist and abdomen, twisting it into a single force and then exploding it outward instantaneously. As he guided, he noted something in his notebook. Sachi felt somewhat distracted, as if countless eyes were watching him from behind, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Once he had been the most popular person in the kitchen, but now he had become the exception of breaking the rules. This feeling was terrible. Marco found Luo Chen. The Phoenix did not knock but directly pushed open the door to the operations room of the staff. Inside, Luo Chen stood in front of a gigantic sea chart marked with different colors indicating the movements of various factions. Your recent activities have been a bit too conspicuous, Luo Chen. Marco got straight to the point, his hands in his pockets, his expression lazily habitual yet his tone was serious. Luo Chen turned around and removed his glasses. I'm merely fulfilling my duties as the Chief of Staff, Marco. Duties. Marco walked up to him. Your duty is to formulate strategies, not to dictate the daily lives of division captains. He paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his words. The crew members are complaining. They say you have disrupted the freedom on the ship, that you have turned this place into a naval base. They miss Sachi's barbecue, not watching him take a beating on the training ground. Luo Chen's face showed no expression. These reactions were all within his expectations. However, hearing them from Marco made a completely different impact. This indicated that the top ranks of the Whitebeard Pirates were beginning to have doubts about him. The enhancement of strength must inevitably come with growing pains. Luo Chen replied calmly, temporary discomfort is for the sake of a longer-lasting stability in the future. We don't need that kind of stability. Marco raised his voice slightly. We are the Whitebeard Pirates. As long as Dad is here, this is the most stable place. We rely not on discipline but on the trust and bonds between family. He pointed outside the door. What you're doing is shaking our foundations. You're forcing Sachi away from what he excels at, what brings joy to this family, and shoving him into a mold he cannot fit. This is not cultivation, it's torment. You have made the brothers start to distrust each other and begin to complain. Is this what you call strengthening? Marco's questioning was piercing. Each sentence stood firmly on the righteousness of the Whitebeard Pirates. Luo Chen found it hard to refute. Because on the surface Marco was entirely correct. Yet he, the one who understood the dark truth, could not explain a single word. He couldn't say that there was a man named Teach who was like a poisonous snake eyeing Sachi, ready to kill a brother for a devil fruit at any moment. Once he spoke out in this pirate crew that valued trust above life itself, an unproven accusation would only make him the greatest factor of distrust, instantly ostracized by this family. Blackbeard, what a clever move to use the knife of betrayal. Using our own rules to bind my hands and feet. Luo Chen fell silent for a moment. I understand. He put his glasses back on and looked at Marco. Your reminder is timely. Perhaps I have indeed been a bit too hasty. His tone softened as if sincerely accepting the advice. I will adjust the plan to allow Captain Sachi to resume some of his kitchen duties. Thank you for your honesty, Marco. Marco looked at him, seemingly trying to discern the genuine emotion on his face, but the tactical glasses obscured everything. In the end, he simply nodded. As long as you understand. This family has its own rules. Marco turned and left. The door to the operations room closed, cutting off the noise from outside. Luo Chen stood still in place, motionless. After a long time he slowly walked to the sea chart and picked up a red pen. The path of open schemes was blocked. Using righteousness and rules to protect Sachi would only become a weapon for the enemy to attack him. If that's the case, he would have to resort to unconventional means. He could no longer delay. Blackbeard's patience was limited, and the public opinion he stirred up within the pirate crew was a countdown hanging over his head. The door to the war room closed, isolating it from the outside clamor. Luo Chen stood still in place, as if merging into the shadows of the room. The enormous nautical chart unfolded before him, countless islands and routes resembling a complex spider web, with him standing in the center of this web. He picked up a red pen, its tip hovering in the air, lingering without falling. The path of overt schemes had been blocked. Blackbeard executed this maneuver exquisitely, needing neither to show his face nor to act directly, merely fanning the flames of discontent among the crew, using Marco, who upheld the family concept most fervently, to choke him. Attacking him as a reformer using the righteousness and rules of the Whitebeard Pirates was an utterly unfair blow. He could not refute it, for every word Marco spoke stood on the foundation of this family. Here the emotions and trust of family were more important than strength and discipline. Luo Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, placing the pen back in its place. He stepped out of the war room, intending to get some fresh air on the deck, clearing his blocked thoughts. However, as soon as he pushed the door open, he found more than one person standing outside. Marco had not walked far. Beside him stood a sturdy figure like a mountain, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu. Seeing Jozu, Luo Chen's heart sank slightly. If Marco represented the brain and soul of the Whitebeard Pirates, then Jozu embodied the strength and intuition of this family. With him also present, it indicated that this matter had drawn widespread attention among the captains. Luo Chen. Marco's expression was even more serious than it had been in the war room, tinged with a hint of helplessness. We think we need to talk to you again. His tone had shifted from a previous friendly reminder to something more formal. Of course. Luo Chen stepped aside, allowing them to enter the war room. He knew that this hurdle had to be crossed today. As Joseph's massive figure entered the already spacious war room, felt somewhat cramped. He did not sit down but instead stood silently with his arms crossed over his chest and invisible pressure bearing down upon them. Luo-chan, I know you mean well for this family. Marco was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Your abilities are recognized by both Dad and all of us. Whether in previous tactical arrangements or in teaching Ace, you have demonstrated your unparalleled value. He first offered affirmation, a way of internal communication within the Whitebeard family, beginning with family before addressing issues. However, Marco changed his tone. You might not quite understand our way of survival. We are pirates, we are family, not an army. What Dad values most is the freedom to drink and laugh heartily together, the unreserved trust between brothers. The rules you formulated are too rigid. Luo-chan looked at him calmly. Marco, freedom and trust require absolute strength to protect. I just want to add a few layers of armor for everyone before disaster strikes. But that armor shouldn't be imposed. Marco's voice rose slightly. The enhancement of strength should come from an inner desire, of voluntary choice. Look at what the crew is complaining about now. They say you've turned this place into a naval base, that they miss Sachi's barbecue instead of watching him get beaten up in the training ground. At this moment, the previously silent Jozu spoke in a deep voice. Luo-chan, we all admire your intelligence. However, your time on the ship has been short and your understanding of the relationships among the brothers isn't deep enough. That guy Sachi's joy comes from being in the kitchen making the best food for everyone. If you make him do tactical analyses, he suffers more than anyone. Joseph's words were straightforward but hit the nail on the head. Unlike Marco, who argued from an ideological perspective, he directly pointed out the fundamental interpersonal issue. Luo-chan's gaze swept across the faces of the two men. He keenly sensed a trace of noise in their words. The crew is complaining Sachi is suffering. These words were so specific, so inflammatory. Who were Marco and Jozu? How could they easily be swayed by the complaints of ordinary crew members? Unless there was a brother they trusted enough whispering to them day after day in a for everyone's good tone. That person could only be Marshal D. Teach. Luo-chan's heart turned cold. He finally realized the significant disadvantage he faced as a newcomer in interpersonal relationships. Even if he held a script capable of changing the future, even if his abilities were irreplaceable on the scale of trust, how could a newcomer who had just boarded a few months ago compare to a family member who had infiltrated for over 20 years and was on close terms with everyone? Blackbeard didn't even need to produce any evidence, he merely had to play the role of a concerned good guy regarding the team atmosphere, easily twisting all of Luo-chan's efforts into ambitions that disrupt family harmony. At that moment, Luo-chan clearly recognized that all the plans he had forcefully pushed forward in the capacity of chief of staff would encounter enormous resistance. He could no longer overtly place Sachi under his wing. Blackbeard had once again gained the space and time to act with ease. With this thought, Luo-chan took a deep breath, the tension in his face suddenly softening. He removed the tactical glasses that had isolated his emotions, revealing a pair of clear and sincere eyes. I understand now. He slightly bowed to Marco and Jozu. It's my fault. I was too eager for results and overlooked everyone's emotions and habits. Thank you for your reminder, it is very important to me. He made no further excuses but calmly acknowledged his mistake. Seeing his attitude, both Marco and Jozu were momentarily taken aback. They had prepared a wealth of words to persuade him but did not expect Luo-chan to concede so readily. Marco's tense expression also relaxed as he patted Luo-chan on the shoulder. As long as you understand, that's good. We are family, whatever happens we can take our time. No one will deny your contributions. By the way, Luo-chan seemed to remember something and looked up. Have you found the results for the special island magnetic field records of the first half of the Grand Line that I asked you to look for? Oh, that. Marco pulled out a thick stack of documents from his pocket and handed them to him. It's all here. It took quite some effort to organize it from our intelligence network. What do you need this for? Studying the routes. Sort of. Conducting some preventive research. Luo-chan took the heavy stack of materials, feeling the rough texture of the paper at his fingertips. That's good, you can get busy now. Marco and Jozu exchanged glances. Seeing that Luo-chan had changed his mind, they said no more and turned to leave the war room. The door closed once more. This time the warmth and sincerity on Luo-chan's face vanished without a trace. He put on his glasses again, the lenses reflecting the cold light of the nautical chart. He walked to the table and slammed the stack of magnetic records down heavily. Rustle, the papers scattered all over the floor. He bent down, picking them up one by one, but his gaze was fixed on a specific sheet depicting a strange sea area. Since the concept of family had become the shackles binding him by the enemy. Since conventional and overt means of protection had been completely blocked. Then, he could only solve this problem with a more impactful, more unreasonable method, one that no one could easily dismiss, using the family concept. A cold and crazed arc tugged at the corners of Luo-chan's mouth. His gaze roamed over that special magnetic field chart, a thought far bolder and more dangerous than any previous plans frantically taking shape in his mind. Teach, do you think you've won? He whispered to himself, his voice echoing in the empty war room, laced with a chilling excitement. You used the rules of family against me. Then I will create a crisis that transcends all rules. A crisis that only I can resolve. When the door of the war room was closed by Marco from the outside, the faint click sounded to Luo Chen as if the world had shut another door on him. He maintained a gentle bow until the footsteps of Marco and Xiaozi gradually faded away before slowly straightening up. The room fell back into silence with only the nautical chart hanging on the wall silently narrating the vastness and dangers of the sea under the dim light. The apology and gentleness on Luo Chen's face quickly faded like the receding tide replaced by an unfathomable coldness. He put on the specially made tactical glasses again, which not only blocked the light but also concealed the chilling intent that was nearly overflowing from his eyes. His special arrangement had been revoked. This outcome was both within and beyond his expectations. He knew that his assertiveness would provoke backlash, but he never expected that the resistance cloaked in the name of family would come so swiftly and decisively. The next day the Moby Dick resumed its usual clamor and normalcy. The aroma of Sachi's signature Sea King soup wafted from the kitchen again as he hummed an off-key tune, skillfully handling large ingredients while joking lightly with the crew members who came to help. Sunlight spilled through the porthole onto his smiling face, making everything appear so harmonious and beautiful. Blackbeard Teach's presence was more lively than ever. He swaggered with his plump belly holding a giant wineglass, mingling with others on the deck while emitting his signature pirate ha-ha-ha laughter. He approached the kitchen door multiple times, loudly praising Sachi's culinary skills, even volunteering to help carry heavy spice barrels. During these moments his gaze would subtly dart towards the war room window high up in the ship, and the smugness and mockery in his eyes pierced Luo Chen's heart like an invisible thorn. He was celebrating Luo Chen's failure, celebrating the barrier that had just been established being dismantled by his own people. Luo Chen's isolation began at a visibly rapid pace. Crew members no longer greeted him with awe and curiosity as before when they saw him. Instead, more people would instinctively avert their eyes the moment they made eye contact with him and whisper among themselves. Even from a distance Luo Chen could guess the content of their fragmented discussions. It's him, the chief of staff. He's too overbearing, even meddling in Captain Sachi's affairs. Yeah, we are family and he's making it so awkward for everyone. I heard Captain Marco went to talk to him, telling him not to go too far. A control freak. An ambitious person. An outsider who doesn't understand the family atmosphere. These invisible labels were being affixed to him one by one. The prestige brought by the staff headquarters and training team he established was rapidly dissolving under the seemingly warm family atmosphere. Even Ace began to waver. On the training ground, Ace had just completed a set of high-intensity armed color hardening training and his muscles were slightly trembling. Instead of sitting down to rest as usual, he walked up to Luo Chen, who was standing off to the side, his eyes filled with a trace of confusion and disbelief. Luo Chen, he hesitated to speak, his voice a bit hoarse. Why? Did you have to do that? I know you must have your reasons, I trust you. But what Marco and the others said seems to make sense. Lately everyone looks at you strangely. Luo Chen looked at Ace, the boy he had invested the most effort into. The trust in Ace's eyes was still the dominant tone, but that slight wavering was like a drop of ink falling into a clear spring, seemingly insignificant yet heralding the beginning of pollution. How could he explain? Tell Ace that Teach, whom you regard as family, is preparing to kill Sachi for a devil fruit, then defect and ultimately send you to the execution platform, igniting a war that would cost your father's life. If he spoke out, he would not be seen as a prophet but rather as a madman sowing discord. Ace, Luo Chen's voice was calm. Some things are complex to explain. You just need to know that everything I do is to protect this family. But your way. Ace hesitated. My way is not understood, right? Luo Chen finished for him. Ace's silence was a response in itself. Luo Chen's heart sank. He knew that even Ace, this most steadfast steel stamp, was beginning to waver, let alone the others. In his mind a phantom countdown was flashing frantically. Time remaining until Sachi obtains the dark fruit, 47 hours and 16 minutes. A sense of urgency like a boulder pressed against his chest left him gasping for breath. He had to find a reason compelling enough to convince everyone, an irrefutable piece of evidence within less than 2 days' time. Returning to the empty war room, Luo Chen felt a deep-seated helplessness for the first time. He attempted to seek assistance from the system, conduct an in-depth analysis of the target, Marshal D. Teach, analyzing his behavioral patterns and weaknesses. Ding. System notification: the target has not engaged in direct conflict with the host and is in a highly covert state, unable to conduct in-depth analysis. The cold notification completely extinguished his hopes of activating the golden finger. The system is a master system, not an omnipotent wishing machine. It can provide teaching methods and analyze physical laws, but it cannot perceive the darkness deep within a tyrant who has endured for more than 20 years. Luo Chen paced restlessly in the room. He thought of Whitebeard. That towering figure, hailed as the strongest man in the world, possessed a magical power to dissolve all hatred with his words, "Be my son." His obsession and trust in the word family were both the source of the Whitebeard Pirates' cohesion and at this moment an insurmountable barrier for Luo Chen. Any direct accusation against Teach without ironclad evidence would be seen by Whitebeard as slander and provocation against family. The consequences Luo Chen dared not imagine. He would lose everything here, even his life. Gambling. He could only take the chance. Luo Chen's footsteps suddenly halted. He turned around, his gaze fixed firmly on the stack of Special Island magnetic field records he had picked up from the first half of the Grand Line on the table. Since he couldn't prove that Teach was an internal threat, he would create an external crisis. A crisis large enough to make the entire Whitebeard Pirates vigilant, one that would allow him to conduct personnel movements and isolation protection in his capacity as Chief of Staff. A glint of madness flickered in Luo Chen's eyes. He intended to exploit Teach's desire for the dark fruit to design a trap, but not directly targeting Teach, rather the entire Whitebeard Pirates. He would weave a false intelligence, a colossal conspiracy regarding the Navy. This conspiracy must be sufficiently realistic, its logic must be impeccable, and crucially the core of this conspiracy must cleverly relate to Sachi the kitchen and even the special item that would soon appear. This was an extremely dangerous plan. He was wagering all his credibility, even his life, as a stake. Once this false intelligence was uncovered, he would instantly fall from the distinguished Chief of Staff to the traitor, deceiving the entire crew. At that time, without Teach needing to lift a finger, the enraged captains could tear him to shreds. But he had no choice. Luo Chen took a deep breath, pulled out a chair, and sat down, drawing out a blank nautical chart. He picked up the pen. The hesitation and uncertainty in his eyes vanished, leaving only the absolute focus and coldness of a chess player before making a move. The pen tip hovered over the chart as a vast and intricate lie rapidly took shape in his mind. Teach, do you think you can rest easy by using the rules of family? Then I shall stage a war you cannot imagine to take away your stage. The door to the war room was gently pushed open, making not a sound, yet the subtle change in airflow caused Luo Chen, immersed in his blueprints, to instantly lift his head. Standing at the doorway was Ace. He was not wearing the iconic captain's coat but a simple tank top, his exposed arms showcasing muscular lines, the result of countless intense training sessions. Leaning against the doorframe, a fiery aura seemed to be enveloped by an invisible layer of thin ice. His usually passionate eyes were now filled with complex emotions that Luo Chen had never seen before: confusion, incomprehension, and a hint of unspoken worry. Inside the war room, the air was infused with the sense of ink-aged parchment and a faint mix of sea salt. The walls were adorned with maritime maps of the New World, marked with densely packed symbols and routes in various colors, testaments to Luo Chen's hard work and proof of the Whitebeard Pirates' orderly and formidable presence across the seas. Luo Chen. Ace spoke, his voice significantly lower than usual. Can we talk? Luo Chen set down his quill, the tip leaving a small ink dot on the paper like an unpredictable pause. He leaned back in his chair, hands clasped in front of him, calmly meeting Ace's gaze. Of course, please sit. Ace did not sit. Instead, he closed the door behind him, isolating the sounds of laughter from the deck. This war room belonging to the Chief of Staff seemed to instantly transform into an isolated island cut off from the world. Why did you do that? Ace stepped closer, resting his hands on the edge of the massive map table, leaning slightly forward with an air of pressure. Why did you interfere with Sachi's schedule? You made him swap shifts with the chef of the 10th Division for 3 days and even made him inventory supplies during off-meal times. Sachi didn't say anything, but he is quite uncomfortable and the crew aboard is also discussing it. Ace paused, seemingly organizing his words, confusion deepening in his eyes. Marco and Jaws also came to me. They asked if you think there's a problem with our Whitebeard Pirates traditions. Do you want to turn everyone into mere pawns in the staff that only look at data and orders? These words struck Luo Chen's carefully constructed defenses like sharp ice picks. He knew that his unusual actions had already attracted the attention of the most perceptive individuals aboard this ship. And they chose to send the one closest to him, Ace, to be this messenger. This was a test and also the last vestige of trust. Luo Chen's gaze did not waver. He looked at Ace, the man he had poured countless efforts into, whom he regarded as a brother. He understood that Ace was the only and also the most crucial breakthrough in his perilous game. Should he directly tell him about Blackbeard? No, that was out of the question. With Ace's nature of detesting evil and valuing family, he would be the first to jump up, believing it to be the greatest insult to family. He would confront Teach without hesitation, and that outcome would only alert Teach in advance, possibly leading to immediate conflict, pushing everything towards the worst possible scenario. Ace, Luo Chen's voice was calm as the deep sea. Everything I do is to protect this family. Do you believe that? I believe it. Ace replied without hesitation, but then frowned again. But I can't understand. Protect Sachi. He is the captain of the 4th Division. Who could possibly harm him here? If you want to protect him, why do it in a way that makes him uncomfortable and leads to misunderstandings? Because danger does not always come from outside, Luo Chen replied slowly, each word seeming to have been meticulously calculated. I have a premonition, a very bad premonition. I feel that Sachi is facing a danger that none of us can see. Ace suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with absurdity and a spark of indignation. An invisible danger. Luo Chen, what exactly are you trying to say? Luo Chen met his gaze, articulating the explosive word, this danger comes from within. Ridiculous. Ace's voice suddenly rose, his fist striking the table heavily, causing the pens in the holder to rattle from within. Are you kidding me? This is the Moby Dick. It's our father's ship. We are family. Brothers who have each other's backs. You say there is a traitor among us? His chest heaved violently, the heat from the Marimara Nomi causing the temperature around him to rise, making the war room's air feel stifling. This was a violation of the highest creed of the Whitebeard Pirates, the most malicious curse against the word family. Luo Chen quietly watched him, allowing the searing anger to wash over him. He did not argue for any words before the unbreakable creed of family seemed pale and powerless. He simply stood up, slowly walked to a locked cabinet on the wall, opened it with a key and took out a scroll wrapped in oilcloth. He returned to the table and gradually unfurled the scroll in front of Ace. It was a photocopy of a hand-drawn blueprint, the texture of the paper identical to that of Navy internal documents, featuring precise lines depicting a special magnetic field record of a maritime area, accompanied by a wealth of data and analytical notes. In the corner of the blueprint, a striking red stamp read G5 branch top secret. What is this? Ace's anger was somewhat subdued by this sudden piece of evidence, and he looked at the blueprint in confusion. Special magnetic field records near Banero Island in the first half of the Grand Line. Luo Chen's voice regained its former calmness and rationality. This is top secret intelligence brought to us by our informant embedded in the Navy's G5 branch, who risked his life to obtain it. The Navy seems to have discovered something significant there and is planning a covert operation. He pointed to a center point on the blueprint where the magnetic field was exceptionally intense, his expression growing profound, and the core of this operation, based on our intelligence analysis, is likely related to a devil fruit. A devil fruit that Sachi has obtained. Ace was stunned. He looked at the intricate lines and data on the blueprint, then at Luo Chen's unwavering gaze, his mind in chaos. The internal danger, the Navy's top secret intelligence, the fruit that Sachi has acquired, these clues tangled like a knot in his heart. At that moment, the mark of trust that he had placed on Luo Chen became crucial. In the past, every prediction and tactical deployment by Luo Chen had been terrifyingly precise, never having gone wrong. This trust, built upon countless victories, made it impossible for him to immediately deny Luo Chen's words as if they were a ridiculous joke. Ace opened his mouth but found himself unable to articulate a rebuttal. He picked up the record. The paper felt cold and real. Every word and symbol on it seemed to carry an ominous premonition. I'm not ordering you to believe me, Ace. Luo Chen looked at his conflicted expression, softening his tone and simply asking you to do me a favor. Keep this safe, do not show it to anyone. Then with your eyes help me watch. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to accept any punishment from Dad. Ace tightly clutched the blueprint, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. He remained silent for a long time, ultimately folding the blueprint carefully and tucking it into his chest. I don't know what you're trying to do, Luo Chen. He raised his head, the fire in his eyes extinguished, leaving only a bottomless lake, but I choose to trust you one more time. Just this once. After saying that, he turned and strode out of the war room. The door was closed again and the room fell silent. Luo Chen slowly sat back down in his chair, the tension in his back finally relaxing, beads of cold sweat emerging on his forehead. He had succeeded. He had personally handed this meticulously forged bait to the most crucial person. This bait not only pointed towards the Navy, the external enemy, but also subtly buried the fuse beneath Sachi and that Sunto appear dark fruit. Now the most important actor in the script he directed was already in place. Next, it was up to the lurking shark in the deep sea to sense the blood and surface. The door of the command room muffled the footsteps of Ace, leaving, cutting off all external noise. Luo Chen felt as if all his strength had been drained, heavily leaning against the chair's back, tilting his head back to gaze at the cold ceiling, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. That breath carried the pressure and calculations he had been tense with all day, yet it could not dispel the increasingly heavy chill in his heart. He had successfully persuaded Ace, but this was merely the first step of the plan, the least significant one. The true storm lay hidden beneath the calm sea surface. At that moment, a cold azure light curtain visible only to him suddenly flickered before his eyes. Warning: the critical fate node Dark Thief is converging. Estimated remaining time until event triggers 235958. The vivid countdown was like drops of fresh blood striking relentlessly at Luo Chen's nerves. The muscles that had just slightly relaxed tensed up again in an instant, a chill shooting from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. 24 hours. That man, Marshal D. Teach, who had lurked aboard for over 20 years, embedding restraint and disguise into his very bones, would reveal his fangs against his family within 24 hours. Luo Chen abruptly stood up from the chair, quickly walking to the door and locking the command room behind him. This was his absolute domain, the brain center of the entire Whitebeard Pirates. At this moment, it would become the sole battlefield determining the future course of this vast ship. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his consciousness into his mind and swiftly opened the familiar system shop. A dazzling array of exchange lists flew past. Those once captivating items like Haki training manual, advanced swordsmanship insights, and even potions to enhance physical strength were disregarded by him. His goal was terrifyingly clear. He directly clicked on the category he had rarely ventured into, the most expensive and obscure one: special functional items. The list refreshed and bizarre item names came into view. Portable permanent pointer can set unrecorded islands, mini climate simulator, lie detection sunglasses. Each of these items was a powerful artifact, yet their prices were equally daunting. Luo Chen's gaze swept like a hawk, ultimately locking onto an inconspicuous item. It was an icon of a conch exuding a dreamlike translucent texture. The shell was covered with intricate patterns resembling integrated circuits emitting a faint glow. Item name: directional information interference snail. Type 1 time special functional item. Function upon activation, it can create a directional information field lasting 1 hour within a specified range maximum radius of 500 meters. Within this field all non-living detection equipment such as medical instruments, life detection cards etc. will have their readings distorted, displaying false information preset by the user. Simultaneously the field will subtly influence the minds of living beings within range, making them more likely to believe the verified false intelligence. Teaching points required for exchange 85000 points. 85000 points. Luo Chen's pupils constricted suddenly. This number was nearly all the savings he had painstakingly accumulated since his arrival. It represented his repeated design of hellish training, pushing Ace Jozubista and other captains to their limits. It was also the knowledge he painstakingly imparted to hundreds of crew members about Haki 6 powers and the use of devil fruits accumulated bit by bit. This sum of points was enough to exchange for a high-level Haki training manual, raising his hard power to another level. Yet at that moment there was not a trace of hesitation on Luo Chen's face. No matter how strong his hard power was, it could not withstand the most insidious betrayal from within. He knew very well that the most terrifying aspect of Blackbeard did not lie in his strength but in his manipulation of human hearts and that audacity to gamble everything. To deal with him one must be more ruthless and unscrupulous than he was. Exchange. Luo Chen silently chanted. Teaching points 85000 exchange successful. As the system notification echoed, the nearly emptied points account made him feel a pang of pain, but the next second a cold smooth heavy object appeared in his palm. It was the information interference snail quietly resting in Luo Chen's palm, resembling a delicate piece of art while harboring the power to overturn reality. Merely relying on a forged Navy blueprint to persuade Ace had already reached the limit of his trustworthiness. To make the entire Whitebeard Pirates a group that valued the word family more than life itself doubt a son they had interacted with for over 20 years and isolate Sachi was simply a fantasy. Unless there was an undeniable reason, one that involved life forcing them to do so. Luo Chen took a deep breath, a crazy yet rational light flickering in his eyes. What he needed to do was not to expose Blackbeard but to personally label the dark fruit that was about to appear with a tag of deadly poison. He pulled out a blank piece of report paper from the hidden compartment of his storage cabinet, which in terms of texture, pattern and watermark was indistinguishable from the internal reports of the Navy's highest research institution SSG. This was an item he had long exchanged with a small number of points kept for emergencies. Then he began the most important creation since his arrival. Using the true magnetic field records of certain special islands in the Grand Line that he had subtly gleaned from Marco as a pretext, he began to construct a seamless lie. An urgent report about the resonance reaction between the Yami Yami type special devil fruit and the high-risk magnetic field of Banero Island gradually took shape under his pen. In the report, Luo Chen employed the most rigorous and scientific tone to argue that the dark fruit was not a natural creation but a biological weapon of some ancient civilization, with its fruit form stability entirely dependent on the unique magnetic field of Banero Island. Once leaving that island, the energy structure within the fruit would become extremely unstable, producing a deadly effect he termed dark energy infection. To make this report appear extremely authentic, he even forged a detailed and appallingly thorough clinical observation record. Within 1 to 3 hours after consumption, the eater will exhibit mild reality cognitive impairment manifesting as misjudgments of light and shadow, which is the latent period. 3 to 6 hours and the toxin begins to erode the nervous system and cells. Irregular dark spots will appear on the skin. The abilities of the devil fruit will initially manifest but are extremely unstable, easily causing backlash injuries to the user. This is the mutation period. 6 to 12 hours later, the eater will enter an irreversible collapse period. All cells in the body will be completely assimilated and decomposed by dark energy, ultimately becoming a puddle of uncoagulated shadows, consciousness utterly dissipated. Each word, each term radiated a cold, irrefutable scientific rigor. Rather than being a lie, this report was more akin to a meticulously crafted death sentence. He carefully set aside the forged report, then picked up the information interference snail and began to preset the program. He intended to program all the symptoms and data from the report into this snail. At that time, as soon as Blackbeard harbored murderous intent, he would deliver this death report to Ace in an unintentional manner immediately. Simultaneously, he would activate the snail. By then, no matter what instruments the ship's doctor used for examination, the results would all indicate dark energy infection. Regardless of how everyone observed under psychological suggestion, every tiny anomaly would be regarded as the beginning of mutation. Trust and familial bonds are indeed unbreakable, but when the countdown to death is scientifically laid before everyone, even the strongest trust can develop cracks. They would voluntarily isolate him and that fruit to protect Sachi's life. This would be a plan to cut off the source of the problem. Having completed all of this, Luo Chen tiredly leaned against the window, gazing at the sea surface shimmering under the moonlight. The countdown still pulsed in his mind like a bomb set to explode. He had prepared all the props and scripts. Now he just needed to wait quietly. Wait for that fruit laden with endless ambition and darkness to surface. Waiting for his actors one by one to step onto the stage of fate which he had personally constructed. On the deck under the night sky, the sea breeze carried the salty, humid air brushing against every corner. Ace stood bare-chested, sweat glistening on his chiseled muscles, each punch sending a fierce wind that tore through the air. He was engaged in extra physical training, a habit instilled in him by Luo Chen, using extreme fatigue to suppress the restlessness within. A steady sound of footsteps approached. Ace halted his movements and turned to look. Luo Chen was walking out of the cabin cradling a thick stack of blueprints and documents, his brow furrowed as if troubled by a monumental problem. He passed by Ace, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement, and proceeded directly to the bow of the ship. Ace did not disturb him. He knew that Luo Chen always had endless worries. The course of the entire Whitebeard pirate crew rested in this man's mind. Just then a stronger gust of sea wind swept across the deck. One document at the top of Luo Chen's stack was lifted by the wind, fluttering down like a white butterfly, landing precisely at Ace's feet. Yet Luo Chen seemed completely oblivious, continuing to walk a few steps forward, seemingly distracted by the problem swirling in his mind. Ace bent down to pick up the document. The paper felt exceptionally thick, and the bright red top secret stamp in the upper right corner, along with the distinctive G5 branch insignia below it, made his heart skip a beat. This was an internal Navy document, and it was of the highest level. Instinctively he looked up at Luo Chen, who was standing at the bow, his back turned to Ace as he gazed out at the pitch-black sea, seemingly searching for something. A powerful curiosity drove him, and almost against his will Ace unfolded the document. Just a glance caused his blood to freeze in his veins. It was neither a battle report nor a personnel transfer. It was a report, a scientific report regarding the devil fruit. An urgent report on the resonance reaction of the Yami type special devil fruit with the high-risk magnetic field of Banero Island. This fruit is not a natural product. It is preliminarily judged to be a biological weapon left over from ancient civilization. Its structure heavily relies on a specific magnetic field for stability. Once removed from that environment, it will cause irreversible dark energy contamination to the user. Clinical observation records: incubation period 13 hours, reality cognition disorder. Disease phase 36 hours, dark spots appear on the skin, abilities backlash. Destruction phase 612 hours, cells decompose, consciousness dissipates. One chilling unfamiliar term after another formed a death sentence he could not comprehend, yet felt a bone-deep chill. Ace clutched the paper, his hands beginning to tremble. What it stated was the devil fruit that Sachi had obtained. Damn it! Where did it go? Luo Chan's anxious voice suddenly rang out. He turned abruptly, striding back with an expression of unabashed frustration and panic. When he saw the document in Ace's hand, the color drained from his face in an instant. Ace! You! Luo Chen rushed forward like an arrow, violently snatching the report from Ace's hand, his actions rougher than usual. He gripped the report tightly as if it were an explosive hazard. You read it. His voice was low, laced with a tremor. Ace looked at the unprecedented tension on Luo Chen's face, recalling the contents of the report, his mind a chaotic whirl. Luo Chen, what exactly is this? What biological weapon? What dark energy contamination? Is this talking about Sachi's fruit? Shut up. Luo Chen interrupted him sharply, glancing warily around to confirm there was no one else on the deck. This is not something you should be looking at. I've already seen it. Ace's anger flared, grabbing Luo Chen's shoulder. You have to tell me. Is everything written here true? Does Sachi eat that fruit, he will die. Luo Chen's body stiffened. He looked into Ace's eyes, which blazed with anger and fear, and fell silent for a moment. He slowly lowered his head, speaking in a voice only they could hear, filled with defeat and helplessness. It's a trap, Ace. A trap set by the Navy for us, a vicious trap. Ace was stunned. A trap. This intelligence was stolen from the G5 branch at the cost of our people's lives. Luo Chen tightened his grip on the report. They intentionally leaked this highly toxic fruit to make our people obtain it. They want to watch us tear each other apart, want to see us destroy a division captain with our own hands due to fear and suspicion. This explanation struck Ace like a thunderclap in his mind. The Navy scheme. To let them harm their own. This indeed seemed like something that cunning old fox from the Warring States period would do. But I don't believe it. Ace shook his head vehemently. How can we trust the Navy? This must be something they fabricated. But the magnetic field records inside are real. Luo Chen interrupted him again, this time his tone filled with undeniable certainty. I have verified it. The special magnetic field data of Banero Island mentioned in the report matches with the navigation data Brother Marco gave me before with a 70 similarity. Ace was utterly speechless. Marco's navigation data was one of the most valuable assets of the Whitebeard pirate crew. It could not possibly be fake. If the data matched, did that mean the description of high toxicity in this report was also very likely true? The Navy set a trap with a report that was half true and half false. No matter if they believed it or not, as long as someone consumed the fruit, the seeds of suspicion would be sown. At that moment, all the clues in Ace's mind connected. Luo Chen's unusual scheduling for Sachi a few days ago. What he said in the operations room about internal dangers. It turned out that Luo Chen had already obtained this intelligence. The so-called internal danger he mentioned was not referring to traitors, but to this cursed fruit that was about to fall into the hands of their family. Everything he did was to keep Sachi away from this fruit. Ace's heart began to race. He looked at Luochen, the man who always strategized but whose face now was filled with exhaustion and helplessness. He finally understood Luochen's predicament. How could he explain this to everyone? That the Navy had a report stating their new treasure was toxic. Who would believe it? This would only incite panic and suspicion and might even be seen as treasonous nonsense. Luochen chose the clumsiest yet only method available, attempting to use his authority to forcefully isolate Sachi from danger. And he, due to misunderstanding, questioned him, doubted him. A strong wave of guilt surged in Ace's heart. He looked at Luochen and then at the crumpled report in his hands. Sachi hasn't eaten it yet, right? Ace's voice held a hint of pleading. Not yet. Luochen shook his head, his face showing no sign of relaxation, but he's very excited at the banquet today, he might. Ace shuddered at the thought. He could not imagine what a hellish scene it would be if Sachi were to consume the highly toxic fruit amidst everyone's blessings and cheers. No way. This absolutely cannot happen. He snatched the report from Luochen's hands, carefully smoothing it out and tucking it into his vest. This matter can no longer rest solely on your shoulders. Ace's expression turned extremely serious, a decision forged through countless training and battles belonging to a captain. I will go find Dad. Right now, immediately. With that, Ace no longer hesitated for a moment, turning and striding towards the direction of the captain's quarters. Luochen stood in place, watching his resolute back, slowly exhaling a long breath. The sea breeze lifted the corners of his clothes and he finally released his tightly clenched fists. The actor, having taken the script, walked towards the final stage. Ace's sprint carried him only 10 meters before he jolted to a halt, frozen like a statue nailed to the deck. Salt wind stirred his sweat-damp black hair, yet could not dispel the turmoil and anguish etched across his face. He turned sharply and strode back toward Luochen, the report clutched tightly in his fist, its edges curled inward from the pressure of his grip. Luochen. His voice had dropped lower, thick, with an almost imperceptible tremor. Are you certain? He locked eyes with him as if verifying an answer that meant life or death. Is this truly a Navy conspiracy, or is the fruit itself inherently lethal? This question weighed upon him heavier than any anchor. To be deceived by men or confronted by nature's unblinking absolute lethality, these were two utterly distinct kinds of despair. Luochen did not reply immediately. He met Ace's gaze in calm silence. The dark eyes that usually shimmered with calculation now held not a trace of mockery or artifice. Does it matter, Ace? Of course it does. Ace's voice flared again, raw, urgent. One is a lie, the other is truth. Then let us suppose. Luochen stepped forward, closing the distance between them until only an arm's length remained. Scenario 1. This report is a Navy fabrication, a complete deliberate conspiracy. We believe it, we isolate Sachi and the fruit. At worst, it's a false alarm, everyone worries needlessly for a few days. We disbelieve it, Sachi eats the fruit, nothing happens, but the Navy achieves its aim anyway. They plant a thorn in our minds. One named, can Luochen's intelligence be trusted? His words fell with unhurried precision, each one dissecting the situation like a surgeon's scalpel. Scenario 2. The report is genuine. Every word true. We believe it, and we save Sachi's life. We disbelieve it, and Sachi dies. Luochen paused, letting the frigid finality of that outcome settle between them. Now tell me, what path shall we choose? To gamble on the infinitesimal chance that the Navy lies, or to take the sole course that guarantees Sachi's survival? Ace was left speechless. The fire and frenzy churning within his chest were extinguished entirely by Luochen's cold, incisive logic, so ruthless, so exacting. Was truth even relevant? When family lay balanced on the scale, everything else became weightless. Luochen's plan had never been about discerning truth from falsehood, it had always been about constructing an absolute firewall. His so-called trap referred not to the Navy's machinations but to the very dilemma before them, the cruel forced choice that demanded they wager their kin's lives. Understanding this, Ace felt a chill rise up his spine. He had believed he faced fire and steel, but Luochen faced human hearts and probability itself. I understand. Ace carefully refolded the report and tucked it into his chest pocket, handling it as though it were sacred scripture. This time there was no challenge, no doubt. He chose belief in the man who always saw what he could not. This must reach Father. Ace lifted his head, his blazing flame-like eyes burned with unprecedented resolve. Only he can protect Sachi without sparking panic. Luochen gave a quiet nod. Go. Deliver this truth to Father. He placed the faintest, most subtle emphasis on the word truth. Ace did not catch it. He turned and strode once more toward the captain's quarters, his back straighter, heavier, more resolute than ever before. From the shadows a pair of greedy eyes watched it all. Marshal D. Teach leaned against the dim recess of the hull, half a cherry pie still clutched in his hand. He had seen everything, the way Luochen accidentally dropped the document, how Ace picked it up, their heated exchange, and finally how Ace hurried off toward the captain's quarters clutching that file like a lifeline. Teach's grin vanished. His usual yo-ho-ho-ho laughter choked mid-throat. Something was wrong. Profoundly wrong. When had Ace, the fool who lived only for brawling and banquets, ever cared so deeply about a piece of paper? Or worn that expression as if the sky itself had collapsed. And Luo Chen, since boarding the ship, that man had become the greatest variable in Teach's entire scheme. He was like a spider coiled atop the vessel, sensing every tremor, every whisper. Teach narrowed his eyes, shoved the last bite of pie into his mouth and chewed with deliberate force. His original plan had been simple: tonight's banquet, wait for Sachi to unveil that coveted fruit, then seize it amid drunken chaos. It was the safest, least suspicious approach. But now Ace had gone to Whitebeard. Whatever lay on that page, once it reached the old man, everything would spiral into perilous complexity. If one of his sons was in danger, the old man would brook no reasoning, no delay. No. Waiting was no longer an option. The banquet. Too slow. Delay equaled death. Teach's gaze hardened into something feral. He wiped his sticky fingers carelessly against his coat, twisted his bulky frame with startling agility, and melted soundlessly into deeper shadow. He would seek out his dear friend Sachi, and stage the betrayal long before its destined hour. On deck only Luo Chen remained. Sea wind whipped his black trench coat, snapping like a banner. He walked slowly to the rail and gazed into the fathomless ink-black expanse of the ocean. The stakes had all been laid. He had transformed Ace, the Whitebeard Pirates' fiercest, brightest flame, into the pivotal actor driving his script forward. It was manipulation. Even deception. Yet when he recalled the man's fate at the summit war, that flicker of guilt dissolved like mist. Better that Ace march toward survival burdened by the truth of his own deception than perish blindly in ignorance. Warning: critical destiny node, dark thief accelerating convergence. Estimated event trigger remaining 041533. A crimson countdown leapt violently forward in his mind. Luo Chen's muscles tensed. His plan had taken hold, but it had also roused the serpent slumbering in the dark. Blackbeard would strike early. Merely isolating Sachi would not slay Blackbeard's ambition. That was only the first move, the lure to drag him from shadow into light. The true killing stroke had only just begun. Luo Chen raised his hand. Nestled in his palm rested the cold, unblinking shell of a directional information interference snail. He watched the direction in which Ace had vanished and murmured softly, "Ace, run faster." Ace nearly burst through the heavy wooden door of the captain's cabin. The wind he stirred causing the documents on the table to flutter loudly. Whitebeard was holding a huge wine bowl, slowly raising his head in response to the sound. He looked at his newly adopted son, his face filled with anxiety and an uncontainable sense of fear. "Gulalala, it's Ace. You seem quite flustered, which is unlike you." Ace gasped for breath, forcefully slamming the damp documents soaked with his sweat onto the table in front of Whitebeard. "It's not me. It's the Navy's conspiracy. Luo Chen suspects they want to target Sachi." Whitebeard set down the wine bowl. His robust body leaned slightly forward and the light in the captain's cabin seemed to dim a little. He picked up the document, which appeared exceptionally small in his massive hands. The prominent Navy insignia of the G5 branch, along with the red-inked words dark fruit and the detailed report regarding psychic pollution of powers and toxic backlash, came into his view word by word. Whitebeard fell silent. He did not immediately erupt in anger, nor did he question anything, but simply kept examining the detailed data listed on the document. Marco. Jozu. His call lacked any force, yet it seemed to penetrate every inch of the ship's wooden structure. Moments later, two figures, one blue and one yellow, appeared at the door. "Dad. What's the matter, Dad?" Whitebeard handed them the document. "Verify this." He pointed at the line regarding the special island magnetic field records. "Utilize all our intelligence channels now, immediately." Marco and Jozu exchanged a serious glance. They could already sense the gravity of the situation from Ace's nearly fiery reaction. The two took the document and quickly left. Silence once again fell over the captain's cabin, broken only by Ace's heavy breathing. The vast intelligence network of the Whitebeard Pirates began to operate like a waking giant rampantly. The incessant clicking of countless transponder snails echoed in the communication room of the Moby Dick, information flooding in like a tide, swiftly analyzed and compared. In less than half an hour, Marco and Jozu returned. Their faces looked even worse than when they left. "Dad." Marco placed a new navigation chart and several telegrams on the table. "The intel completely matches. The area mentioned in the document, the magnetic field records, ocean current speeds, and even the distribution of underwater reefs were identical to our latest calibrated navigation data." Jozu clenched his diamond-hard fist, producing a grinding sound. "It's too precise. The source of this intel is of very high level. The Navy is truly plotting against us." Anger permeated the air. They might not fully believe the so-called report about the toxic fruit, as it sounded too bizarre. But they were all too clear about the Navy's methods. Using a precious devil fruit as bait to sow discord, chaos, and even death among Whitebeard's family, such a sinister and malicious scheme was definitely within the Navy's capabilities. They were willing to pay any price for the safety of a family member. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let even a slight risk of harm to a family member slip by. This was the ironclad rule engraved in the bones of the Whitebeard Pirates. "Golalala. Whitebeard suddenly stood up, his wild laughter mixed with towering rage causing the entire Moby Dick to tremble slightly under this momentum. Those bastards in the Navy. They dare to set their sights on my son. He issued a thunderous command. Find Sachi immediately. Isolate and protect him along with that damned fruit. Assign the ship's doctor to guard him 24 hours a day until everything is clarified. No one is allowed to approach. The orders instantly spread throughout the ship. In the kitchen, 4th Division, Captain Sachi was excitedly showing off the miraculous fruit he had just obtained to several familiar crew members. The fruit was entirely purple with bizarre spiral patterns. Hey, look at this thing, it's really strange. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ship's doctor and several captain-level crew members rushed in, their expressions serious. Sachi, Dad's orders. Ha! What orders? Sachi looked confused. Don't ask, come with us for a moment. Under Sachi's puzzled gaze, the dark fruit was carefully placed into a specially designed containment box while he was half-forcedly escorted toward the infirmary at the stern of the ship. The atmosphere on the entire ship shifted from the lightheartedness before the banquet to a tense feeling of an impending storm. In the shadows of the cabin, a stout figure froze. Marshal D. Teach had just snuck into the kitchen intending to seek out his dear friend Sachi, but all he saw was an empty scene. Immediately after, Whitebeard's furious commands clearly reached his ears. Isolation. Protection. Teach's smile froze completely, and for the first time a feeling of horror appeared in his eyes hidden in the shadows. The plan was completely in chaos. He had been lurking for 20 years waiting for an opportunity that was unknown to anyone, a chance to escape perfectly. But now that fruit had become the focus of the entire ship and Sachi had become the key protected target. Why? How could this happen? A name flashed through his mind like lightning. Luo Chun. Who else could it be? That chief of staff who always liked to stand on the deck and overlook everything. It was him. It must be him. He predicted my actions in a way I couldn't comprehend and used an astonishing method to force Whitebeard to act, personally disrupting all my plans. A chill shot up from Teach's feet to the top of his head. This guy is a monster. A monster who understands restraint and scheming even better than himself. On the deck, the sea breeze continued. Luo Chen watched as Sachi was escorted into the infirmary, observing as the crew began to strengthen their defenses on the Moby Dick, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. The first step succeeded. He successfully forced Blackbeard out of the shadows for Sachi and for the entire Whitebeard Pirates, buying the most precious response time. But he also knew that a cornered snake would act crazily in retaliation. The real crisis had only just begun to unfold. The wind on the deck dispersed the last remnants of revelry. Luo Chen's fingertips gently tapped the railing, producing rhythmic sounds akin to a stopwatch counting down. A cold mechanical voice rang out in his mind punctually. S-Class Emergency Mission Fong of Shadows. Stage 1 Isolate Target Saki completed. Reward obtained 300 teaching points. Immediately a line of scarlet warning text appeared. Warning, Marshal D. Teach's murderous intent remains unabated. His primary target has shifted from the dark fruit to interferer of plans, and he is concocting a new scheme for acquisition. Mission countdown paused. Please find irrefutable evidence of his betrayal as soon as possible. Luo Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air. The momentary relief he felt was now overshadowed by anxiety. It was a success, but only temporarily. This lie woven in the name of the Navy was like a thin layer of ice, temporarily shielding him from danger yet placing him in the most conspicuous position. Teach was no fool. He was now 100% sure that someone had seen through his disguise. An assassination aimed at Saki had morphed into a hunt for Luo Chen. Inside the infirmary, the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant. Saki, visibly agitated, tossed and turned on the sickbed, complaining to the stern ship's doctor. What is this? Just because of a broken fruit I have to be locked up here? The Navy. When have they ever cared so much about a fruit that hasn't even been eaten? The ship's doctor adjusted his glasses and meticulously recorded data. It's Dad's orders, Saki. Until the threat is eliminated, this is the safest place. But this is too. Saki's words were cut off behind the door. This ship's most fortified infirmary had become a forbidden zone that Blackbeard could not tread. In another corner of the cabin, the noise persisted. A crew member casually threw an arm around Teach's shoulders, reeking of alcohol. Hey Teach. Have you heard? That guy Saki is being protected by Dad. It seems the Navy has set their sights on the fruit he found. Marshal D. Teach grinned widely, releasing his signature laugh. Ha ha ha. Those wasteful Navy guys always love to meddle. Poor Saki, I hope he's okay. He raised a barrel of liquor, drinking heartily as the liquid dripped down his beard, his movements rough and bold. However, beneath his shadowed face, murderous intent bubbled like magma. Luo Chun. That name echoed in his heart, tinged with a sense of bloodshed. How coincidental it all was. Everything was just too coincidental. That man with a fallible lie had precisely seized Whitebeard's lifeblood, his family's safety. He didn't even need evidence, just a possibility was enough to prompt Whitebeard to act personally, completely disrupting the plan he had been lurking for 20 years. This chief of staff was the most terrifying monster aboard the ship. Teach's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on the solitary figure on the deck. He had to find a flaw in this man before he ruined his destiny, eliminating him from this world first. In Whitebeard's captain's cabin, the atmosphere was oppressive. Edward Newgate sat on his exclusive throne, the fluids from the fore drip slowly trickling down. He did not look at Luo Chen, merely staring out at the sea outside the window. Luo Chen. I'm here, Dad. Regarding the Navy's intelligence. How confident are you? Whitebeard's voice was calm, yet every word felt like a mountain. Luo Chen straightened his back, facing that invisible pressure. This is a high-probability risk assessment, Dad. To incur the least cost while avoiding the greatest losses is the duty of a chief of staff. Duty. Whitebeard repeated the word, finally turning his head. He gazed at Luo Chen for a long time. I trust my family. So do I. Luo Chen replied unflinchingly. This brief confrontation concluded with Whitebeard's trust. But Luo Chen knew that this trust was his only shield at this moment. Once the lie was exposed, he would be beyond redemption. Ace hurried to Luo Chen's side, the excitement on his face not yet faded. We really did it. Luo Chen, you're simply a monster. How did you know? I simply excel at spotting those things hidden in the shadows more than others. Luo Chen did not elaborate further, shifting the conversation. Don't celebrate too early, Ace. We've merely startled the snake from the grass, now it knows we are here and its next attack will be deadlier. Ace's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a fierce battle intent. So what should we do now? Drag him out directly. No evidence. Luo Chen shook his head, in the face of undeniable proof he is still our family dad's son. That's the greatest strength of the Whitebeard Pirates, but also its greatest weakness. Then. Ace clenched his fists. What should I do? Wait. Luo Chen's answer was just a single word: wait for him to reveal his fangs. What we need to do is prepare a hammer capable of shattering his venomous fangs before he bites someone. Luo Chen silently pondered. System, is there any way to convert a person's malice into visible evidence? Ha ha ha. What are you two discussing so seriously? Blackbeard's boisterous laughter suddenly rang out behind them, approaching like a wall of flesh reeking of alcohol. Ace's body tensed instantly, muscles coiling like a leopard ready to pounce. Luo Chen, however, merely turned calmly, even wearing a hint of a polite smile. Teach, just in time. We were discussing some contingency plans regarding internal security risks. He emphasized the word internal. Oh. Teach's smile widened as he stepped in front of Luo Chen, his massive shadow completely enveloping him. What risks could there be internally? We are all Dad's sons of family. Family members need to be more honest with each other, don't they? Luo Chen retorted. The air seemed to freeze. Ace could almost hear the sound of his own heart pounding violently. Ha ha ha. Well said. Honesty. Teach's large hand suddenly slapped down on Luo Chen's shoulder, the force heavy as a boulder, enough to break the bones of an ordinary person. No wonder you are our chief of staff, you really think thoroughly. Truly worried for the safety of the family. Luo Chen's body remained motionless. He allowed that hand to rest on his shoulder, even raising his own hand to gently brush away non-existent dust from Teach's hand. It's my duty. Teach's coarse laughter still echoed above the deck, but Luo Chen had already seized Ace's arm, unceremoniously dragging him into the shadows of the cabin. Ace's body was still in a heightened state from the battle, and he stumbled slightly from the pull. Hey! Luo Chen! What are you doing? Luo Chen did not look back, his steps unyielding, leading him to a dim and secluded corner where spare ropes were kept, a place rarely visited by the crew. Releasing his grip, Luo Chen turned, leaning against the piled ropes, the shadow swallowing half of his face. Ace, about that naval intelligence. He paused, organizing his words. That information is false. The air instantly thickened. Ace's confusion turned to shock, followed by disbelief. What did you say? His voice was low, as if confirming whether he had misheard. There is no ambush fleet from the Navy, no so-called decapitation operation. Luo Chen's tone was eerily calm from start to finish. It was all a lie I fabricated. Lies. Ace stepped forward, a wave of heated energy radiating from him, pushing Luo Chen's clothes. You deceived Dad with lies. Deceived all the brothers. His fists clenched, the tone of his questioning suddenly rising. Luo Chen did not flinch, staring directly into Ace's blazing eyes. Yes. I lied. To protect Sachi. Protect Sachi. Ace nearly laughed, the reason sounding utterly ridiculous. You think this is the way to protect him? We are right beside him. Who could harm him? Someone we would never expect. Luo Chen leaned forward, lowering his voice, enunciating the name deliberately. Marshal D. Teach. Boom. Ace's brain felt as if it had been directly hit by a cannonball. He was completely stunned, even the flames of his body momentarily halted. Moments later a surge of anger 10 times fiercer than before crashed through his reason. "You're insane!" Ace roared, grabbing Luo-chan by the collar and slamming him hard against the cabin wall, the solid wood creaking in agony. "Do you know what you're saying? That's Teach. A family member who has been with Dad for decades. Our brother. He taught me how to fight on deck. He has drunk with me. You who have just arrived, how dare you slander him?" Ace's face twisted with rage, his fist raised high, a ball of flame igniting explosively at its center, illuminating the entire corner. However, that burning fist stopped just an inch from Luo-chan's cheek. It trembled violently. Ace's body trembled as well. An absolute trust stemming from the depths of his soul acted like an invisible shackle, firmly locking his arm that was aimed at Luo-chan. Trust seal was in effect. Reason told him that this person before him was the mentor and dear friend who had saved him, guided him, and transformed him. Yet emotions were raging madly, for Luo-chan was desecrating the most sacred bond of family in his heart. This sense of tearing brought him immense pain. "Why?" Ace's fist could neither fall nor retract, his voice hoarse. "Why say such things?" Luo-chan allowed him to grip his collar, not changing his posture at all. "Because you see the present, but I see the past. You think he is just a hardy old sailor, but I see a schemer who has been lurking for over 20 years. Answer me, Ace." Luo-chan's speech was not hurried, but every word struck like a hammer against Ace's chaotic heart. When Sachi revealed the devil fruit, did you not find Teach's reaction strange? He rushed over immediately, jokingly asking if it was the fruit he had been searching for so long. When Sachi denied it wasn't his signature thief, ha ha ha, laugh even louder and emptier than usual. "Also, when I proposed to alert everyone with the intelligence, everyone was tense, yet he came over to pat my shoulder, praising me for thinking ahead. That was not admiration, Ace, that was probing. He was testing me, trying to gauge how much I knew." Luo-chan's analysis was calm and sharp, like a scalpel slowly peeling away the reality Ace was unwilling to face. What he wanted was never treasure or fame. He boarded the Moby Dick and lurked for so many years just for one goal, the dark fruit. He had consulted the devil fruit encyclopedia, knew of its existence, and understood its terror. He was waiting for it to appear. Sachi getting it was not luck but a death warrant. Teach would never allow that fruit to be consumed by anyone else. For it he could ruthlessly kill his own brothers, those he spent every day with. Ace's body began to relax, the hand gripping Luo-chan's collar sliding down weakly. He leaned against the ship's wall, slowly sinking to the ground, painfully holding his head. "No. It can't be. Teach." The details he usually ignored were now strung together by Luo-chan, forming a complete and poisonous chain of evidence. Teach's discussions of dreams and fate, that uncontainable ambition. Teach's occasional glances at Whitebeard, the fleeting mixed emotions of awe and greed. And Teach's extraordinary physical structure, rumored to withstand several times the damage. Everything pointed to a terrifying truth. Why not tell Dad directly? Ace's voice was thick with nasal tones filled with despair. "Do you think anyone would believe it?" Luo-chan countered, squatting down to meet Ace's gaze. A newly appointed chief of staff accusing a distinguished old sailor Dad's son of treason. What would the result be? I would be seen as a madman sowing discord cast into the sea. And Teach, whose intentions were exposed, would only act in a more concealed and resolute manner. By that time Sachi would truly be doomed. So I could only use a lie to counter an impending crime. Using an imaginary naval fleet to block the knife coming from a family member. Luo-chan's words completely shattered the last line of defense in Ace's heart. The bond of family that he cherished and took pride in had now become the most lethal poison, a breeding ground for harboring traitors. This realization brought him more pain than losing 100 duels. He buried his face deep into his knees, his shoulders shaking violently. Luo-chan did not comfort him. Some growth must be accomplished in the most brutal way. Ace must shatter his naive fantasy of this pirate crew to truly shoulder the responsibilities of a vice captain. After a long time, Ace finally raised his head, his once fiery bright eyes now only filled with bloodshot tears and a dead silence of ash. "What should I do?" Luo-chan looked at him, finally seeing a spark rekindled beneath the ashes. It was not an impulsive flame but a tempered, reserved, and resilient magma. "Very simple." Luo-chan stood up, looking down at him. "Forget everything I said today, continue being your second division captain. Drink with him like before, joke with him, call him brother. What we need to do is wait." Ace suddenly looked up. Wait for him to show his fangs. The shadows of the deck engulfed Luo-chan's figure, leaving Ace curled up alone in the corner. The world spun around. Every word from Luo-chan was like a poisoned chisel, inscribing the word betrayal stroke by stroke onto the proud belief he held. Teach. The man who always draped his arm around him at parties, drunkenly discussing dreams. The one who first handed him a wine jug after he failed to challenge their father, grinning broadly to comfort him. The partner who would playfully fight him over the last piece of grilled meat, yet unhesitatingly shield him from attacks during battle. Those images, those memories, were once the warmest footnotes to the word family in his heart. Now they had become the sharpest barbs deeply embedded in his flesh. No. It couldn't be. There must be some mistake. A mad thought struggled out of Ace's chaotic mind. Luo Chen had gone mad. This thought clung to him like a lifeline. Yes, he must have gone mad. A newly boarded chief of staff whose mind was filled with plans and data calculating even while drinking. How could he possibly understand the bonds of the Whitebeard Pirates? He didn't know what family truly meant. He was just jealous, inciting discord. He wanted to use such despicable means to undermine the trust of the captains, to usurp their father and ultimately take control of the ship. This explanation was so reasonable, so reassuring. It could make those warm memories feel warm again, could pull out the knife lodged in his heart. Ace leaned against the ship's wall, gasping for breath, almost convincing himself. He had to believe this explanation. Otherwise everything he protected would come crashing down. In the distance on the mast, Luo Chen leaned against the railing, observing the struggling flame in the corner of the deck. He did not approach. Once the steel seal of trust was stamped, any forceful action would only shatter it further. Ace needed time to filter through, to doubt, to suffer, and ultimately only he could erase that erroneous mark with his own hands. It was cruel, but for a future king this was a necessary path. A hearty sound of footsteps approached from afar. Thief, ha 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 ha. Ace, are you out here alone? This isn't like you. Marshal D. Teach strode over, carrying 2 massive wine jugs. His plump figure cast a huge shadow in the moonlight, almost completely enveloping Ace. Ace's body instantly tensed. Luo Chen's words echoed like a curse in his ears. Drink with him like before, joke around, call him brother. He forced himself to relax, raised his head and forced out a smile that was more painful than crying. Teach. What's wrong? Teach plopped down beside him, shaking the deck. He shoved one wine jug into Ace's arms, twisting open another and taking a huge swig. Hick. Are you tired from training? Or did some captain provoke you again? Tell me and I'll stand up for you. Teach patted his chest, looking gallant. Ace held the cold wine jug without drinking. He looked at the familiar toothless grin in front of him, his heart aching sharply. It's nothing. Nothing. Teach leaned in closer, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his rough features. Your face is nearly wrinkled into a ball. Since you returned from that conversation with Luo Chen, you've been acting off. He lowered his voice, speaking as if sharing a secret. Ace, you need to be careful of that guy. Ace's heart jolted. Though he has some skill, don't you think he's too eager? Teach shook the wine jug, the liquid sloshing inside. He's both the chief instructor and chief of staff, taking everything onto himself. Such a person has great ambition. He's not that kind of person. Ace instinctively refuted, but his voice was dry and weak. Thief, ha 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 ha. You're still too young, Ace. Teach laughed heartily, slapping Ace's shoulder. What do men like us adrift at sea pursue? Freedom. Dreams. Companions. He paused, shifting his tone. But what about Luo Chen? He seeks order, plans and control over everything. He doesn't resemble a pirate, he seems more like a Navy officer. Navy. Those 2 words struck Ace's heart like a hammer. Luo Chen's meticulous and cold demeanor, his obsession with plans, his unyielding commands. Previously he thought it was the style of a strong person, but Teach's words pierced through, revealing how incompatible it was with their free-spirited pirates. He even suspects us old pals. Teach's tone grew heavy, tinged with hurt. I heard he fabricated a lie about a Navy fleet to prevent Sachi from going out to sea. Ace, he's doubting us, doubting those of us who consider this place home like sons. Ace felt the balance of his beliefs violently sway, beginning to tilt towards Teach. Perhaps Luo Chen was indeed wrong. Perhaps he was just a suspicious madman, interpreting others with the utmost malice. Compared to believing Teach would betray them, believing Luo Chen had misjudged was undoubtedly the easier choice. He's just too cautious. Ace's voice revealed the wavering even he could hear. Cautious. Thief, ha 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 ha. Teach laughed even harder. Ace, this isn't caution, it's distrust. A chief of staff who doesn't trust his family is more terrifying than 100 enemies. He will ruin everything we hold dear. After saying this, he stood up and downed the remaining wine in the jug. Forget about him, let's drink. Tomorrow is a new day, don't forget our dreams. Teach tossed the empty jug onto the deck and turned to leave, his grand figure reminiscent of the past. Ace sat there dazed, holding the unopened jug of wine, his mind a chaotic mess. Teach's words were like an antidote, temporarily alleviating the pain torn by Luo Chen. But deep down, Luo Chen's sharp eyes and his final words, wait until he reveals his fangs, felt like a deeper sting suddenly aching. Above the mast, Luo Chen withdrew his gaze. Blackbeard's performance was as superb as ever. He understood well that for Ace at this moment, this kind of family's comfort was far more lethal than his own cold truth. The steel seal of trust had been hammered back by Blackbeard even deeper. He had to let him see for himself. He had to let him tear off that jovial mask with his own hands to see the greedy and cunning true face beneath. Otherwise everything would be in vain. Luo Chen's consciousness sank into his mind and the familiar system interface unfolded before his eyes. He directly skipped past the dazzling array of skills and training courses, his finger gliding to the deepest section of shop special items. On the interface, rows of incomprehensible item names slowly flowed by. Truth Gum 3-minute experience version script of Fate tattered page memory recollection film one-time use. These items were expensive and mostly had stringent usage conditions. Luo Chen's finger finally stopped on an item emanating a faint glow. Item name Causality Eavesdropper pseudo effect allows the user to designate a target and eavesdrop on one key dialogue or inner monologue related to specific keywords within the next 24 hours. Note: the more precise the keywords, the higher the success rate of eavesdropping. Can only be used once. Luo Chen's fingertip gently tapped that option. Keyword locked: dark fruit. Under the night sky aboard the Moby Dick, Teach downed a glass of strong liquor. The spiciness of the drink paled in comparison to the burning sensation within his heart. Something was off. Everything felt too wrong. The man named Luo Chen was like a thorn embedded in his flesh, each heartbeat bringing sharp pain. Teach set down his glass, his fingers tapping on the rough wooden table, producing a dull sound. The naval fleet. A lie concocted to prevent Saki from setting sail. How ridiculous, yet how precise. If Luo Chen were truly just paranoid, he would have used more cunning and unassailable reasons rather than this clumsy excuse that could be exposed with just a bit of investigation. Having lurked aboard the Whitebeard ship for over 20 years, he knew far more about the Navy's movements than a newly arrived chief of staff. Through his own clandestinely established intelligence network, he easily confirmed that the waters were calm with not even a shadow of a naval patrol boat. This was not a lie. This was a signal. A signal meant solely for him. Luo Chen was not preventing Saki, he was isolating Saki. Why would he isolate Saki? A thought struck like a bolt of black lightning, clearing all the fog in Teach's mind. The dark fruit. He realized. He knew he could lurk for 20 years for this fruit, and he could just as easily betray everything for it. Ha ha ha. Teach's laughter emerged from deep within his throat, low and hoarse, devoid of the day's exuberance, leaving only a chilling intent to kill. This man, this so-called Luo Chen the Traveler, was not guessing, he was stating a fact. He not only anticipated Teach's actions but also issued him the most direct warning in such a crude manner. There was no time to waste. If he waited any longer, this man would block all paths. His original plan was to wait for a perfect moment, an unknown night, to make everything appear as an accident. But now Luo Chen's eyes were like searchlights hanging overhead, illuminating all his shadows, leaving him nowhere to hide. He had to act immediately. Before Luo Chen set up his web, he would snatch the fruit and leave this place. Teach pulled out a small black transponder snail from beneath the floorboard. It bore no markings of the Whitebeard Pirates, just an ordinary communication device. He dialed a long-forgotten number. The transponder snail's mouth mimicked the expression of its counterpart, lazily yawning. "It's me." Teach's voice was low. "Oh. Teach. I didn't expect you to contact me. I thought you were enjoying life on that old whale ship." Cut to the chase. "Is my ship still at the hive? Of course, the docking fees are paid on time every year. Your old mates are still thinking of you. Prepare supplies and the latest route maps for me, ready to set sail at any time." Teach's tone was devoid of emotion. "You want to leave Whitebeard?" The transponder snail's expression turned serious. "In this era, there can't be two captains on the same ship." Ha ha ha. Teach hung up the transponder snail, hiding it away once more. The escape route was already prepared. What remained was how to create a chaos within this massive war machine that was just enough to allow him to slip away. His gaze turned to the window on the deck. Several crew members were pointing and whispering in the direction of Luo Chen's room. A perfect plan was taking shape in his mind. The atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick became even more eerie the next morning. The crew's glances at Luo Chen had shifted from mere suspicion to a distant mix of fear and hostility. "Have you heard? Brother," Teach said, "the Chief of Staff Luo Chen wants to turn all the captains into his puppets. Not just that, his training plan is fundamentally aimed at exhausting us so that his own people can take over. It's terrifying. Dad trusts him so much, yet he's thinking of sidelining Dad." These remarks spread like a virus, rampaging across the ship. Teach understood how to manipulate people's hearts. He did not directly accuse Luo Chen of betrayal, but instead used more vicious words: ambition. An ambitious chief of staff trying to control everything was far more chilling than an open enemy. Luo Chen sat alone in the corner of the dining hall, his breakfast untouched. No one came over to greet him. The crew, who once surrounded him with questions, now kept their distance as if he carried a plague. Even the chef delivering his meal placed the dish down with a hint of wariness. He was completely isolated. Luo Chen picked up his coffee and took a gentle sip. He could feel countless gazes glued to his back, filled with scrutiny and suspicion. Everything was as he had anticipated. Blackbeard was conducting the final mobilization of public opinion. This was his smokescreen before taking action. The more frantic he was, the more it proved his urgency. System prompt: causality listening device fake is running, target Marshall D. Teach keywords: dark fruit. Expected feedback of key information within 24 hours. Please be patient, host. Luo Chen's consciousness withdrew from the system's light curtain. All he needed to do was wait. Waiting for the sharpest knife that could completely tear apart all disguises. Ace hesitated for a long time, finally sitting down opposite Luo Chen. Is what they said true? Ace's voice was a bit hoarse. Which statement do you mean? Luo Chen set down his coffee cup, looking at him calmly. Is it about me wanting to control all captains or about replacing Dad? You. Ace was choked by his indifferent attitude. You don't care at all. What I care about is whether you believe it or not. Luo Chen's answer was straightforward. Ace fell silent. He wanted to say, I don't believe it, but Brother Teach's hearty face and wounded tone along with the crew's genuine fear made it hard for him to utter those 3 words. Luo Chen, stop it. Ace spoke softly. No matter what you suspect, the atmosphere aboard the ship is already terrible now. It shouldn't be like this among family. Luo Chen picked up a piece of bread, tearing it slowly. Ace, have you ever seen lava? Before it erupts, the surface is always calm, even radiating a comfortable warmth. But beneath that calm lies the power to destroy everything. He placed a small piece of bread in his mouth. In not creating panic and merely reminding everyone that the calm land beneath our feet is about to shatter. Ace clenched his fists. He completely could not understand Luo Chen's words. This kind of cryptic demeanor left him feeling powerless. I finished eating. Ace suddenly stood up, carrying the nearly untouched plate and quickly leaving. Watching Ace's retreating figure, Luo Chen did not say anything more. Once the seed of trust is soaked in the venom of suspicion, it can never sprout healthily. Unless with the flames of truth all toxins are completely burned away. Night fell. The weather at sea changed abruptly. Dark clouds obscured the moon and a fierce wind began to ravage the surface of the sea, churning up waves taller than a person, crashing heavily against the hull of the Moby Dick. The ship began to shake violently. Many crew members rushed to the deck, busy securing sails and cargo. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a rotund figure quietly approaching the infirmary like a ghost. It was none other than Blackbeard Teach. He leaned in the shadows, listening to the roar of the wind in the waves. Perfect weather. Perfect chaos. A perfect opportunity to act. Saki was inside, guarding the devil fruit he had coveted for over 20 years. Teach's hand rested on the dagger at his waist. Memories of over 20 years aboard Whitebeard's ship flashed through his mind. Dad's grandeur, Marco's teasing jaw's naivety, and Ace's fiery smile. These images lingered for just a moment before being replaced by a completely black fruit adorned with bizarre spiral patterns. Dreams. Fate. This was everything to him. Anyone who stood in the way must be crushed, no matter who they were. He discerned the lights and shadows inside the infirmary, confirming that Saki was alone. He licked his cracked lips. His rugged face bore no trace of joviality. Only greed and resolve remained. He was about to take that decisive step. At that moment, a crisp system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind like a heavenly melody. Ding. Causality listening device information capture successful. Target Marshall D. Teach keywords dark fruit captured content inner monologue ha ha ha. This truly is heaven's help. Saki, don't blame me, blame this fruit for choosing me. Once I have it, I will seize Dad's tremor fruit and this world will be mine. Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. He grabbed the specially made tactical goggles that had been at his side and instantly vanished from the room. Blackbeard pushed open the door to the infirmary. On the deck, several crew members polishing the railing noticed Luo Chen approaching, and the previously lively conversation came to an abrupt halt. They silently lowered their heads, hastening their movements as if trying to draw an invisible line between him and themselves. One of them even awkwardly shifted his stance, turning his back to him. This estrangement was like the humidity over the sea, pervasive, sticky and cold. Blackbeard Teach's methods were more effective than imagined. The rumors about him being ambitious, undermining the captain, and having unclear intentions clung to the Moby Dick like barnacles, silently affixing themselves to every corner. Luo Chen did not stop, nor did he explain. He walked straight toward a crew member who was struggling with a jammed cannon bolt. Try using reverse impact. Luo Chen handed over a crowbar. Apply force at the position of Gear 3 to counteract the internal meshing stress. Okay. The crew member hesitated but followed his advice. With a loud clank, the bolt popped open. Thank you, Chief of Staff. A hint of embarrassment flashed across the crew member's face. Luo Chen merely nodded and continued on his way. He consulted the captains about the recording standards for the voyage log, assisted the cooks in optimizing the order of food storage, and provided the lookout with more efficient visual switching solutions. He responded to those silent accusations with actions. Before the flames of truth ignited, any defense would merely fuel the doubts. The only thing he could do was continuously accumulate his value, making this ship and every person on it unable to do without him. Only then, when the scales tipped, would he have enough leverage. He raised his head, gazing at the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. The wind was picking up. The long-anticipated storm was approaching. This was also Blackbeard's perfect stage. He needed evidence and undeniable proof that would leave Ace Whitebeard and everyone else speechless. A tool that could completely shatter that extravagant facade. Luo Chen's consciousness sank into the system shop. Causality listener murderous intent manifestation lens fragment of the future. Among the dazzling array of tools he had only one choice. It had to be something that could expose his crimes to the world at the moment Blackbeard struck. This was his last gamble. The heavy pressure from Blackbeard as deep as the ocean was becoming clearer. This tyrant who had been lurking for over 20 years was running out of patience. The fuse had to be cut before he detonated everything. Night fell. The gale whipped up massive waves that crashed violently against the Moby Dick, rocking the ship violently. The deck was bustling with shouts for sail retrieval mingling with the roar of the waves. A perfect chaos. In his room Luo Chen sat quietly, the specially made tactical glasses resting beside him. He was waiting for a signal that was destined to sound. Ace's eyes filled with doubt and helplessness from noon still lingered in his mind. Once the seed of trust is soaked in the venom of suspicion, it can never sprout healthily. Then let the flames of truth burn away all the toxins. Just then a crisp system alert rang out in his mind like celestial music. Ding! Causality listener information capture successful. Target Marshall D. Teach keyword dark fruit captured content inner monologue hahaha. Truly heaven helps me. Sachi, don't blame me, blame this fruit for choosing me. Once I obtain it and seize old man's tremor fruit, this world will be mine. Luo Chen's eyes snapped open. He grabbed the tactical glasses and put them on. Through the specially made lenses a thick blood-red murderous intent rose from the direction of the infirmary, glaringly vivid against the stormy night. His figure instantly vanished from the room. The door of the infirmary was pushed open a crack by a hefty hand. Sachi, are you asleep? Teach's voice was as rugged and hearty as ever, tinged with his usual mirth. Teach. Not yet, this ghastly weather is keeping me awake. Sachi, examining the peculiar fruit on the table, turned back in surprise upon hearing the voice. You arrived just in time, look at my good fortune today. Ha ha ha. Really? Let me see what good thing it is. Teach laughed as he stepped inside, casually closing the door, shutting out the sounds of the storm. His hand was already hidden behind him, tightly gripping a cold dagger. Dreams. Destiny. Right before his eyes. This is the one, it looks truly strange. Sachi handed over the fruit, but the guide says this is the most dangerous among the Logia types. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow burst through the infirmary door with an agility completely uncharacteristic of its size. Bang. The door slammed against the wall with a resounding crash. Luo Chen stood at the entrance, the wind and rain pouring in from behind him, causing his black coat to flutter violently. He did not look at Sachi nor the dark fruit. His gaze was like two ice-edged daggers piercing directly into Blackbeard. Teach. Luo Chen's voice was calm, as tranquil as the eye of the storm. So late at night you came to find Captain Sachi to discuss dreams. He particularly emphasized the word dreams. Sachi looked bewildered. Luo Chen. Why are you here too? Blackbeard Teach's hearty smile froze for a moment. The hand hidden behind him tightened around the dagger. The greatest variable he hadn't planned for had arrived. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard's signature laughter shattered the eerie silence. It's Chief of Staff Luo Chen. Of course I'm here to congratulate Brother Sachi. Such a rare fruit is indeed a stroke of incredible luck. He spread his arms wide, feigning a carefree demeanor as if the previous moment's murderous intent was merely an illusion. Really? Luo Chen slowly stepped into the room, each step feeling as if he were treading on Teach's heartbeat. I thought you were here to pursue your own dreams. After all, for the sake of dreams one can risk everything and betray anything, right? Sachi was thoroughly confused. He glanced between Luo Chen and Teach. What are you two talking about? Nothing. Teach's large hand slapped heavily on Sachi's shoulder, the force making Sachi wince. The Chief of Staff just likes to joke. We are family. How could we betray each other? He turned to Luo Chen, grinning widely, revealing his uneven teeth. Luo Chen, have you been too tired lately? You're taking care of too many things and your mind is getting muddled. Suspecting family is a grievous sin. This was a blatant threat, also meant for the crew members outside who had been alerted. Sure enough, several figures had appeared at the door, with Marco and Jozo prominently among them, all wearing puzzled expressions. What's going on? Marco asked with a frown. Nothing, the Chief of Staff probably had a nightmare. Teach interjected, he insists that I have ill intentions toward Brother Sachi. Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous joke. The whispers of the crew members filtered in. Isn't the Chief of Staff being too sensitive? Yeah, Teach is an old brother. Once again he easily manipulated the public opinion. Luo Chen observed the perfect disguise before him, Sachi's bewildered expression and the wavering looks of the crew members outside. He knew that without that inner monologue as evidence, everything he said would be mere slander. He was being isolated by everyone. Just then Ace squeezed in. He looked at the three confronting each other and listened to the surrounding discussions, his fists unconsciously clenching. He looked at Luo Chen, his expression complex. Luo Chen suddenly smiled. He no longer looked at Teach but turned to Ace. Ace. Have you ever seen lava? Before it erupts, the surface is always eerily calm. He pointed at the seemingly carefree Teach and then at the ominous fruit. Now do you believe what I say? The calm land beneath our feet is about to crack. Ace's question was like a stone thrown into the still surface of a lake. Luo Chen's words, however, were like a giant boulder, leaving everyone dizzy. Crack. How could the Moby Dick, which carried countless families and dreams, possibly crack? The muscles on Teach's face twitched, nearly losing that trademark smile. What kind of monster is this Luo Chen? Why does it seem like he can see through people's hearts? No, it's impossible. It must be a coincidence. He could no longer stay here. Every second spent increased the variables. Ha ha. Chief of Staff really knows how to joke. Teach's loud voice rang out again, forcibly shifting the atmosphere. Ace, don't be fooled by him. We are all sons of Dad, we are family. He patted Ace's shoulder firmly, his gesture affectionate yet carrying a warning. It's getting late, I need to go back and rest. Sachi, take good care of your precious fruit. He turned and strode toward the door. As he passed by Luo Chen, he paused for a moment, lowering his body to speak in a volume only they could hear. Chief of Staff being too nosy will lead to a quick demise. With that, he squeezed out of the crowd without looking back, disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. His figure merged into the darkness like a drop of ink dissolving into the night. Luo Chen did not turn back. He simply gazed quietly at Sachi and the ominous fruit in his hand. Ace looked at Luo Chen's profile, then at the confused Marco and Jaws, before finally directing his gaze toward the direction where Teach had vanished. His clenched fist slowly relaxed. Returning to his dark, cramped cabin, Teach closed the door, shutting out all noise. The jovial smile on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an extreme chill. Luo Chen. This name echoed in his mind like a thorn embedded in flesh. This guy's appearance completely disrupted his rhythm. Why was he there? Why did he say those words? Coincidence? Or... No, there was no time to delve into an inconsequential variable. Compared to that dream, Luo Chen was merely a stone in the way. Kicking it aside or stepping around it made no difference. What mattered was the dark fruit. It was right there within reach. He had waited over 20 years for this moment. He could not afford to fail due to any unforeseen circumstances. He pulled out a crumpled nautical chart and a note from his pocket. A severe storm is expected to strike the area where the White Whale is located in 3 hours with wind force. A storm. The perfect timing. The roar of the sea would provide the best cover. Teach's face re-emerged with that twisted maniacal grin. Ha ha. Even the heavens are helping me. He crumpled the note into a ball, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed vigorously and swallowed. No evidence could be left behind. He confirmed his escape plan once more. At the stern of the Moby Dick in a dead corner lay an inconspicuous small single-masted sailboat. He had secretly purchased it from a black market dealer with the bounty he had saved over the years. The boat was small, fast, and had a shallow draft, ideal for escaping the sea during a storm and least likely to be detected by a giant ship like the Moby Dick. The route had long been planned. As soon as he left Whitebeard's influence, he could immediately raise his pirate flag. Next, it was time for the final preparations. He opened the hidden compartment under his bed, revealing the treasures and necessities he had quietly accumulated over the years. A waterproof leather bag contained berries, some compressed biscuits, and a jug of fresh water. There were also a few changes of clothes and a spare flintlock. He carefully packed these items into a coarse burlap sack, disguising it as a bag of trash. After doing all this, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. On the deck, due to the earlier commotion, many crew members had not yet gone to sleep. Yo, Teach, still awake? A familiar crew member yawned and greeted him. Ha ha. Can't sleep, just out for some fresh air. Teach carried the garbage bag and laughed heartily. Might as well take out the trash. You're quite diligent, aren't you? Of course, of course. We're family after all. He bantered with the crew members he encountered along the way, walking leisurely toward the stern. His steps were steady, each footfall precise, as if rehearsed countless times in a shipyard. There was not a single extraneous motion. He approached an old crew member who was polishing the railing and gave him a hearty pat on the back. How's Dad's health been lately? He's doing well. We have a ship's doctor, so don't worry. That's good, that's good. Teach lamented, come to think of it, I haven't been home in a long time. Once we dock this time, maybe I should take a long vacation. The old sailor paused, leaving. After all these years, can you bear to leave? Ha ha. Of course I can't bear to leave. Teach's face squeezed out a bit of reluctance, but I still have my old lady to take care of. But don't worry, you'll be back soon. This is my home. He opened his arms and embraced the old sailor. A perfect farewell. A smoke bomb to numb everyone. From an angle unseen by others, the hand carrying the bag tightened its grip. He tossed the bag into the already prepared small boat, his movements crisp and clean, making not a sound. After doing all this, he turned and walked back. As he passed the infirmary where Sachi was, he instinctively stopped. The door was closed, but dim yellow light leaked out. Sachi must be inside, admiring the fruit he had longed for. Admiring. What belongs to me? Teach's Adam's apple rolled, a greed originating from the depths of his soul, almost seeping through his skin. Soon. Very soon. He continued walking forward, his expression returning to his usual affable and generous demeanor. As if the cold gaze from earlier was merely an illusion created by the night. Back in the cabin, Teach locked the door behind him. He removed his shirt, revealing a body covered in scars and thick chest hair. He did not light a lamp, instead pacing back and forth in the dim moonlight filtering in through the window. In his mind, he rehearsed the entire plan one last time. Step 1: wait. Wait for the storm to grow stronger, wait for everyone to fall asleep, wait for the swaying of the ship and the howling of the wind and rain to become the main theme. Step 2: infiltrate. He had long prepared a key for the infirmary's lock. Sachi had no defenses, he wouldn't even lock the door. Step 3: kill. It must be a lethal blow, leaving him no chance to call for help. A dagger, a throat slit clean and swift. Sachi is not a fighter, he cannot resist. Step 4: seize. Devour the fruit, feel that coveted power surging within. Step 5: escape. Following the planned route, reach the stern, quickly board the small boat, sever the mooring line and vanish into the storm. The entire process must not exceed 5 minutes. He even thought of unexpected situations. What if Marco discovered him? The Phoenix's flames could be troublesome, but as long as he consumed the dark fruit, it would nullify all his abilities. At that point, no one would be able to stop him. What about Jaws? Although the diamond body is tough, his strength is enough to temporarily push him back. As long as he could board that small boat, everything would be over. The family game of the Whitebeard Pirates should also come to an end. He was someone who could bet everything for his dream. And family is worthless in the face of dreams. He walked to the bedside and pulled out the gleaming dagger from under his pillow. The blade reflected a cold arc in the faint light. He would accompany them like the most loyal family member through the last moment before the storm arrived. Then in the deepest night he would reveal his sharpest fangs. Outside the window the wind began to howl and the sound of waves crashing against the ship grew louder. Raindrops pattered against the window. The storm has arrived. Teach grinned, revealing a set of uneven teeth. He pushed open his door. Night fell, the prelude to the storm had already begun. In Luo Chan's room there was a profound silence, the howling wind outside was the only testament to the passage of time. He had just snapped back to reality from the system's prompt, that passage of monologue from Teach's heart, each word felt like a poisoned dagger. Evidence was indeed present. But was it enough? He recalled the evasive movements of the crew during the day, and Ace's eyes mixed with suspicion and struggle. Family held too much weight on this ship. Heavy enough to twist the truth with emotions. Could Teach's jovial mask, cultivated over 2 decades, really be easily torn apart by just a piece of unknown inner monologue? No, it wasn't enough. Teach was too good at acting. He could easily mold himself into the victim of slander while portraying Luo Chan as a scheming instigator. By then public opinion would instantly drown him. There needed to be a stage where he could not argue or perform, only reveal his fangs. He needed to provoke an attack. Luo Chan's consciousness sank back into the system's store, rapidly searching through the dazzling array of items. He needed insurance, something that could protect his life when he revealed his trump card. Soon a special item locked his gaze. Killing intent, imprint, beginner effect, consume a large amount of points to lock onto a single target. When the target generates killing intent above a critical level towards the user, this item will automatically activate, forming a faint persistent mark on the system interface. Note, this is a protective charm from hunters. It cannot block knives, but it allows you to hear the sound of a blade slicing through the air in advance. This item was tailor-made for the current predicament. It was not a weapon, yet it was more crucial than any weapon. Exchange. Without hesitation, Luo Chan instantly emptied more than half of the points he had originally planned to use to enhance Ace's training. Exchange successful. Please specify the target for the mark. Marshal D. Teach. Target locked, Marshal D. Teach. Imprint awaiting activation. Alright, the alarm has been installed. Now it's time to sound it. Luo Chan stood up, straightening his wind-blown collar. He pushed open the door, braving the increasingly violent sea wind heading towards the infirmary. Sachi's room was brightly lit. He was admiring the dark fruit on the table, excitement evident on his face. Luo Chan did not immediately enter, but stood outside the door, deliberately allowing his voice to carry clearly inside and potentially to any ears nearby. Sachi still awake. Luo Chan. It's you. Come in. Sachi waved enthusiastically. Look at what I found today. Luo Chan leaned against the doorframe, not stepping into the room. He glanced at the fruit, his brow furrowing slightly. I was looking through ancient illustrations and found some ominous records about this fruit. Ominous. Sachi's smile faded a bit. Doesn't the illustration say it's very dangerous? It's more than just dangerous. Luo Chen's tone became more serious. There's a note that says this fruit attracts the deepest desires and betrayals, and its holders often meet unfortunate ends. It is a cursed object that brings misfortune. He paused, ensuring his words carried enough weight. Sachi, this thing is too strange. To be safe, why not offer it to Dad tomorrow? Let him personally judge its safety or seal it away directly. This is not just for you but for the peace of the entire ship. This suggestion fell like a boulder into a calm lake. Sachi's joy vanished completely. He looked at the fruit on the table, then at Luo Chen. Handing over the top-tier natural fruit he had just acquired. He certainly hesitated. But Luo Chen's words were all too reasonable. For Dad, for the whole ship, such grand notions weighed down on him, making it impossible to refute. Luo Chen's position as chief strategist lent immense weight to every suggestion he made. Sachi hesitated. What you say seems to make sense. He was a pure pirate, loyal and straightforward. Though reluctant, if this thing truly posed a danger to his family, he was willing to give it up. Just as Sachi began to waver, a chilling, thick killing intent as cold as the abyss erupted from the shadows not far from the infirmary. The intent was unmasked, pure and direct, with only one target, Luo Chen. It was like an invisible ice pick piercing fiercely towards Luo Chen's back heart. Almost simultaneously, a crisp prompt rang out in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Critical level of killing intent detected from Marshal D. Teach. Killing intent imprint activated. On the tactical glasses Luo Chen wore, a faint yet incredibly clear red dot flickered wildly in a dark corner. It worked. The tyrant who had lurked for 20 years was completely forced into a killing rage by this very sentence. Let Dad decide. That phrase directly severed all legitimacy for Teach to kill his comrades to seize the fruit. If he acted now, it would not just be a simple violation of iron rules but a blatant challenge to Whitebeard's authority, fundamentally altering the nature of the situation. Luo Chen had ruined his script of waiting for the fruit to appear then naturally seizing it. Thus he must die. Sachi, think it over carefully. Luo Chen straightened up, his face returning to its usual calm demeanor. He patted Sachi's shoulder as if everything that had just transpired was merely an ordinary suggestion. I'll head back first, the wind is strong, rest early. He turned and left the hem of his coat, drawing a black arc in the gale. He could feel the blood-red killing intent behind him, which not only had not weakened but had grown even more solid. Teach had transformed from a lurking viper into a cornered beast driven to violence. Luo Chen leaned against the doorframe, the sea breeze pressing the hem of his coat tightly against the ship's body. He did not step into the room. The peculiar fruit lay on the table, exuding an ominous aura. Saki, this is not just for your personal safety. Luo Chen's voice lowered slightly, yet it became even clearer. Think about it, the ability of this fruit is so unique. With so many people on the ship, who can guarantee there isn't a second or third person lurking like Teach? This statement pierced Saki's last thread of illusion like a needle. He had previously thought Luo Chen was overreacting, but when Teach's name was mentioned he instinctively shuddered. You mean? I mean nothing, Luo Chen interrupted. I am merely presenting a possibility. A fruit that can incite betrayal is best entrusted to someone who is least likely to betray it. That would be Dad. He emphasized the point. Offering it to Dad not only eliminates the threat on the ship but also demonstrates your loyalty to everyone, including Dad himself. Your loyalty is far more valuable than a devil fruit. This loyalty is the strongest deck of our Whitebeard Pirates. Saki was completely convinced. Indeed, he sought the joy of adventure with his family, not the strongest power. Luo Chen's words struck deep into his heart. He stood up and solemnly picked up the dark fruit from the table. I understand, Chief of Staff. You're right. His voice rose with excitement. Tomorrow morning I will present it to Dad. This decision, like a command, clearly pierced through the sound of the wind and rain reaching the dark corner outside the medical room. The lurking Blackbeard Teach frozen in place. Tomorrow morning. To Whitebeard. What has been the point of his 20 years of lurking impatience? Is it a joke? No. Absolutely not. All his patience turned to dust at that moment. The last shred of hope was completely severed by Luo Chen's words offered to Dad. He must act. It must be tonight. On Luo Chen's tactical glasses, the red dot representing Teach instantly shifted from a flickering alert to a boiling crimson. The murderous intent had thickened to a point where it could no longer be concealed by any disguise. It was done. Pulling the rug out from under him, drawing the snake out. Luo Chen revealed a faint smile. It's good that you can understand. I'm heading back now, you should get some rest early. He turned and left without looking at Saki again, as if he had merely completed an ordinary night patrol. He could feel that thick swamp-like murderous intent nailed to his back. But that murderous intent did not pursue it, lingered for a moment in place, and then the blood-red dot began to slowly move toward the direction of the medical room. The target had shifted from Luo-chen, who disrupts the plan, back to Saki, who holds the fruit. Teach had made a choice. He chose a path of no return. Luo-chen returned to his command room, the fierce wind and rain battering the porthole with a dull thud. He knew Blackbeard would surely act tonight. This storm was the best cover for Teach and also the best stage for Luo-chen. Now only one crucial audience was missing. An audience that must witness this betrayal with their own eyes. Without first-hand observation, any words could be twisted into sowing discord. Even if Ace had a systematic trust in him, the fantasy rooted in the concept of family needed to be shattered by the most brutal truth. He needed Ace to see what kind of ferocious fangs were hidden behind that generous mask. Luo-chen walked to the wall where a detailed blueprint of the Moby Dick was hanging. His finger glided over the blueprint, tracing a winding route from his command room, eventually stopping at the captain's cabin of the 2nd Division. How to bring Ace near the medical room without alarming anyone. A perfect excuse. An absurd yet reasonable excuse that only he, devil instructor Luo-chen, could concoct. He pushed the door open and stepped back into the storm. In Ace's room, he was irritably polishing his dagger. The distance Luo-chen had maintained from the crew during the day, along with Luo-chen's later metaphor of lava, left him feeling utterly confused. Bang! The door swung open and Luo-chen entered, drenched. You again? Ace looked up, his tone unfriendly. What now? Do you want to preach to me again? Emergency tactical drill. Luo-chen's response was succinct, devoid of emotion. What? Ace doubted he had heard correctly. Have you gone mad? In this kind of weather? Does the enemy choose a sunny day to attack? Luo-chen countered. War can erupt at any extreme environment at any time. I need to test the lookout's visibility limits in heavy rain and the emergency response capabilities of the deck crew. You are the captain of the 2nd Division, come with me. His words were filled with Luo-chen's trademark coldness and were unarguable. Although Ace was displeased, his body had already instinctively stood up. This was an instinctive reaction ingrained in his bones after being drilled by Luo-chen countless times. Crazy. He muttered under his breath, yet he picked up his coat and followed. Luo-chen led him through the violently swaying ship's passage. Each impact of the waves made the floor beneath their feet groan. Ace quickly sensed something was off. Hey, this isn't the way to the deck. They were walking through a secluded upper passage typically used for maintenance, seldom traversed by anyone. Luo-chen did not answer but stopped at a corner piled with spare ropes. The location was perfect, allowing them to avoid the raging wind while also giving a clear view of the medical room's door from a maintenance window. The drill content has changed. Luo-chen's voice was low, almost swallowed by the sound of the wind. It is now a training for lurking in observation. He pointed to the medical room below. Your task is to stay here and watch that door. No matter what happens, do not make a sound or any movement. Is that it? Ace was puzzled. Just watch an empty door. What the hell are you doing? The light from the medical room appeared dim and blurred through the rain-streaked window. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Luo-chen did not offer further explanation. He merely leaned against the ship's side beside Ace, arms crossed, silently watching below. On the lenses of his tactical glasses, the red dot representing Teach was silently approaching the brightly lit door in the darkness, step by step. The actor was about to take the stage. And his most important audience was already in position. The rumble of the torrential rain was the only sound in the world at that moment. Ace felt like a fool trapped in this leaky place by Luo-chen's absurd excuse, staring at an unremarkable door. Is this your tactical drill? Stealth. Observation. Ace questioned the man beside him, suppressing his anger. What exactly are we waiting for? Luo-chen did not look at him, his gaze penetrating the rain curtain firmly locked onto the door of the infirmary below. We are waiting for an actor to enter his self-righteous stage. This cryptic statement further agitated Ace. He could not comprehend Luo-chen. At times this person seemed like a cold-blooded machine, training them with the harshest standards. At other times he resembled an unfathomable riddle with every word cloaked in meanings Ace could not grasp. Just as Ace was about to lose his patience, the ship trembled violently, more so than ever before. The emergency light above erupted in a shower of sparks, plunging the entire corridor into an impenetrable darkness. The brief weightlessness and sudden darkness made Ace's heart tighten, instinctively tensing his muscles. Moments later, the backup power activated, illuminating a few dim red lights, casting the corridor in a hellish glow. The power system was affected by the waves, Ace deduced, recognizing it as a common occurrence at sea. Is that so? Luo-chen's voice sounded unusually calm in the half-light. Perhaps someone just needs a bit of darkness. Before he finished speaking, Ace saw a large familiar shadow in the corridor below, stealthily moving along the wall, utilizing the flickering shadows as cover. It was Teach. Ace recognized that silhouette. He wanted to shout out but was silenced by a raised hand from Luo-chen. Ace observed that Teach did not head directly for the infirmary door but instead stopped in front of a metal box beside the door. It was one of the ship's junction boxes. Teach glanced around and skillfully pried open the box lid. A flicker of weak electric sparks flashed, extinguishing the only lit indicator light on the infirmary door. That door transformed into a pure black square devouring all light. Ace's breath hitched. It was one thing for a storm to disrupt the electricity, but it was an entirely different matter for a family member to deliberately cut off the power to the room where his comrades were. A terrifying thought, one he did not want to believe, began to sprout in his mind. What? What is he doing? Ace's throat felt parched. Luo-chan did not answer his question but instead posed an unrelated inquiry. What does Sachi have in his hand? A devil fruit. Ace instinctively replied, then suddenly realized. That dark purple fruit adorned with strange patterns. At the dining table, Sachi had excitedly announced that he would give it to their father. And Teach had been seated not far away wearing that signature grin with a few missing teeth. You once told me that Teach stayed on the ship for over 20 years just to wait for a specific fruit. Luo-chan's voice cut through Ace's all hopes like a scalpel. Ace's body began to feel colder than the wind and rain pouring in. He recalled another detail. Not long ago, Sachi had sustained a minor injury while handling ingredients and was assigned to rest and observe in the infirmary tonight. Location, characters, motives. All the fragmented clues under Luo-chan's understated words strung together into a chilling line. Below, after cutting off the power, Teach remained silent for several seconds like a patient beast, confirming that there were no further movements around. Then he pushed open the unlocked door, his entire body melding into the artificially created pure darkness. No sound emerged from the infirmary. This is impossible. Ace murmured to himself as if trying to convince himself, he is our family. How could he? Family. Luo-chan finally turned his head, the tactical glasses reflecting data streams in the dim red light making him appear less than human. Ace, the so-called family you speak of will not hesitate to stab you alongside the knife when you shield him from harm. System prompt detected that the host is undergoing the world line key correction task. Correction target Portgas D. Ace. Correction content cognitive restructuring, betrayal of family. Current trust stability of Ace 92, warning the impending visual shock and cognitive upheaval may lead to emotional collapse and a sharp decline in trust. Please prepare a contingency plan. Luo-chan ignored the system's prompt. What he wanted was not an Ace protected in a greenhouse but a king who had witnessed hell yet still chose to yearn for the light. Why? Ace's voice trembled slightly. Because his dream is more important than your lives. Luo-chan stated coldly, devoid of any mockery. Zeha. You've heard that laugh many times, haven't you? Behind that laugh lies the ambition he has harbored for 20 years. Ambition. This word struck Ace's heart like a heavy hammer. He recalled how Teach always talked about his dreams, remembering the unusual sparkle in his eyes when he spoke of destiny. In the past, he thought it was merely the boast of a cheerful crew member. Looking back now, every word concealed malice. Your training content is only just beginning now. Luo-chan's voice pulled Ace back to reality. What? Stealth and observation. Luo-chan pointed to the silent darkness below. You need to watch here with your own eyes and listen with your own ears. No matter what happens, remember my previous command: no sound, no movement. Are you insane? Sachi is inside. Ace finally erupted, grabbing Luo-chan's collar, lowering his voice to shout angrily, we need to save him. Luo-chan did not resist allowing Ace to hold him. You want to go? And then what? He retorted, in whose name? Tell everyone that Teach wants to kill Sachi. Where is the evidence? Did you see it? You only saw him cut the power. He could claim it was just a prank. Ace was at a loss for words. And then you would alert the snake. Teach would immediately abort the plan and continue to play the good brother he has been for 20 years. And you, Ace, would become that madman who unjustly suspects his family. A madman whom even father would question. The most crucial thing is, will Sachi trust you, or will he trust the big brother who has been by his side for 20 years and saved him countless times? Ace's hand weakly released. Indeed. What could he use to prove it? Just a cut-off power source. Just a conclusion he himself found absurd. So we. Just watch. Ace's fists were clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Yes, watch. Luo-chan leaned back against the wall again. See the face of betrayal, clearly understand the price of ambition. Etch this scene into your bones, into your spirit. This will be your most important lesson, Ace. It will teach you that naivety must be paid for with your life. In the darkness below there remained a deafening silence. But this silence felt more terrifying to Ace than any heart-wrenching scream at that moment. He knew that behind the darkness a knife might already be raised, aimed at an unsuspecting brother still deep in slumber. Boom! Another pale lightning bolt tore through the night sky, illuminating the chaotic scene on the deck of the Moby Dick as if it were broad daylight. 3 of the main mast's rigging have snapped. Hurry and reinforce it. The starboard lookout is swaying. Use ropes to secure it. The sailors' shouts and commands were scattered by the howling wind. The giant waves crashed against the ship's side like mountains, causing the entire colossal whaleship to groan as if it could be torn to shreds by the furious sea at any moment. Marco's half-body transformed into blue flames, tracing a dazzling trajectory in the wind and rain as he personally led several crew members toward the swaying main mast. Joseph's diamond-like massive form directly braced against a cabin hatch that was about to be blown away by the wind, the deck beneath his feet creaking under the unbearable weight. All the captains, all the elites, and everyone's minds were firmly captivated by this sudden natural disaster. The storm and power failure had become the deadliest crisis aboard the ship. No one noticed that the real deadly crisis was quietly unfolding in the deepest, safest part of the ship. In the corridor of the infirmary, several nurses were groping along the walls in the darkness, anxiously searching for spare oil lamps and candles, aided only by the occasional flashes of lightning from outside. Damn, it has the emergency power short-circuited too. Forget that, find a light source first. Captain Sachi is still resting inside. Their conversation was filled with concern for their companions, yet it completely left the path to the sick room open for the silent infiltrator. In the isolation room, Sachi was sound asleep. The strength of the Whitebeard Pirates filled each person within it with a sense of security. Here there was always family behind, requiring no extra vigilance. This trust at this moment became the deadliest poison. Outside the sickroom door, a narrow crack was the window to hell that Luochen had opened for Ace. Through this crack everything was clearly visible. Blackbeard Teach's movements showed no trace of the clumsiness he usually exhibited. He tiptoed, landing soundlessly each step, precisely avoiding any objects on the ground that might make noise. He was like a snake that had been lurking in the darkness for 20 years, finally revealing his deadly fangs. And Ace, under Luochen's indication, witnessed it all with his own eyes. When the lightning struck again, that fleeting light not only illuminated the cold gleam of the dagger in Teach's hand but also revealed the twisted and greedy expression on his face. Ace's heart was gripped by an invisible hand, nearly stopping its beat. It was him. It truly was him. Blackbeard Teach. The Teach who always spoke of family, drank the loudest, and laughed the most exaggeratedly. The Teach who would sing off-key sailing songs while hooking his arm around Sachi's neck at banquets. The Teach he had always regarded as a brother. Why? Ace's mind was blank. He could neither understand nor accept this absurd scene before him. The dagger was already raised, its tip converging, the only light in the darkness, coldly pointing toward Sachi's heart. The hand that Luochen pressed on his shoulder remained motionless, yet it felt as heavy as a mountain, suppressing every ounce of rage that threatened to erupt from within him. It also suppressed his last vestige of innocence. Look clearly, Ace. Luochen's voice seemed to resonate directly in his mind, devoid of any emotion. See the face of betrayal clearly. See the cost of ambition clearly. Understand what kind of brother you almost pursued with your life. Ace fixed his gaze intently. He saw Teach's Adam's apple bob as if he was swallowing the saliva secreted from excitement. He saw that there was not a hint of hesitation in Teach's eyes, only an almost pathological desire for the devil fruit. This was not a spurefement decision. This was a long-planned, deeply ingrained malice. Luochen's words cut through Ace's world like a knife, laying the cruel truth bare before him. If it weren't for Luochen, if it weren't for this early rehearsal, then tomorrow he would have heard the news of Sachi's death. Then, like in the original story, he would have furiously chased after Teach, completely disregarding the advice of Dad and his companions. He would have believed it to be the captain's responsibility, the brotherly bond. But now he understood that it was not responsibility but arrogance. He did not truly understand Teach nor the horror of the Yami Yami no Mi. He would have charged headlong into the carefully laid trap. Ultimately, using his own failure, he would have ignited a war that engulfed the world, causing all his cherished family to pay the bloody price for his recklessness. Sachi in his sleep seemed a bit uncomfortable, letting out a faint murmur as he turned over. Teach's movements instantly froze. He stood like a statue, holding the knife frozen in the darkness for a good 10 seconds. Ace's heart leaped to his throat. He wished Sachi would wake up, shout out, and alert everyone outside. But no. Sachi merely smacked his lips, seemingly dreaming of some delicacy, and fell back into a deep sleep. Teach's body relaxed. He grinned a silent roar of laughter. In that smile were disdain and mockery, as if laughing at Sachi's stupidity, mocking the innocence of everyone aboard this ship. He no longer hesitated. His arm muscles tensed and his wrists suddenly pressed down. The dagger, with the resolution to end everything, lunged toward Sachi's heart. Time seemed to stretch at that moment. Ace could clearly see the tip of the knife slicing through the air, tracing an almost imperceptible arc. He could see that the blade was less than a few centimeters away from Sachi's nightgown. He could even imagine the next second the blade piercing flesh, warm blood gushing forth. No. These two words roared in his chest but were firmly blocked by Luochen's restraint, unable to escape his throat. Within him, the flame that had been suppressed to the extreme finally broke through the dam of reason. It was not a few sparks but a raging inferno. Boo! The orange-eared flames erupted from his body in an instant, but as soon as they touched Luochen, they were forcibly suppressed by an invisible force. Control it. Luochen's command was cold and firm. If you want to save him, learn to control your power, not let it control you. Ace trembled violently, sweat and tears mingling together, sliding down his cheeks. He did not understand. Why wait until now? Why watch this all unfold? But the hand that held him down gave him the answer. It was not merely power suppression but a form of guidance. A completely different, more refined and resilient power was being transmitted to him through that hand, forcibly sorting through his rampaging flames. It was Haki. It was Luo Chen's unfathomable Armament Haki. Anger is not the emotion you should have right now. It is the intent to kill. Condense your anger, your unwillingness, all your emotions into the purest intent to kill. Then attach it to your fist. Luo Chen's voice was like a demon's whisper, yet it carried a truth that cuts to the core. Fire will burn everything, including your reason. But Armament Haki will not. It will make your fists sharper and more deadly than any blade. In Ace's eyes, the last trace of confusion was burned away by the flames, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and coldness. He finally understood Luo Chen's intention. No destruction, no establishment. Only by witnessing the deepest darkness can one truly understand the meaning of light. Only by experiencing the most profound helplessness can one truly grasp the essence of power. At this moment his innocence was completely shattered by the dagger that was about to fall. It was also at this moment that a nurse's joyful shout finally echoed from the end of the corridor outside. Found it. Found the oil lamp. A faint warm yellow light was about to illuminate the corridor. Teach's movements revealed a hint of barely perceptible impatience. He had to complete this deadly strike before the light arrived. He increased his strength. The dagger lunged down. The tip of the dagger has already touched the fabric of Saki's nightgown. In the next 1,000th of a second it will pierce through this fragile defense, then through the skin muscle, and finally accurately penetrate the still steadily beating heart. Time and Ace's perception was infinitely stretched. The world was so quiet that only the barely detectable sound of the fabric being pushed up under the pressure of the dagger remained. In this frozen moment a cold voice directly chiseled into his soul. Ace, do you believe now? There was no ripple in Luo Chen's voice, as if stating an established fact. This is what I mean by invisible danger. Believe it. Ace's mind went blank. Trust. Family. Brother. These words he defended with his life were brutally pierced, torn apart, and shattered along with the fabric of Saki's nightgown by the dagger in Blackbeard's hand. A surge of emotion far hotter and more violent than flames erupted from the deepest part of his heart. It was not anger. It was the void following the collapse of faith, the excruciating pain of an entire world being overturned. The flames within him were roaring and howling, wanting to break free from all restraints and turn that betrayer before him into ashes. However, the hand pressed on his shoulder was like an absolute zero shackles. Trust seal. The seed that Luo Chen had planted deep within him at that moment played its most extreme and cruel role. It did not extinguish Ace's anger, instead it acted like a bellows, extracting and compressing all the fury, pain and unwillingness into an unprecedented force. This force made him choose not to charge out and roar like a beast. Instead he chose to believe in Luo Chen. To believe in the man who brought him to witness hell. Aha! Ace let out a suppressed roar that exploded not from his throat but from his chest. Boom! The orange-red flames were no longer scattered sparks but turned into a condensed flaming meteor, engulfing his body and instantly smashing through the wooden door of the storage room. Wood shavings flew everywhere. The entire infirmary was instantly illuminated by this sudden flame. Marshal D. Teach's pupils abruptly constricted. The greed and ferocity on his face had not yet dissipated but were clearly illuminated by this sudden intense light. Ace. How could he be here? This brief moment of shock caused a fatal deviation in the force he had exerted. Put. The dagger failed to pierce the heart but instead sank deep into Saki's left shoulder, the sharp blade cutting through flesh to reveal bone. Ugh. The intense pain jolted Saki awake from his slumber, letting out a muffled groan of agony. Teach. You. He saw the person at the bedside, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. But Ace was faster. The flaming meteor showed no signs of stopping, directly sweeping past Teach's side and rushing to Saki's bedside. He opened his arms, using his own body to protect the injured Saki behind him, looking like a burning guardian. He turned his head, and the once sunny and lively expression on his youthful face was now replaced by disbelief and a hatred that could burn the sea. He stared fiercely at Teach, every word seeming to be squeezed out between clenched teeth. Why? Why? Teach's face, illuminated by the flames, was terrifyingly dark. He looked at Ace blocking Saki, then glanced at the violently smashed storage room door, and a name suddenly floated in his mind. Luo Chen. That damned chief of staff. He actually predicted my actions. He even brought Ace, the greatest variable, to the scene. 20 years of endurance, 20 years of disguise were completely torn apart in this crucial second. In the corridor, the oil lamp found by the nurse was already approaching. What's going on? It's Ace's flames. Chaotic footsteps were rapidly approaching. The escape route was being cut off. At that moment Luo Chen slowly walked out from behind the broken doorframe. He was not stained with a single bit of flame or wood shavings, his steps steady, his expression calm. He said nothing, just quietly walked up behind Ace, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. His very existence was the greatest mockery and judgment against Teach. He. Teach suddenly chuckled softly. Since he was already exposed, there was no need to disguise any longer. He slowly straightened his back. The aura radiating from his plump body was no longer simple but filled with abyss-like malice and oppressive force. Why? Teach drew out the blood-stained dagger, extending his tongue to sickly lick the blood on the blade. He grinned, revealing a terrifyingly fierce smile. Because the ship is too small to hold my dreams, Ace. And you, Chief of Staff Luo Chang. You've truly given me a big surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly sank, a pure heart-pounding aura spreading from beneath his feet. The anger within Ace found an outlet. The theories Luo Chang taught him, the battle techniques and the insights about armed haki merged perfectly with his anger at that moment. He did not retreat but instead took a step forward. Teach. He let out a thunderous roar, which was no longer a question but a pronouncement. Divine fire, no-name fire. A spear formed from high-density flames was instantly thrown from his hand, tearing through the darkness and directly stabbing at Teach's face. At the same time, Teach's other hand had already grasped Saki on the sickbed. Release. The power of darkness instantly wrapped around Saki's body, attempting to drag him into the abyss. You dare. Ace's fists ignited with flames and he charged forward like a cannonball. Boom. Flames and darkness erupted in the most intense collision within that small infirmary. Medicine bottles, cabinets and medical instruments were instantly reduced to powder under the impact of the two earth-shattering forces. The entire Moby Dick let out a painful roar due to the battle occurring inside. The clash of flames and darkness turned the entire medical room into a vortex of power. Ace's fist, infused with an anger that could incinerate everything, embodied every bit of understanding of domineering he had gleaned from Luo Chun, channeling it through the abilities of the Maramara no Mi. The flames were no longer mere high temperatures, they had gained a tangible weight capable of shattering steel. Teach. He roared, delivering a powerful punch. The air distorted from the searing heat, and where the wind of his punch passed, the wooden panels on the walls instantly carbonized and peeled away. Ha ha ha. What a great momentum, Ace. Blackbeard Teach's rotund body displayed an agility that belied his size. He lightly tapped his toes on the chaotic ground, evading this lethal punch by a hair's breadth with a seemingly awkward sidestep. Boom. The fiery fist smashed into the wall behind him, creating a charred hole in the iron wall of the cabin, with the cold sea breeze mixed with rainwater flooding in. Teach did not look at the hole, his small eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Ace. Is it only anger? Not enough, Ace. Such things cannot protect anyone. He spread his arms wide as if embracing something. Look at this ship. Look at you all. Calling each other family and father, what a ridiculous game of pretend. His words pierced Ace's heart like poisoned steel needles. We are family. Ace charged again, his legs transforming into fiery jets, moving so fast that he left a series of afterimages in the air. Family. Teach laughed heartily, stepping forward instead of retreating, his stout arms reaching towards Ace's fist. Family is merely a chain that drags each other down. Family means talented individuals like you willingly staying on this broken ship, accompanying an old man slowly rotting away like poison. Ace's mind buzzed with anguish. Every word he spoke denied everything he had built since setting sail. What he cherished and protected was rendered utterly contemptible by Teach's mouth. The intertwining of pain and rage made his flames even more ferocious, yet it also lost a hint of refinement. Just as the two were about to collide again, Teach's target suddenly shifted. The arm that reached for Ace was merely a feint, his body twisted at an odd angle while his other hand shot out like lightning, directly grabbing the unconscious Sachi on the sickbed, who was dazed from blood loss. His true target had never been Ace. It was the box containing the devil fruit in Sachi's arms. You. Ace tried to change his move, but the momentum of his full-speed charge made it impossible for him to stop immediately. Blackbeard yanked the box off Sachi without a moment's hesitation and instantly crushed it. A pitch-black fruit covered in bizarre spiral patterns was exposed to the air. The Yami no Mi. The ominous aura caused the flames in the entire room to stutter. Ha ha ha. It's mine. It's finally mine. Blackbeard Teach wore an almost manic expression of ecstasy, as if his dreams had come true. He opened his mouth wide, ignoring the fruit's legendary foul taste, and swallowed the entire Yami no Mi in one gulp. No. Ace let out a desperate scream. He watched helplessly as the fruit he had pursued for 20 years was swallowed by the man he once called brother. He could not stop it. The tragedy unfolded right before his eyes. Ugh. Ah. Teach's body began to convulse violently, black smoke uncontrollably pouring from his 7 orifices. An indescribable darkness seemingly capable of devouring light erupted from him with a thunderous force. Dark hole. The black gravity instantly enveloped the entire room. Ace felt his body suddenly grow heavy, the flames generated by the Maramara no Mi seemingly gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making their flow sluggish. He stared in shock at Teach. This was a power he had never seen before. Outside the medical room, Luo Chun leaned against the corridor wall, eyes closed, completely unaware of the battle inside. In his mind, the system's display was refreshing rapidly. New devil fruit data detected. Analyzing. Fruit name Yami Yami Nomi type Logia special variant core ability darkness gravity. Data anomaly. This fruit cannot become elemental but possesses the ability to forcibly contact the user's physical body. Warning: this ability has a strong restraining effect on other devil fruit users. Luo Chen's fingers twitched slightly. The ability to restrain all devil fruit users was the most terrifying aspect of the Yami Yami no Mi. Ace, you are in danger. But he did not move. Because the system's prompts were still continuing. Formulating response strategies based on existing data. Option 1: high-level Armament Haki coverage. Can effectively counter the attraction and ability deprivation effects of dark water, requiring the user to possess a strong total amount of Haki in control. Option 2: long-range attacks. Utilize its inability to become elemental as a weakness for saturation strikes. Option 3. These would all be the lessons Ace would learn in the future. But today's lesson had to be taught by him. Inside the classroom. Ha ha ha. Do you feel it, Ace? Blackbeard Teach had steadied himself, reveling in the new power surging within him, his expression more arrogant than ever. This is the power of darkness. The world's strongest devil fruit. He extended his hand towards Ace. Dark water. A powerful sucking force erupted from his palm. Ace could not resist, and his entire being was forcibly dragged towards Teach. As he was being pulled, the flames on his body were extinguishing at a visibly rapid pace. His abilities were being stripped away. This was the deepest fear of being a devil fruit user. It's over, Ace. Teach clenched his other hand into a fist covered with a visibly ominous black Haki, ready to deliver a fatal blow the moment he captured Ace. Ace's heart was filled with despair. But he recalled Luo Chen's words. Fire burns everything, including your rationality. But Armament Haki does not. In the instant he was being dragged, he abandoned the futile attempt to ignite flames and instead concentrated all his will, anger, and unwillingness into his right fist. He remembered the feeling of hardening wooden stakes, iron blocks, and sea stone mixed targets with Armament Haki under Luo Chen's guidance again and again. That unbreakable conviction. Buzz. A layer of pitch-black, highly condensed hardened Haki instantly enveloped his entire right fist. Just as he was about to be grabbed by Teach, Ace suddenly twisted his waist and abdomen, channeling all his strength into his right fist, and struck fiercely at Teach's face. Teach had not expected that Ace could unleash such a powerful counterattack while being caught by dark water. Bang! The punch landed solidly on Teach's chin. Pain surged through him, causing his head to jerk back, spraying a mixture of blood and broken teeth from his mouth. The effect of dark water was instantly interrupted. Ace regained his freedom, rolling onto the ground and gasping heavily. The luster of his right fist's Armament Haki dimmed significantly. You bastard! Teach wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet the grin on his face became even more sinister. Ha ha ha. Very good. Excellent. Now that's more like it. But it's still not enough. The darkness beneath his feet suddenly expanded, transforming into several black tentacles that lifted all the shattered cabinets and medical equipment in the room, crashing them toward Ace like cannonballs. Black hole. Ace's fists ignited with flames once more, continuously smashing the debris that flew toward him. But the power of darkness surged endlessly, tearing and destroying the entire internal structure of the medical room. Boom. Finally, the walls and ceiling, unable to bear the load, completely collapsed, turning the entire medical room into a vast ruin. That sound. It's coming from the medical room. Not good. Captain Sachi is still inside. More and more people noticed the anomaly. Bang. One side of the ruins was smashed open by an overwhelming force. Marco, surrounded by blue phoenix flames, was the first to rush in. What he saw was Sachi bloodied and struggling to stand, Ace filled with hatred in flames, and Teach, who stood in the darkness laughing maniacally. In the moment Marco charged into the ruins, the azure flames of rebirth erupted around him, illuminating the devastation. His brain refused to process the information before him. Sachi lay in a pool of blood, his chest still heaving. Ace was covered in wounds, surrounded by flickering flames, confronting Teach. And Teach, the man who always shared his pie with a goofy smile and spoke of family, stood at the center of a distorted darkness, wearing a strange and nauseating ecstasy on his face. Teach. What have you done to Sachi? Marco's voice trembled with questioning. Ha ha. Marco, you're just in time. Blackbeard Teach spread his arms wide, the darkness beneath his feet writhing and expanding like a living creature. Come see my brand new power. As soon as he finished speaking, his fingers splayed out, aiming at Marco. Dark water. An irresistible gravitational force instantly locked onto Marco. Marco felt his body sink as the ceaseless blue flames were forcefully stripped from him and flowed toward the dark vortex in Teach's palm. This feeling was exactly as Ace had described. Bastard. Marco flapped his wings fiercely, forcibly breaking free from the pull, his body transforming into a streak of blue light as he delivered a powerful kick towards Teach's head. Useless. Teach did not dodge, using his other arm shrouded in armed color haki to block upward. Boom! The flames collided with the haki, sending shockwaves that lifted the surrounding debris and wood chips once more. Marco was knocked back while Teach only took half a step back. He had actually used pure physical power to block the full force of the Phoenix's attack. What kind of joke is this? Joseph's massive frame crashed through another wall, his diamond-coated arm glinting ominously. This to Izo and the other captains followed closely behind. The moment they charged in, everyone was stunned by the hellish scene before them. Teach! Joseph's roar was like a mountain collapsing. Blackbeard Teach looked at the increasing number of captains arriving, his smile growing ever more deranged. Ha ha! Are all the people here? Perfect, I can skip saying goodbye to each one of you. He surveyed his former brothers, each face filled with anger and confusion. Look at your expressions. It's truly amusing. Teach spoke with a tone of pity. Are you still clinging to that ridiculous family game? Shut up. Ace reignited his flames, refusing to let anyone tarnish that word. Only the weak need to huddle together for warmth, calling such hypocritical bonds family. Teach's voice drowned out the storm, and I will pursue my dreams. The era of Whitebeard. It should have ended long ago. His declaration was a blatant trampling on the beliefs of everyone present. You traitor! Marco roared, transforming into a flaming bird once more as he charged forward. Whether the era will end or not is not up to you. Jozu also took heavy steps, preparing to charge. Ha ha! Then let me show you the power of the new era. Teach's body suddenly sank, his hands pressing against the ground. Dark passage release. Boom! Centered around him, pure darkness instantaneously engulfed the entire medical room's ruins, spreading wildly outward. This was not an attack but a widespread suppression of abilities. Marco's blue flames and Ace's orange flames were suppressed to the utmost in this realm of darkness. Everyone's movements came to a halt. Now's the time. Teach's goal was never to be enemies with everyone. He intended to escape. But before that, he had one more thing to do. In the darkness, his figure vanished, reappearing in front of Ace. Ace was struggling against the all-consuming gravitational force, unable to react in time. Ace, you're quite an interesting guy. Teach's fist, imbued with an even deeper and more sinister haki than before, slammed forward, but your existence will be a nuisance. Puff. This punch landed squarely in Ace's abdomen. Ace felt his inside shift, the armed color haki shattered instantly, and his body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into the main mast of the distant ship. Ugh. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the flames on his body completely extinguished. Ace. Marco was filled with anger and shock, wanting to rush forward. Forget about me. Teach laughed maniacally, retreating to the edge of the ship where the darkness served as his best cover. Ha! The sea belongs to dreamers. Farewell, Whitebeard Pirates. He turned and leapt without hesitation into the turbulent dark sea outside the Moby Dick. The darkness instantly recoiled, reconverging at the place where he vanished, then completely dissipated. The sea breeze blew through, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the wounded. Everything happened too quickly. From the arrival of the captains to Teach's escape, it was barely a matter of seconds. Quick! Save Sachi! Izo was the first to react, rushing towards Sachi, who lay in a pool of blood. The ship's doctors also snapped out of their shock, frantically bringing a stretcher. Jozu punched the deck, producing a deep rumble. Ace struggled to get up, the intense pain in his abdomen causing him to fall again. He looked in the direction where Teach had disappeared, his nails digging deeply into the wooden deck. Unwillingness. Anger. Endless hatred. He had failed to stop him. He had allowed his brother to be severely injured before him. He had let the traitor escape with that wicked fruit. Everything that Lakan had taught him about calmness and armed color theory was ultimately overwhelmed by that uncontrollable rage at the last moment. Sachi. How is he? Marco's voice was hoarse. The bleeding has stopped. The wound is deep, but thankfully it didn't hit the heart. He's not in danger. The ship's doctor responded urgently after examining. Hearing this, Marco's tense body slightly relaxed. He turned around, sweeping his gaze over the furious Jozu, the struggling Ace, and the chaotic scene. Finally, his gaze landed on one person. Lakan, the chief strategist of the Whitebeard Pirates. From beginning to end, he stood at the edge of the ruins by the doorframe of the storage room that Ace had broken through. He was not even touched by a speck of dust nor stained with blood, and not even the hem of his clothes was disturbed by the previous gale. He simply stood there calmly, as if the upheaval of betrayal and the fierce battle were merely a drama unrelated to him. This tranquility amidst the chaos and rage appeared exceedingly glaring. A chill crept up Marco's spine. A terrifying thought uncontrollably surfaced from the depths of his heart. Why were Lakan and Ace waiting in the storage room beforehand? Why? Did he look completely unfazed? Marco walked step by step to Lakan, raising his hand, the azure flames dancing at his fingertips, proof of his emotional turmoil. He stared fiercely at the man before him. Lakun. Did you know everything from the beginning? The azure flames flickering at Marco's fingertips cast a cool ethereal glow upon Luo Chen's calm, unruffled face. The echo of accusation still hung in the air, each word striking the hearts of those present like shards of ice. Josu's colossal frame blocked the wind from the opposite side. He spoke not a word, yet the light refracted through his diamond-hardened arms shimmered with an icy judicial severity. Do you mean to say you watched all this unfold right before your eyes? Josu's voice rumbled low, thick with disbelief and crushing weight. Ace struggled to rise, collapsing onto one knee. His gaze darted frantically between the furious Marco and the silent Luo Chen, his mind utterly blank. Master Luo Chen had known all along. Then what was that battle just now, and the humiliation he himself had endured? Was it nothing more than a rehearsed performance meticulously orchestrated? Luo Chen offered no reply to Marco nor any acknowledgement of Josu. Instead he turned slightly, gazing intently in a single direction. Thud. A deafening earth-shaking boom reverberated across the entire Moby Dick, making the mighty vessel tremble to its core. Every quarrel, every surge of fury, every trace of chaos ceased abruptly, utterly. Whitebeard Edward Newgate emerged from the main cabin, gripping the supreme greatsword Karakuri in his massive hand. Each step he took resonated as though stamped directly upon the hearts of all who watched. His eyes fell upon Sachi, slumped in a pool of blood already being attended to by the ship's physician. He saw Ace, battered, bleeding, barely able to stand. He saw the wreckage strewn across the deck, and in the air the lingering, nauseating miasma of dark energy, still unspent, still vile. Gurararara. Whitebeard's laughter held none of its former exuberance. Who among you will tell me what has transpired aboard my ship? Papa. Ace jerked his head up, summoning every ounce of strength to straighten his spine, his arms trembling violently with raw, unfiltered rage. He pointed toward the churning ink-black sea where Thatch had vanished. It was Thatch. He betrayed us. For the Yami Yami no Mi he murdered Sachi. His voice was ragged, each syllable wrenched from his throat like blood. Murdered Sachi. Whitebeard's expression froze, stone-cold, unreadable. Reporting Papa. A ship's doctor sprinted forward, sweat beading on his brow. Captain Sachi sustained a deep stab wound to the chest, critical condition. But Ace swiftly sealed part of the wound with flames shielding the heart. He remains stable, for now. This news eased the suffocating tension, if only slightly. Another crewman rushed in, clutching a shattered pie plate, its surface still faintly shimmering with residual black energy. Papa. There are signs of struggle in Captain Sachi's quarters. This belonged to Thatch, and it reeks of the Yami Yami no Mi. The evidence was irrefutable. In an instant every ounce of collective fury found its target, converging white-hot upon a single name already vanished into darkness: Marshal D. Thatch. Whitebeard's fist clenched, air itself warping and shuddering around him. At that precise moment Luo Chen moved. He stepped past Marco, parted the crowd, and walked steadily, unhurried, unwavering, toward Whitebeard. Papa. He bowed ever so slightly, his tone as placid as if reporting a routine navigation update. Thatch did not succeed. Whitebeard looked down upon him. I did not let him succeed, Luo Chen clarified, choosing his words with quiet precision. Sachi's wound is not fatal. Marco's mind reeled. I informed Sachi in advance that I'd obtained intelligence regarding the Moku Moku no Mi, and deliberately leaked false information to Thatch. I told him the intelligence would be delivered tonight. Luo Chen's voice remained soft yet carried clearly to every captain present. Simultaneously I placed a mark of lethal intent upon Sachi. He opened his palm, revealing for an instant a complex arcane sigil pulsing with subtle resonance before fading. It functions as an early warning mechanism should anyone harbor uncontrollable murderous intent, and strike the mark activates instantly, erecting a brief barrier of Armament Haki and alerting me without delay. That is why Ace and I arrived the very moment Thatch struck. And why Thatch's first blow failed to pierce Sachi's heart. Each statement was delivered without inflection, yet struck like hammer blows, shattering every doubt and ember of anger burning within Marco, Josu and the others. They remembered how often lately Luo Chen had convened tactical drills, all centered on mastering the layout surrounding the infirmary. They recalled Thatch's recent complaints of feeling watched, of movements strangely constrained, of plans inexplicably thwarted. They even recalled Luo Chen's recent lecture entitled Emergency Protocols for Devil Fruit Users Under Ambush, a topic they'd once dismissed as excessive caution. So, everything, every detail, every gesture, every whispered instruction had been part of his design. Marco stared at Luo Chen's back, the azure flames at his fingertips long since extinguished. What had he just done? Accused the very man who had silently shielded them all. A wave of profound shame rose within him, burning hot against his cheeks. Why didn't you tell us? Josu's voice came out hoarse-dry. Tell you what? Luo Chen countered calmly. That a brother we shared meals and laughter with would for the sake of a single fruit raise a blade against another. He turned slowly, meeting the gaze of every face, stunned, horrified, enraged, ashamed. To reveal such truth before the deed was done would have shattered this family long before Thatch ever drew his knife. Family. The word settled now with unbearable gravity. Thatch's sneering phrase, this absurd family game, echoed anew in their ears. Yes, they had lived inside that game, believing kinship forged in shared drink and boisterous camaraderie was unbreakable and violable. Reality, however, had been slashed open by Thatch's dagger, a raw bleeding wound. Their deepest faith lay shattered, exposed, irreparable. A deathly hush descended upon the Moby Dick. Wind swept across the ravaged deck, keening softly, as if mourning a lost innocent age. Crewmen looked to one another, seeing mirrored confusion and anguish reflected in each other's eyes. Then silence gave way to a rising tide of incandescent wrath. Not directed at Luo Chen. Not at any comrade. But at the man who had defiled it all. Thatch. That bastard. Unforgivable. Suppressed roars erupted from the crowd. Ace clenched his fists until nails bit deep into his palms. He understood now. Luo Chen hadn't been watching idly, he had guarded this family in a way Ace could scarcely comprehend. And he himself had nearly undone it all. So? Whitebeard spoke slowly, his voice terrifyingly low. You foresaw all of this? Yes. You also foresaw his escape? Yes. Gurararara. Burarararara. Whitebeard threw back his head and laughed, a sound thick with sorrow, fury, and devastating loss. My family, my precious family. Boom. With a thunderous crash, he slammed Karakuri onto the deck. Crack. Radiating from the point of impact, the iron-hard planks splintered outward in a web of fractures, the ship groaning in agony. A visible shockwave of white aura exploded outward from him, forcing every man backward, raw, unadulterated fury laced with Conqueror's Haki emanating from the world's strongest man. To commit the gravest crime aboard my ship, to slay a comrade. Newgate will never permit it. Whitebeard's roar became a physical force, shaking the seas and scattering the clouds above. Papa. Let us go. We'll bring that traitor back, alive or dead. In the name of the Whitebeard Pirates. Every captain, every crewman knelt as one right knee to deck, pledging themselves to their captain in unified blazing resolve. Their collective fury coalesced into a singular unstoppable will to kill. In that instant no one questioned Luo Chen. He was no longer merely chief strategist or head instructor. He was a seer, a master of human nature, and the family's calmest, most unwavering guardian. Marco knelt at the fore, head bowed low, his expression hidden. He simply drove his fist with all his might into the deck before him. The roar of the crowd converged into a storm, igniting the battle intent within each person. Luo Chen stood at the center of the storm, yet his mind was enveloped in a cold silence. S-Class Emergency Mission, the Tooth of Shadows. Mission status completed. Evaluation B. Successfully prevented Saki's death but failed to stop the core item, the dark fruit, from being seized, and the key plot character Blackbeard successfully escaped. Reward 35000 teaching points. System upgraded to intermediate mentor, unlocking team teaching aura and advanced teaching points mall. There was no joy as imagined. It was as if he had exhausted all his strength to push away a looming boulder, only to discover that this boulder was merely the beginning of a landslide. He changed the process but could not alter the most critical outcome. Teach with the dark fruit had fled. Go catch that bastard. Old man. Command us. The calls for battle surged one after another. Whitebeard stood tall, surveying his enraged sons, and finally his heavy voice fell. This matter will not be tolerated. Ace. Whitebeard looked at the young man, covered in wounds yet still standing firm. Now is not the time for pursuit. A calm voice, not loud, fell like a bucket of cold water on everyone. It was Luo Chen. He stepped out from the back of the crowd, interrupting Whitebeard's words. The noise in the arena instantly froze. Marco turned around sharply, his face a mask of confusion. Luo Chen, what are you saying? Since Teach dares to do this, he must have a backup plan. Luo Chen did not stop his steps, heading straight for Whitebeard. He chose to betray at this moment and easily revealed the fruit's ability. This in itself is a provocation and a trap. He stopped before Whitebeard, looking up. Rushing out now plays right into his hands. Joseph's diamond-like fists cracked ominously. Are you saying we should just watch him escape? Watch him roam free with Saki's blood? Of course not. But revenge requires more than just anger. We need intelligence, we need a plan, we need an infallible trap, not to crash into the enemy's trap. His words were calm and rational, yet they carried a chilling detachment. Go la 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 la. Whitebeard's deep laughter interrupted the debate. Luo Chen, I admit your wisdom. Your plan did indeed save Saki's life. He shifted his tone, an unseen dominance pressing upon Luo Chen. But some matters cannot be decided by intellect. This is our family's iron rule. Betraying comrades and killing brothers must be paid for in blood. Whitebeard's voice held an unyielding will. This has nothing to do with traps or schemes. This is the dignity of my Whitebeard Pirates. Dignity. That word weighed down on Luo Chen's logic like a mountain. He knew he could not win this debate. Because he faced not a rational decision-maker but an enraged father. At that moment Ace stepped forward, kneeling heavily on one knee before Whitebeard. Old man. He raised his head, his face marred with blood and humiliation. This matter arose because of me. I failed to stop him. I failed to protect Saki. This responsibility must fall on me. Please let me go. I will definitely bring that traitor's head back to you. His words ignited everyone's emotions completely. That's right. Let Ace go. As the captain of the 2nd Division, seeking revenge for your comrades is only right. Whitebeard looked at Ace kneeling on the ground, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes, but it was ultimately replaced by determination. Luo Chen's heart sank. He made one last attempt walking beside Ace. Ace, calm down. Ace did not raise his head. I am calm. Hatred will blind you to the truth. You have already witnessed Teach's power. He is not someone you can handle alone. Luo Chen's voice was low, only the two of them could hear. This is a trap. He is waiting for you to chase after him. Ace was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head to look at Luo Chen. The confusion on his face disappeared, replaced by a near-burning determination. Teacher. That address made Luo Chen pause. I am grateful for everything you taught me. Your strategies, your analyses, I trust them all. Ace spoke each word clearly. Without you, Saki would be dead. Without you, I might not even be able to withstand a single punch from Teach. But on this matter, I cannot back down. He slowly stood up, meeting Luo Chen's gaze. This is my responsibility as a brother, as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and also the shame of being knocked down by him. I must wash this away with my own hands. Luo Chen looked at him. He saw Ace's faith in him, a trust that had risen from tactical guidance to strategic belief. But this trust was unhesitatingly placed second to the hatred of family. He had earned the status of the brain of this pirate crew, yet lost to its burning heart. Go-la-la-la-la. Whitebeard's hearty laughter brought the debate to a close. He gently tapped Ace's shoulder with the hilt of his sword. Go, my son. Take your crew. Let everyone on the sea know the fate of betraying the Whitebeard Pirates. Yes. Old man. Ace turned sharply, flames seemingly reigniting within him. 2nd Division assemble. Cheers, roars, and battle cries echoed through the skies. In that moment, the entire Whitebeard Pirates transformed into a war machine solely driven by revenge. Luo Chen stood in place, the chaos of the crowd feeling alien to him. He watched Ace rally his crew, witnessing their swift preparations for supplies and small fast boats, observing the resolute expressions of shared enmity on their faces. Everything was just as he had anticipated in the worst-case scenario. No, it was even worse. In the original history, Ace had set out to pursue on his own. And now he had the approval of Whitebeard, representing the will of the entire Whitebeard Pirates, becoming the legitimate avenger. This meant he had no way back. This pursuit would pull the entire world into it. The fuse of the Marineford War had ultimately been ignited. In a way he could not stop, and to some extent, a way he had personally set in motion. Luo Chen's fist slowly clenched within his sleeves. He had lost to family. Therefore he could only resolve this issue in the way of family. He turned around, walking against the tide of cheering people toward the quiet operations room that belonged to him. He needed a sea chart. A brand new one capable of pulling Ace back from the gates of hell. Marco watched Luo Chen's departing figure, which bore no signs of despair or anger, only a calm that made his heart tremble. He suddenly recalled something Luo Chen had said before. Whitebeard is responsible for emotions, I am responsible for victory. Marco shook his head and approached Ace, giving his shoulder a firm pat. Be careful, Ace. The door to the operations room of the headquarters was silently pushed open. Marco was the first to enter, with jaws behind him like a moving mountain blocking the light from the hallway. The air was devoid of the clamor from the deck, filled only with the cold scent of sea charts and ink. Luo Chen stood before a vast world map without turning back. Stop, Ace. Marco spoke directly, skipping all pleasantries. Give us a reason. The reason is letting him go is equivalent to delivering him to the world government on a silver platter. Luo Chen turned around calmly, facing the two captains. Jaws' thick brows knitted together. What kind of joke is this? This is our grudge with Teach. What does it have to do with the world government? Because Teach's goal from the very beginning was not merely the dark fruit. Luo Chen walked to the table and tapped a point on the map with his finger. He needs an identity, one that allows him to reach the core of world power at the fastest speed. The 7 warlords, how about that? Marco's expression changed for the first time. Impossible. He firmly denied the quota for the 7 warlords is fixed. Moreover, to become a 7 warlord, one needs immense fame or achievements for the government. Teach is merely a traitor. A traitor who killed the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, stole the dark fruit, and is being hunted by the captain of the 2nd Division, Ace. Luo Chen completed his thought for him. Is this fame sufficient? In an instant, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the operations room. Marco and Jaws were not fools. They were merely blinded by anger and the ironclad principles of family. With Luo Chen's point, a cold and malicious thread instantly connected all the illogical details. He is intentionally provoking us? Intentionally leading Ace to chase him? Ja's voice carried astonishment. This is just the first step. Luo Chen's tone grew heavier. He wants to offer a token of allegiance. And Ace is the best gift he intends to present to the world government. Nonsense. Marco suddenly raised his head, the blue flames flickering in his eyes for a fleeting moment. The Navy has their own justice. How could they possibly ally with a treacherous pirate? That contradicts all their principles. Principles. Luo Chen seemed to have heard a joke. Marco, after dealing with the Navy for so many years, do you think their principles are more important than the orders of the celestial dragons? Marco fell silent. Luo Chen knew that mere speculation could not persuade these men who acted on instinct and honor. He closed his eyes. Intermediate instructor privileges activated. Team teaching module loading. Preliminary intelligence analysis projection started. The next second Luo Chen opened his eyes. He extended his hand towards the empty surface of the table and made a sweeping motion through the void. Buzz, a pale blue light flowed from his fingertips, weaving into a complex semi-transparent data interface in midair. Marco and Jaws both took a step back, their faces revealing unmistakable shock. What did they see? It was not any known devil fruit ability. It was a light screen displaying characters and lines they could not comprehend. In the center of the light screen were two names. Marshal D. Teach and Portgas D. Ace. A red line marked with an arrest arrow pointed from Ace to Teach. From Teach's name, several probability lines extended, the thickest one passing through numerous obstacles, ultimately pointing to a chilling insignia, the emblem of the world government. On this line, a small note was inscribed. Offering Ace in exchange for a seat as a 7 warlord, estimated success rate 78. For what is this? Ja's voice was dry, his diamond-like arm now reflecting no brilliance. This is analysis. Luo Chen's response was simple and direct, based on Teach's personality model, the operational logic of the world government, and the value of the dark fruit as bait. This is the optimal possibility. Marco stared intently at the light screen, trying to make sense of it all, but his mind was in chaos. This ability. Is it foresight? No, Luo Chen said it was analysis. But what kind of analysis could achieve such depth? Even if what you say is true. Jaws forced himself to calm down, pointing at Ace's name. So what? We all understand Ace's strength. He is not so easily defeated. This statement struck precisely at the soft spot of every member of the Whitebeard Pirates. They believe too much in the power of family, too much in the strength of their comrades. This confidence, while a source of cohesion in normal times, was a deadly poison in the current situation. He will be able to. Luo Chen interrupted Ja's confidence because Teach knows everything about Ace, his character, his techniques, his weaknesses. And Ace knows nothing about Teach's abilities. More importantly, Luo Chen lightly tapped on the light screen, magnifying the icon of the dark fruit next to Teach's name. This fruit is the nemesis of all ability users. Luo Chen felt an invisible wall. It was not the rationality from Marco nor the strength from Jaws, but the deeply rooted culture of this pirate crew. About honor, about revenge, about the unquestionable trust between family. His strategy, his analysis seemed cold and pale in the face of these boiling emotions. He could not persuade them. Because at this moment he was not conversing with Marco or Jaws. He was conversing with the soul of the entire Whitebeard Pirates. Outside the operations room, Ace stood in the shadows. He neither entered nor left. He intermittently heard the arguments inside. Delivered to the world government. The token of allegiance for the 7 warlords. He is the nemesis of all ability users. Every word felt like a needle piercing his nerves. Anger flared in his chest, urging him to rush in and rebut loudly. To tell them he would never lose to that traitor. However, another force, a cold and rational force, firmly suppressed his impulse. It was the teachings that Luo Chen had repeated countless times in the dojo in his ear. Before a fight, think about what your enemy wants. Anger is a blunt weapon wielded only by the weak. The trust steel seal in the depths of his mind glowed faintly, preventing him from being completely consumed by anger. He began to force himself to think. What if? What if what teacher Luo Chen said was true? The moment this thought emerged, it sent a chill through his entire body. He remembered the expression Teach had when he last looked at him, not that of a fleeing traitor but more like a confident hunter. Ace's fists clenched and then relaxed. For the first time he wavered about the revenge he was about to undertake. Inside the operations room, Luo Chen observed the silent Marco and Jaws, knowing that today's conversation had reached its end. Directly persuading Ace would only push him further away. He had to change his strategy. He needed allies. Not nominal companions, but true allies who understood him and were willing to execute his plans. He dismissed the light screen. I have said all I needed to say. I will go talk to Ace. But not now. Luo Chen looked at Marco. I need your help, Marco. Help me delay Ace's departure. Marco did not respond immediately. He simply gazed at Luo Chen as if getting to know him anew. All right. After a long pause, he finally spoke a word. The meeting was over. Luo Chen's warning was like a stone thrown into the furious sea of the Whitebeard Pirates, not changing its course but stirring deep currents. Marco and Jaws left their silhouettes bearing a weight that hadn't been there when they arrived. Luo Chen turned back to the enormous world map, his finger traversing all the routes Ace and Teach might take, eventually resting on an island in the first half of the Grand Line. Alabasta.